Okay, so welcome to SQL Master everyone, and guys, in this chapter we are going to talk about how to create a table. But before that, we have to do some sort of analysis of the data before that. So I'm going to show you that in reality, right, in reality, in an age of AI, so how do we do all of these operations? How we try to understand a data, how we try to perform a different kind of operations before even building some sort of a schema or some sort of a table. So for example, guys, let me share my screen, and then we will start talking about each and everything step by step manner. So obviously what I have to do is I have to perform some sort of operation on some of the data set. Now, so here in a very first place, I'll try to look for the data. Right now, data source wise, I can go to Kaggle, I can go to Hugging Face, I can try to even go to UCI repository, I can go to a Google dataset. So there are multiple places where I can go, and then I can try to get a data. I can try to acquire a data, and almost in every cases or almost every time. So I'm going to acquire a data for this lecture from a different sources, and obviously I'm going to take a different kind of a data so that you will be having an idea about a data set. So in my today's class, I will be taking about I will be talking about this particular Jara sales data. So here, in a very first place, before even writing some sort of a SQL query, so we have to understand the data. Even if you are going to work for some of the client, you have to go and you have to understand those data set. And this is what we are going to do. That is the approach that we are going to follow, one thing at a time, and then we are going to create a table. For example, so this Jara sales data set says that exploring a customer purchasing pattern and a product performance. So this is this data all about. Now here, if you will come, so it is going to give you a little bit of description about the data. With respect to some of the data, its column description will be given to you. With some of the data set, column description won't be given to you. So in that case, you have to dig little bit deeper, and then you have to understand those things. Now, same thing will go even inside our industry. So when you're going to join our industry, most of the time, so your client is going to give you a demo, but yeah, sometime your client is not going to give you enough information. Your boss is not going to give you enough information. You have to dig deeper before using a data. Now here, so if I'll go through all of these column that we are able to find out. So in this column, a product ID is given. Basically, it's nothing but unique identifier for each of the product. Product position is given, the position of the product in the catalog or store layout. So product position is given, then promotion is given, indicator of whether the product is currently on a promotion or not, then product category is given to you, seasonal is given to you, sales volume is given to you, brand is given to you, URL is given to you, SKUs are given to you, name, destination, price, currency, scrapped at term, and then section is given to you. So all of these informations are mentioned inside this particular data, which I'm going to use in my today's class. Okay. So this data is given to me. Someone has given me this particular data set, let's suppose, right? So here, this is how this data set looks like, right? This is how this entire data set looks like. And if you will look into a data set little bit deeper, so product ID number, per position, so basically aisles and then end cap and then front of the store, then promotion, no yes, no yes, no yes, product category, clothing, all those things, seasonal, no yes, no yes, sales volume, so like numbers are given to you, brand, this one is given to you, URL is given to you for a particular product listing, SKUs, a unique identifier is given to me, and a name is given to me, description is given to me, and apart from that, so price, currency, when this data set has been scrapped, terms and section. So these are the things which is given to me. Yeah, these are the things which is given to me. Now, let's suppose I understand all of these columns. Yeah, I have an understanding about all of these columns. Now I have to design the schema in a very first place. Yeah. So as of now, I just have only one data set. Going forward, I'm going to even explain you, and even I'm going to show you that how we can try to handle a multiple data which is connected to each other, and basically we are going to create a data modeling. So there is something called as data modeling that I'm going to talk about, right? Not now, but yeah, in future I'm going to talk about a data modeling, because we have to see a lot of data, right? We have to work with the complex data set, but let's get started with the simple one. Yeah, let's get started with the simple one. So this data set is given to me. Now I have to build a table out of it. Yeah, I have to build basically a table out of it. So how I will be able to build a table? What should be my approach when I have to build a table? So shall I go and write like a create table, table name, then product ID, then it's like a data type, then product position is the data type, promotion is the data type? No, right? I'll not do that. I'm living in an age of AI. So I'll try to take help of AI. There are a lot of like a schema builder which is available out there, a lot of AI which is available out there. So I will be using that. I will be like taking a help of AI. And in case of Euron, so obviously I'll be taking a help of a Yuri over here, right? I will be taking a help of Yuri over here. Now what I will do is I'll just go to Yuri. I'll try to copy this couple of line, including a header or including the very first line. So where column name is given to me, I'll paste this with a Yuri and I'll just ask a question that I am, so maybe you can just ask a question. I am planning to, or like just ask a question that build a table for or a schema structure for me based on these records, these records, right? So it will be for MySQL, yeah, for MySQL. So I've just simply said that okay, these are the data, try to understand it, and then based on that, so try to build a particular table for me. And yeah, so hit enter, and it is going to, right, it is going to build this entire things for me. As you can see, create table product. So product table it has created. If I would like to change a table name, that's completely fine. I can go ahead, I can try to like change it if I want, right? So create table name, and then first of all ID integer, which is a primary key, auto incremented, unique identifier for each and every record. This is what primary key does. So automatically it is able to identify. Product ID should not be null product ID from sources. Then if I would like to change something, I can change it, right? So this is something which has built a skeleton for me. And again, so like I have just passed some of the data. Now let's suppose I have hundreds of columns, right? So obviously in an age of AI, I'm not going to like build or write everything from the scratch. No, not at all. If I'm doing it, in that case, I'm a fool, right? I'm a fool basically. And you should not even do that. So basically you have to take a help of AI as soon as possible, as much as possible, even during a learning, so that you can learn faster. Because what is this creation tab table? Like we are supposed to write a column name, and that is something that we are writing over here, right? So create table product ID, product position, product enum, yes or no, it's given to me. Product categories is given to me. Seasonal enum says yes or no. And then like a sales volume, brand, URL, SKUs, name, description, price, currency, scrap that, terms and section, all these things looks fine to me. Yeah, looks fine to me. Now what I will do is I'll just go to maybe like a here inside my SQL workbench, and first of all I'll try to create a database. So let's go and create a Jara database over here. So create database, and then database name, maybe I can try to give Jara. Yeah, so Jara database I'm going to create. So this is going to create a Jara database for me. Simple database is created. As you can see, success result I'm able to get. And then I can say that use Jara. Yeah, use Jara. So here I will start using Jara. After that I'll start using Jara. So now whatever operation which I'm going to do, all of these operations are going to happen where? So all of these operations are going to happen in my Jara database. Okay, fine. That's great. That's cool. Now, so here I'm able to create a schema. If I don't have to change anything for now, right? If I think that, okay, everything looks good, right? I can just try to use this particular schema, and then I can come over here and paste it. And if everything works fine, so in that case, it will be able to create a product table inside my Jara. Yeah, inside my Jara. So this particular table it is able to create. So yeah, as you can see, it is able to create a complete product table for me. So see guys, my journey has started from a data acquisition, right? I'm acquiring a data. Now going forward, I'm going to show you that you are going to connect with some other databases. Maybe you are trying to insert some different kind of a file, parsing a different kind of a file. And at the end of the day, you have to create a data, you have to create a schema, you have to create a modules, a data modeling around it, right? So yeah, I'm able to do it. Very simple, right? I'm able to do it over here. And my table creation is done, right? My table creation is done. So I'm able to create a table over here. And I can just go and like check over here, select. I can just go over here. select star from products, and yeah, it is going to like show me something. So it is showing me that there is no record as of now which is available. So ID, product position, all these things are available over here. I can even come over here and then I can try to check. So tables, and then I can check this product table. I can check this columns over here, that what in all columns are there. This is not, this is my student DB, right? Let me refresh it. Okay, Jara is available. So table is available, product is available, columns is available, and there are so many columns, right? So many columns. All of those columns I am able to build in no time. Very simple, right? All of these columns I am able to build it in no times. And here you will be able to see that what is a data type and whether this is a primary key or not null or not. So each and everything I'm able to get it. Okay. So part number 1 is done. I'm able to create a schema just for one table. Going forward, I will be using a connected table. I'm going to show you a data modeling, by the way. Yeah. Data modeling, by the way, I'm going to show you as of now. So if you will go to a database and if you will do a reverse engineering, and then you are going to do next, then you are going to do next, and then you are going to click on Jara, you will not be able to find out. Yeah. So you will be able to find out just one single table. This is the table, right? This is the table that I have as of now. Just one single table. At the end of the day, I have not much I'm using. Okay. Just one single table I have, and these are the schema. Same thing I was able to see even over here, right? Same thing I was able to see. Now, so I have to insert a record. So I can try to insert a record, a single record I can try to insert, or I can try to insert a multiple record at a time, or I can try to insert a record in a bulk. Now, what is the meaning of it? So see, here I can try to insert only one row, single insertion. I can try to insert maybe a multiple rows. Yeah. And I can try to insert this entire Excel sheet at once. That is also possible. Yeah, that is also possible. So single record, multiple record, and bulk insertion. So these are the different things that we try to do in general. So what I'm going to show you is that how to insert a single and a multiple record in a very first place. The command is very simple, even in my last introduction session. So I have shown you that command. So insert into table name, and then values we try to insert. Yeah. So values we try to insert. Now, so I'll try to show you for a single record. I'll try to show you for a multiple record, and then I'm going to show you even a bulk insertion. Yeah, bulk insertion. So how in one single go, I will be able to insert the entire record, whatever record that we have. So I will be able to insert it in a very simplest possible format. Okay. So fine guys, let's go ahead and let's try to insert a very simple record. So what I can do is maybe I can try to maybe like take a help of AI as of now, right? As I'm inserting the very first record. So I can go over here and I can say that, okay, so this is a record. This is a record I have to insert in this product table for MySQL. Give me a code. Yeah. So AI is going to help me out in terms of inserting a record. So insert into this product, and it has given you the entire column name, and then this is the values. So now this is how it's very simple. So again, if you are going to take a help of AI, because I know that insert into table is not a very big thing, right? Just a one single line of a command. So what I can do is I can take a help of that. Okay, fine. So insert into a record. This is a product ID, values, all those things, and insert it. Simple. So copy this one, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to basically insert into this particular product table, the product table which I have created. So I'm going to insert it. So this is how easy, guys, you will be able to find out nowadays a tech is. So insert into the record. So yeah, I'm able to insert one of the record. Now if I'm going to check, select start from product, I will be able to see some records. So ID, I'm able to see product ID, I'm able to see product position, I'm able to see each and everything. I'm able to see it over here. So I'm able to insert one single record, and now I'm able to query one single record, as we all can see based on the table. So this is again not a big deal that we all are able to find out. So insertion is done. Now, so insertion of single record is done. So here, whenever we try to insert, so what we try to do, so we try to write insert into and then table name and then product ID, product position. These are the columns. Fine. These are the columns that we are writing over here. And then for the respective columns, we are going to give a values over here. Simple. Okay. Now that's done. Now here, yeah. So here, what we can do is, so we can try to insert a multiple record now. So we can try to insert a multiple record. So maybe we can try to insert a 4 record over here. And now I'm going to like ask a question, insert this 4 record together now. Yeah. So it is not going to do much. So values, 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 right? So it is going to just like keep all those values one after the another, and then it is going to do the insertion. It's again very, very simple. So insert into this products, and then what I'm going to do is, so values, 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 and then it is going to insert each and everything inside this particular table. Let me show you that. Yeah. So as you can see, 1, 2, 3, 4, and okay, I have given like a 5 records, right? Okay, and this insert into this table and then values, values, values. It is going to insert each and everything inside my table. Yeah. So insertion is done. Let me increase the size. So insertion is done. Finally, select and then insert. Then if I'm going to write maybe like a query that select star from PRODUCTS star from products, and then if I'm going to do that, yeah, so now I have enough amount of record which is available inside my data set. Yeah, which is available inside my data set. So I'm now able to like insert a multiple record, as you can see. Okay, I'm able to insert the record. So the first record it has inserted twice, as we can see over here, but yes, ID is a primary key. So it is going to work for now. I don't have to worry much about this one. Yeah, so ID is a primary key, so I don't have to worry much about it. So this product ID is inserted twice. Okay, so here I'm able to insert a record. Now, single record insertion, simple. Multiple record insertion, again, I'm able to do it. So obviously there's no harm in terms of taking a help from AI. Again, so you will not be able to achieve much if you're going to copy and paste all of this data and arrange it in this order by yourself, right? At the end of the day, what we do is we try to build a pipeline. We try to insert everything in one go. That I'm going to show you. In a bulk, we will be able to insert all the record. So hope now we are able to understand that how we can approach to the problem. So starting from the data, we'll try to understand the data. We'll try to understand the column which is available inside the data, which is a schema. Then we will try to create a schema. Then we will try to insert a record into a particular table. Okay, fine. So with that, thank you so much everyone. And then in the next class, in next lecture, I'm going to show you how to do an insertion of the record in a bulk. Yeah. So with that, thank you so much everyone. Take care. Okay, so welcome to lecture everyone, and in this lecture guys, I'm going to show you that how we will be able to insert a record in a particular table in a bulk. So let's suppose I have thousands and thousands of record which is available inside my table, inside my CSV or inside my Excel sheet. So how I can try to insert all of these record in a single shot. So in my previous lecture, as we were talking about Jara, right? As we were talking about a Jara record, and we have so many records inside this Jara one. So we have in total 252 records. As you can see, 253 is a total number of rows, which includes a very first row, which is nothing but a column name. So I have to insert all of these records in one single go. How I will be able to do that? Let's try to understand. So here, guys, you will be able to find out in this like a schema section. So by default, this section will be open. Maybe you can try to click on this schema section. As you can see my like a mouse, right? So just try to click on this schema section and then try to like refresh this one if you are not able to see your table and your database. So I have a database called as Jara, and then I have a table called as product. Yeah. So I'm able to see a product table. I'm able to see a Jara database. Now what I can do is I can right click on this table, right? I can right click on this table, and then I can try to select this data import wizard. So there is something called as data import wizard, and there is something called as data export wizard. So here even you will be able to find out, even on like a database, if you're going to hover your mouse, you will be able to find out that table data import wizard. And if you are going to right click on the table itself, right, this is the product table that I have. So here you will be able to see a table data export plus import wizard. Now, so here lot of features you will be able to find out, but again, I'm not going to talk about all of these features for now. I will be talking about all of these things as we are going to progress inside this class. But yeah, so I will try to select this option called as import wizard. We have to import the data, right? We have to insert some data into our table. So we are going to use a table data import wizard. I will click over here, right? I'll click over here, and then I'm going to browse my file. So wherever my file is, in whatever location, whatever drive I'm trying to keep a file, I'm going to browse my file. First of all, I'm going to browse my data. Then I'm going to click on next. But before that, so table data import allows you to easily import CSV and JSON data file. So you have to keep your data in a CSV format, comma separated value format, and maybe into a JSON format, JavaScript object notation format. You can try to keep it. If you have these two kind of a data file, you will be able to import it. Yeah, otherwise you can convert it. That is also possible, right? Now here, so I can click on next, and once I'm going to click on next, so it is going to give you two options. One option is use existing table. So I have a table called as product, right? Table called as product inside a database called as Jara. You will be able to see all the list of table inside this one. Now there is another option called as create a new table, right? Create a new table. So automatically inside this one, so it is going to give you all the option for database selection. So in whatever database you would like to create a new table, you will be able to create it. So for example, if I'm going to select database is equal to Jara, and then I can try to give my table name over here, and I will be able to create it, right? And here I can select drop table if exist. So if table exists, drop it. Yeah. But I can try to select use existing table. I already have a table. I just wanted to use a same table which I already have. So here I can try to click on next. Very simple. Now the main part is here, right? The main part is here. So I have already created a table. Yep, I have already created a table, and in my table I have added a ID incremental column, and I have made it as a primary key. Okay, so here this mapping is pretty much important. The reason is very simple. So see, I had created a ID column, right, which was not a part of my actual data. But yeah, I just have created the ID column so that I can try to maintain the ID of the data 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 in an incremental way, and I have made it as a primary key so that it will be unique. Now, so it is by default trying to map my source column. Source column is coming from where? Source column is coming from my file, the CSV file which I have I'm trying to read. And then this is the destination column, the table in which I am trying to store the data. So here, right, so here whenever you are trying to perform these operations, so you have to make sure that this mapping should be correct. Yeah, this mapping should be correct. So as of now, product ID is trying to map with ID. It's not a correct mapping. Product ID should be mapped with the product ID itself. Product position with product position, promotion with promotion, product category with the product category, seasonal with a seasonal, sales volume with the sales volume, and rest is fine. So brand with the brand, and rest is completely fine. So rest is not having any kind of issue. Section, terms, scrapped, currency, price, description, name, SKU, URL, brand. Okay, so all checked, everything looks fine to me. Fine. Okay. Now then I will try to click on next. If you're not doing it right, if it is not able to find out a correct mapping, it is going to give you a successful, but it will not insert any record. Yeah. So just try to click on next, and then click on next once again. Now here it will start importing a data, and then finish performing the task. Click next to continue. So I'm going to click on next, continue, and then table jara.product has been used, and 252 records imported. Yeah, 252 records imported. I can click on finish. I can click on finish. Now here I can see that it is able to insert a record. It is able to insert a record inside my particular table, right, inside a particular table. Now, even if I'm going to like search it, I will be able to see a lot of records inside this one. A lot of records I will be able to find out inside this one. It simply means that it's been inserted somehow. Yeah. So as of now, total 510 records I have inserted twice, and then like a couple of more records I have done as an insertion. So yes, all my records has been inserted. Fine, all my records has been inserted. Now right click, and then I can try to even click on export. Export, and what and all column I would like to export, I can try to select it over here. Yeah, I can try to select it over here. I can even click on advanced, leave it this part. So I don't want to like do it from a query. So I will just try to export each and everything. So next, and then file path. So where you would like to like export it, in which file format you would like to export the entire data, download the entire data. So file path. So maybe I can try to like keep here Jara export Jara.csv. Yeah, Jara export Jara.csv. I can try to even export it as a JSON file. That's completely fine. So I can click on next. I can click on next, and it should be able to export all the record inside my data set. So here, if I'll go and if I'll try to check, so there is a folder called as Jara export. Inside that, there is a file called as Jara. And now if I'm going to check this file, right? So it must have like a, let me close this part. Yeah. So it must be having all of these records inside it. This is not the same one. I have already opened up one set of files. So yeah, leave it, then open it. So here you must be able to see that it has done an export of the entire data, right? It has done the export of the entire data in a CSV format, obviously, right? In a CSV format. So it has already done the like export of the entire data set. Simple. So import and export, both I will be able to do it in a bulk manner. As simple as that, with the help of simple right click and a UI interface. As simple as it, right? As it is. So with that, guys, thank you so much. See you again in my next lecture. Hope all of you we are able to understand that how we can do a import and how we can try to do a export operation with respect to a SQL data set. Thank you so much, everyone. Okay, guys, so till last lecture, we were able to create a table and we were able to insert a single record, multiple record, and a bulk record. Import, export, both we have seen. Now in this lecture, so I'm going to show you not just one or two query, but multiple queries. So many queries I'm going to show you, and I'm going to give you even an explanation about each and every query in a step-by-step manner. So let's go ahead and let's try to understand, starting from the basic query, and then I'll try not to introduce a very complex one in this one, at least, because we have like classes for complex queries as well going forward. We'll try to move at least till mid, but yeah, so this is going to be a very good learning experience for all of you in terms of finding out the data, in terms of like filtering out some of the things which is already available inside your table. So here, what we can do is, so we can first of all share the screen. I believe it's visible to all of us. Yeah. And then one by one, we can start writing a query. So before that, I can try to select my database called as Jara. So I can just try to say that use Jara, and yeah, so it will start using Jara, as you can see in this outcome. Now, so if I have to select the whole table and a whole data from a table, a very simple command that we generally use is called as select star from a table name, right? Or database dot table name, anything, right? Anything. So this is one of the simplest and a basic command that we used to write. So select a star and then from what? So from basically PRODUCTS products. So basically select star from this particular table name, and then we try to call the execution. Yeah, we try to call the execution. Now, so here, right? So here, this is what we do, and it is going to execute. It is going to execute select star from this table, and whatever data is available, whatever columns are available, so all of those columns, all of those data set will be available inside my result grid. Very simple, right? I can just go over here. I can try to like analyze one by one things. I can look into the data if I want. So each and everything I will be able to do it. And again, so basically I can try to like do some sort of export, import, and many other operation, right? So and many other operation I will be able to perform. Simple. Yeah, simple. I can even try to edit it from here itself. That is also possible. So I can edit the record if I'm looking for like editing the record. This is what a kind of a feature even your like MySQL Workbench provides you, a UI based feature that system is going to provide you. And even you can try to filter out rows over here. Now, so with the help of command, we are able to select each and everything, each and every columns. Now, if I have to select a specific column, right? If I have to select a specific column, for example, if I have to select maybe a name column and a price column, if I have to select name column and a price column, so how I will be able to select a name column and a price column? So what I can do is I can write over here that select name and price column, price price column, from where? So price, yeah, that's the spelling is correct. So from basically what? So from a product. Now if I'm going to execute it, it is going to select a name column and it is going to select a price column. Now whatever data is available inside my name column and whatever data is available inside my price column, so all of those data I will be able to fetch. Now, if I would like to fetch some other data, other column, I can just try to write it down as a name over here, right? I can just write a column name and I will be able to fetch the information. I will be able to fetch the record. Okay, this is completely fine. Now let's suppose if I would like to select this name column and price column, but I would like to see some different name over here. So I don't want to see a name as a column name and price as a column name. I would like to see something different. What different? So select instead of name. So I would like to see maybe a product name as a column name. Yeah. So name, I can write over here product, product, and then name. So this is the name which I would like to see. And then price as product, product, price from table. So product table, this one. So if I would like to see this, right? So product name and a product price. As you can see, now it's not showing my table column name is equal to name. It's showing basically a product name, whatever name that I have given, and it's not showing price. It's showing basically a product price. Yeah, product price. So this is nothing but it's a alias. So this is a alias which I'm trying to give. I'm just trying to like a rename in a runtime. So when I'm trying to see the entire record, right? Entire record at that point of a time, it is going to show me a product name and a product price. Is it going to change the original name? So it is not going to change the original name. As you can see, price and original name is not going to change, but yeah, so it is, right? So it is basically going to change a name when it is going to show you the record, as you can see. So this is how I can try to give a different name. So when I'm trying to query something. Okay, fine. Now, so let's suppose if I would like to filter out some of the record. Yeah. So I have this entire record, as you can see, right? I have this entire record, and here, so basically we have something called as product categories. Yeah, we have our product categories. So here, if I'll just try to browse, so I have a product categories called as clothing. And then we have seasonal is equal to yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. Promotion is equals to yes, no, yes, no, yes, no. Now this kind of a things that we have. Now let's suppose if I would like to filter out a data, if I would like to filter out a record out of this one, just based out of the promotion, that just show me all the records where promotion is running. This is the meaning of promotion, right? Yes and no. So just show me all the record where promotion is running, or show me all the record where promotion is not running. So how I will be able to filter out? So there is something called as a where clause. Yeah, where clause. So I can try to write a where over here, and based on the where clause, WHERE, so it is going to filter out a record for me. So what I can do is I can write over here that select all the column from this product table, right? And then I can write a condition. So where promotions. So promotion is one of the column name. Yeah, this is the column name. So promotion is equal to what? So promotion is equals to yes. If I'm going to write down this one, right? Write down this one. You must be able to see that it is trying to filter out only those records where promotion is equals to yes. Yeah, promotion is equals to yes. Even you can try to filter out based on the product position. So maybe end cap, maybe aisles, right? So end cap, aisles, we have front of the store, we have. So if you would like to like filter out the data where, or maybe if I would like to know that which product is kept on a front side, right? On a front of the store, which product has been like you are keeping it at a front of the store. So I can try to do that. Select all the column, which is the reason star from basically a products over here, PRODUCTS products, where basically this product 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 underscore POSITION 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 is equals to what? A front of the store. Now if I'm going to execute this part, yeah, now if I'm going to execute this part, so it is going to give me a list of all the product which has been listed on a front store. Simple. Yeah, front of the store based on the product position. So I'm able to filter out based on the where clause. So whatever kind of a where clause which I would like to write, I can try to write it down over here. Yeah, over here. Now let's suppose I would like to filter out a product based on maybe a pricing, and I would like to write the condition over here that give me all the product which is having like a price more than $100. Yeah, so give me all the product list of all the products, so where price is more than $100, I can do that as well. So here I can write that select star from basically products where yeah, so where basically the price of this product is where price of this product is greater than 100, and simple, it is going to give me all the records, as you can see, all the records where price is more than 100. Simple, right? Simple. So based on this greater than condition, greater than, lesser than, or equal to condition, I am able to filter out the data. Yeah, so I am able to filter out the data. Now let's suppose, right, let's suppose I have to write not just one condition but maybe a multiple condition. So I would like to like filter out basically a product based on the pricing, so where price is greater than 100. Along with that, so I would like to also filter out based on the promotions. So if promotion is yes, if promotion is up and running, yeah, promotion is up and running. So based on both, if I would like to filter out, will I be able to filter out? Yes, obviously I will be able to filter out those records as well. So here what I can write, select star from products where price is greater than 100, and I can write and clause over here, and clause over here. So and is again a reserved keyword, and clause, and here, so promotion is what? Promotion is equals to what? So promotion value is equals to yes. This is something which I can write. So it is going to check. So wherever both is true, and means if both will be true, then only it is going to give you the result. Yeah, then only it is going to give you the result. So this is where end comes into a picture, and here, so promotion is yes, and then price, as you can see over here, so price is more than $100 and promotion is yes, then only I'm able to get the record. Yeah, then only I'm able to get the record. So hope all of you are able to learn something, guys. Some of the queries that we are discussing over here, right, and it's pretty much fruitful for all of you. So in this way, we'll try to like improvise our query writing skill, by the way. So okay, this one we are able to do it now. So here we would like to, let's suppose maybe filter out some of the data based on maybe a seasonal and a price, or so by using a or condition. So either it should be a seasonal or like price should be more than 100. So either of condition is going to fulfill, or either of this condition is going to be true. It should give me some data. Here I have used and condition, right? So I think we all are aware about the and table. So when both is going to be true, it is going to give you true. If one of like things is going to be like a false, the entire things is going to be false. In case of or, either of like a things is supposed to be true. So it is going to give you the result. So here I have to filter out data based on the product and based on the season, basically. So I can try to like write where price is 100 and or season seasonal, right? Seasonal is equals to yes. So either price is like a greater than 100 or it should be seasonal, right? Or it should be seasonal. So if I'm looking for that record, yeah. So see, it is going to check either condition, right? Either condition it is going to check. So whatever record you are going to pick and choose, you will be able to find out that either seasonal is equal to yes, right? Or price is like lesser than, price is greater than 100 or both, because this is how OR table works. So OR table is going to give you 1 if any of the situation is going to be 1, or it is going to give you true if any of this situation is going to be true. For example, maybe I can try to draw a table for you. Generally, I discuss about this even in my like a Python classes. So if I'll talk about a OR table, so how OR table is going to work, by the way, guys. So OR table, let's suppose X and then Y, and then this is output. So true, 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 false, true, false, true, true, false, false, false. Means either of this condition is going to be true, it is going to give me true. Now here, so either this is going to be true or this is going to be true or both is going to be true, it is going to give me a result. So wherever it will first of all check like price greater than 100, okay, fine, give the result. Seasonal is greater than yes, like seasonal is equal to yes, give the answer. And if both is going to be true, again give the answer. So that's the reason you will be able to find out all the records over here, right? All the records over here. So maybe no, but price is greater than 100, it's giving me the result. Or maybe both the condition is going to be satisfied and then it is giving me the result. As simple as that. Yeah. So this is how this clause is going working, by the way. So we are able to write and, we are able to write basically or over here, right? Now, so we can try to write even a not condition. So and or is fine. We can try to write even a not condition. So here I can try to write down that select all the columns from products where I can select promotion. So not promotion is equals to yes. Yeah, not promotion is equals to yes. So it is going to give me all the results. So where promotion is going to be no, by the way. Yeah, promotion is going to be no. So where not. So this is basically a not clause. So and clause, not clause. Not is nothing but like just reverse of this. So I've given promotion is equal to yes. It will always not check for promotion is equals to yes. It will try to give you rest of the data. As simple as that. Yeah, as simple as that. Now, so there is something called as like clause, which I would like to discuss with all of you. So for example, if I have to just do some sort of a matching, right? So where it is matching with maybe JSC. So wherever name and then there is a matching called as JSC, give me all those records. I don't want to match with the exact one. Here we are matching with front of the store or maybe yes or maybe no, or some number comparison we are trying to do. So here what I would like to do is I would like to match just with JSC, okay, for example, right? So wherever this word will come, this combination will come in my particular column, give me all those records. So for example, I have a name column, right? So there is a jacket. So maybe I can try to write a clause over here, query over here, that select star all the columns, right? From basically products table. So where I can say over here that name is, right, the name of the product that we have. So name is basically where name, and then I can use a like command. Yeah, like clause over here. So where name is like what? So like basically quotes and then percentile over here and JACK and then quotes over here, quotes closing, and then over here inside that we can write a percentile. Yeah. So this is just a pattern I have given, as you can see, just a pattern I have given over here. Now let's try to execute. Let's see whether I'm able to get some answer or not. So here you must be able to see that wherever we have a JACK in name, yeah. So wherever we have JAC in my name, wherever, right, it is giving me all the record. So this is basically a pattern based filtering. So it is trying to check so whether before and after. This is percentile means before and after. So whatever is there before and after, that's not my concern. But yeah, it should contain JACK, and that is a result I am trying to yield. I'm trying to fetch out of this one. Fine. So I believe like this makes sense. Yeah, this makes sense. So again, simply you can try to like fetch all the description. So maybe I would like to like fetch. So where jacket is mentioned or puffer is mentioned inside the description, or slim fit is mentioned inside the description. So here maybe I can try to like call this one where description DESCRIAP description is like what? So inside a description, so I would like to like fetch all the slim fit. So wherever we have a slim fit inside the description, show me all the product. Yeah. So see, slim fit, slim fit, slim fit. Wherever we have a slim fit, right? Wherever we have a slim fit, I'm able to fetch all those records. As simple as that. So it is trying to match just this particular pattern, and wherever this pattern is matching, I'm able to filter out the data. Simple. Okay. Now let's move to the next section. Yeah. Let's move to the next section. So here we have multiple records. Yeah, so here we have a man section, and then we have basically some others. Women section, I'm assuming. I haven't looked into the data. So I can try to filter a product which is available in a men's section, or maybe which is available in a women's section. I can try to filter out all the product, and then maybe I can try to leave the rest. So maybe multiple categories filtration I have to do. So this is what I'm talking about, a multiple categories filtration. Even like a terms, jacket and t-shirt. So maybe I can try to filter something from a jackets, and all the jackets I can try to filter out, and t-shirt I can try to filter out together. This is what I'm talking about. Okay, let's do it. So select select a star from this product table where, right? So where section, right? Section is my column name, the last column name, ACCTION, section in, I can write in, and then I can write multiple things over here that, okay, check in this one and check in this one. Yeah. So maybe I can write that check with man section and check with WOMEN, woman section as well. And in either of this section, if my data falls, give me the record. Yeah. Give me the record. So this is what this one is going to perform, guys, by the way. So here you must be able to see that man. I believe there is no record for a woman, by the way. Yeah. Okay. There is no record for a woman. So maybe I can write this query for my other column, which is basically a terms column. So where terms in, TRMS, terms, this is a column name, right? And I can try to filter out maybe two items, shoes, SHOES, shoes and jeans. I would like to filter out only SHOES, shoes, and then I would like to filter out basically JEANS. Okay, so JEANS, shoes and jeans, and then I'm going to execute it. So now you will be able to see that it is giving you only those records where terms is equals to shoes and jeans, only shoes and jeans. So multi-filtration, right? Multi-filtration. Let's suppose I have a multiple categories. I don't want to see all the categories, but yeah, couple of categories I would like to see. I can just try to mention it over here, and then it is going to show me that. Yeah, it is going to show me that. So this is how in is going to work. I can write multiple things, shoes, jeans. I can write couple of more item over here, 10, 20 if I want. That's pretty much feasible. Yeah. Okay. Now, so this is a in clause and the in operation. So now I will try to show you some other operations. Select a star from PRODUCTS products where, right, where price in between. So there is something called as in between, right? Not in, price between. Yeah. So there is something called as between, a keyword basically. Now, so here I can try to mention between 100, price is basically between 100 and 150, 100 and 150. So here I'm trying to say that select a star from product where price is between 100 and 150. So give me only those records. So here you will be able to find out that whatever product that we have over here, which is like a price is basically 100 and 150, it is going to give me the records. Simple. Yeah, it is going to give me the record where price is basically between 100 and 150. So this is how basically this between clause is going to work, guys. Yeah, between clause is going to work. Now, so if I have to check that whether we have a null values in some of the column, for example, we had a name column, right? So I have seen some null values over here, even description, I have seen some null values. So let's suppose if I would like to check that whether we have some null values, yeah, whether we have some null values. So I can try to like check it over there. Yeah, check it over there. How I can check it? So I can try to do like a select star from products where WHERE, where I can write a name, right? Name is basically a column. So name is null. So is null is a clause which is again available. And okay, so there is only one column that I'm able to find out where we have like a name is equal to null. In that one we don't have a null, we have something else. Okay, so this is how I will be able to find out. Let me check with some other. So yeah, we just have only one null column. Yeah, so is null is again like one of these things. Now, so let's suppose we had a price column, right? In a price column, so I would like to like see all the record maybe into a price ascending order or maybe into a price descending order. Means like a high to low, low to high. Yeah. How I will be able to see that? So I can write over here that select a star from basically these products. So where, yeah. So where I can write over here, sorry, ascending order, right? So let's start from like products. Okay, just a minute, guys. So products. So let's start from products and in an ascending order, right? I have to see the product, let's suppose. So I can use basically, there is something called as order by clause. So product order by and then order by what? So price column, ASC. So ascending order, right? So DSC means like descending order, ASC means ascending order. So here it is going to show you the product price and all the data into an ascending order, as you can see. Yeah, into an ascending order, it is going to show you all the price. Now, similarly, in a descending order, if you have to see the data in a descending order, so DESC, in a descending order, you will be able to see the data. You will be able to see the information into a descending order. As you can see, from top to bottom, it will start showing you the data. As simple as that. So in a ascending order, in a descending order, you will be able to see the data. Now, let's suppose I'm trying to fetch all the records, right? I'm going to do like a select a star from and this products, and I would like to see not all the records, but maybe like 3 or 4 rows, right? 3 or 4 records. There is a command called as limit. So limit 4 if I'm going to say. So in that case, it is going to show me only 4 records. Simple, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 records, not including like a header over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 record, it is going to show it to me. As simple as that. So again, limit is one of the clause that you should know, right? And let's suppose I would like to see the record into price wise into an ascending order. Yeah, I would like to like see this entire price into an ascending order. Limit by 3, maybe 5. Yeah, maybe 5. So 5 record I would like to see over here, in a ascending order, but first 5 record I would like to see. So yeah, these are the data which I have inside my table, which I am able to see it. So pretty much easy, I believe, right, guys, everyone? Yeah. So here, let's suppose I would like to like find out that how many total number of record I have. Total number of record I have in my whole table. How many total number of records I have. So how I can do that? Select count and count what? So count star. Star means all the columns. So select count basically from what? So from basically this product table. Select count from the product table. So this is going to show me that the total number of record that we have over here, right? That we have over here. So this is basically aggregation command. Count is basically aggregation command. So total number of product that we have here, or total number of like a record that we have over here inside my table is 510. So this is what count is going to give me. Now, so let's suppose we had a price column, right? And I would like to see that from a price column, right? From a price column. So what is the average price? Means select the entire price divided by the number of price divided by number of record, which is 510. So I would like to see that what is the average AVG, right? Average as a function I can try to use, and then I can try to pass maybe a price column over here. So what is the average price from 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 this product table? Yeah. So what is the average price from this product table? So the average price of my product is basically $86.42. That is my average price, right? If I would like to know that what is the minimum price, so I can use a minimum as a function, right? I can use minimum as a function. I can try to pass a price over here, and then I can try to say that from 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 PRODUCTS products, right? So products now, so execute, and this is the minimum price. So minimum is again one of the aggregation function which is available. Now similarly, let's suppose from this product one, I have to find out what is a maximum price that I have for the product. Yeah, what is the maximum price? So I can try to find out maximum price. Maximum price is 439. So minimum price, maximum price, average price, count, everything we are able to find out in a easiest possible way. Yeah. So whether it's a max price, let's suppose this is the max price column name it is trying to showcase, right? Now I don't want to showcase as a max price. What I want to do is I want to give some alias. So max price as like M underscore PRIC. So it in this way. It will show it in that way. See, M underscore price, column name has changed. So this is just an alias which I have given, and I have already used like an alias even before. So I believe we all are aware about this part. Yeah, we all are aware about this particular part. Okay, so maximum price, minimum price, average price, all these things we are able to like get it. Yeah. Now, so inside our table, right, we have a column, and inside this column we have basically scrapped at, then we have let me see the whole data. Select a star from products. I will just try to show you a couple of things over here, guys. So currency, price, scrapped. Okay. So we have basically a terms, right? So inside a terms, you will be able to find out like a jacket or maybe a shoes, maybe a sweaters. You will be able to find out t-shirts. You will be able to find out. Yeah. So we have a multiple terms, and inside terms, we have a multiple categories. So inside a sweater, we have multiple product. Inside a jackets, we have a multiple products. Inside a t-shirt, we have a multiple products. Inside a shoes, we have a multiple products. Yeah, multiple products. Now, so basically, I would like to know that how many products do we have in jackets? How many products do we have in a shoes? How many products do we have in a t-shirt? Like that, right? I would like to know. So basically, it's called as a grouping operation, group by, yeah, group operation. So in a group, how many records we have? So it will go to that column called as terms, right? It will go to that column called as terms, and then it will try to find out the distinct item. How many distinct item do we have, right? And then inside in that distinct item, how many like total items we have? So here, what I can do is that I can try to write a query. Select TRMS terms, right? Select terms, and then just try to do a count, COUNT, count that we have already discussed. So count always goes for the count, right? And count star means count of the whole from what? So from this product table, right? Product table. And then I can call a clause called as group by clause. So group by which one? Which column? So terms column. Yeah. TRMS terms column. So now you will see the magic. Now you will see the magic over here. Let me execute. So here we had inside a terms column. So we had a variety of categories: jacket category, shoe category, sweater category, jeans category, tested categories. Now in a jacket category, we have 286 items. Shoes category, we have like 62 items. Sweater category, we have 82 items. Jeans category, we have 16 items. T-shirt category, we have 64 items. Yeah. In total, so you will be able to find out 510 items. Simple. So these are the overall major categories. So here I'm selecting terms. Terms means I'm selecting this terms, right? Then count star, and this group by is trying to like, it will go to the entire like column, right? It will try to find out the distinct, then group it, give it to you. And here what I'm trying to do, so I'm trying to perform the count operation based on the groups, right? I'm trying to perform the count operation. So going forward, I'm going to perform more such kind of operations, right? Okay, so this is called as a group by clause. Now, so here, what we can do is, so let's suppose we have to select a statement we are able to understand, right? Select a statement we are able to understand. Now, let's suppose we have to basically do some sort of a update operation. How many queries we are able to write so far? Okay. So now we have to, let's suppose, update some of the data. Okay. So what I would like to do is, so I would like to update all the record, which is, so for example, we have this table, right? We have promotion is equal to no and yes, and then we have a pricing. So here I would like to update this record, right? Update this record. So wherever pricing is greater than 100, condition will be, so wherever pricing is greater than 100, let's suppose I am running a promotion. So wherever pricing is greater than 100, running the promotion. So update the table, promotion is equals to yes. So this is what I would like to do. So how I can do that? So instead of using a select statement, I can try to use what? I can try to use a update statement. So update what? So update basically a table. So table name is basically product. So update table. Now, so what we are supposed to update? So here I'm going to use a set command. So update table set. Set what? So set promotion column name, promotion. Promotion is the column name. So promotion is equals to what? Set promotion is equals to yes, right? Yes, where price is greater than 100. So where price is greater than 100. So wherever price is greater than 100, do one thing, update the entire table. Yeah. Update the entire table wherever promotion, update the entire table. So wherever price is more than 100, make promotion is equal to yes. Means I'm running the promotion. Yeah. So this is the update command. So far we were talking about select. Select will try to give you the data. Update. So I'm going to use it to update the existing record. So, okay. Now, so I can try to filter out a record. Maybe like I can write over here that just to verify. So select star from this product table. So where price is greater than 100, maybe just for the cross verification. So price is greater than 100 and it is not able to update it permanently. Okay, not an issue. Okay, so I forgot to check the final status output in terms of update. So here it is giving me some error and it is telling me that you are into a safe mode. So yeah, there is an issue basically. So by default, your SQL workbench will be in a safe mode. Safe mode means it will not allow you to update or delete any kind of a record. So you can try to enable and you can try to disable a safe mode as per your need. For example, I would like to update some record, right? So what I can do is I can try to write it down over here so that I will be able to enable the disable the safe mode. So here there is a command called as set SQL. Here you will be able to find an underscore safe underscore updates is equals to 0. So this is something that you have to run. So once you are going to run this one, then try to run your update, and this time update will not give you any issue. As you can see, last time update was giving me an issue, but this time update is not giving me an issue. Now I can cross check with this one. So yeah, wherever we have price more than 100, it is able to update. Yeah, it is able to update. So just enable a safe mode. You can, if you would like to disable the safe mode. If you would like to enable once again, then you just have to change the value from 0 to 1. So 1 means safe mode is enabled. By default, it will be enabled. Yeah. And 0 means what? So 0 means safe mode is basically disabled. So now you will be able to go and you will be able to perform the update operation. So hope this is making sense to all of us. We are able to perform the update operation over here. Yeah. So fine guys, with that, thank you so much. And again, we have discussed a lot of queries over here. Now we are going to discuss a lot of like queries further after some time. Yeah. So in our next lecture itself. Okay everyone, so welcome to lecture once again. And guys, in this one I'm going to talk about difference between a little bit difference between I'm going to talk about a little bit difference between a delete and truncate basically. So first of all, to perform a delete operation, delete is a DML, data manipulation language operations that we are going to perform. You have to enable this safe update, so it should be 0 if it is going to be 1, which is by default in a MySQL workbench. It is not going to allow you to delete some of the record. Okay, now let's do one thing guys. So let's try to do some sort of a select operation. Select a star from product I'm going to write, and yeah, so I have a record. I'm able to fetch those record. Now let's suppose I would like to perform a delete operation based on a certain condition. Yeah, certain condition means row by row. If I would like to delete something, so maybe what I can do is, so I can try to delete all the record where sales volume is lesser than 1500. Yeah, I would like to delete all the record where sales volume is lesser than 600. How I can do that? So here I can write, so delete from delete from table. So basically my table is product, so delete from tables, and then I can write a condition over here that where sales volume is lesser than basically 1500. Yeah, so I can just try to execute this part, and it is going to like delete 83 row is been affected, that I can see. And here, so if you are going to check now, select start from product table, so you will be able to find out that all the data where sales volume was lesser than 1500, all of those data has been deleted. So delete, always try to delete a record row by row, row by row, row by row, row by row. As simple as that. Okay, as simple as that. Now, even when I'm trying to delete something, so I can try to call a commit to do some operation permanently. I can even try to do a rollback operation, so which I'm going to discuss in the future. Now here, if I'm going to write something like a truncate, truncate, and then table, and then I'm going to write like a product table. Now let's see what is going to happen. So here, truncate table product, and it is showing me that 0 row affected. Yeah, it is showing me that 0 row affected. It simply means that it is deleting the table, but it is not a DML operation. So not a row by row, record by record operation, data manipulation language operation. It's something different. It's a data definition, means it's trying to work on the whole table all together, right? And then it is trying to perform some sort of operation for me. Now, if I'll try to do a select operation, let's see whether I will be able to find data or not. There is no data. So what truncate has done? Truncate has basically truncated the entire data set, whatever is available. And it's basically, and it's just showing that there is a 0 row affected, right? 0 row affected means there is no row affected, means it is trying to work on the complete data definition itself, means it is wiping out the whole data all together. Yeah, whole it all together. Now we'll try to understand that whether I can recover this data which I have deleted, which I have truncated based on the truncate command or delete command or not in future. Yeah, in future. But yes, a difference between delete and truncate is delete is a DML manipulation, row by row you can do it. Truncate, DDL, data definition. So on a whole data, it is going to do it. Delete is going to be slower. Truncate is going to be faster. Now, so the same equivalent command for a delete, if I have to delete all the record is, so delete, and then I can write like a table, and then I can write a table name, PRODUCT. So this is a equivalent command, basically PRODUCTS. Yeah. So delete table and then product. So this is the equivalent command of this truncate, but again, both are different operation. One is a DML, one is a DDL. DML means row by row, row by row, row by row. It is going to perform the operation. Now, if it is performing a row by row operation, obviously it's going to be more time taking as compared to the operation that I'm trying to perform on an overall basis. So as of now, guys, this is something that we should know. Obviously, in future, I'm going to discuss more and more about it. Yes, more differences between a delete and truncate. Till then, thank you so much everyone. Take care and see you again in my next lecture video. Welcome to lecture everyone. Now in this lecture guys, so we are going to understand some of the additional queries with respect to a same database that we have created called as Jara, and inside Jara, so we have created a table called as product table. So there are so many different kind of queries guys. For example, a filtering operation, or maybe a limiting operation, maybe a order by clause, or many more other things we are going to understand in this particular chapter. So let's begin this chapter and let's try to understand. So if you remember, in a previous section, so we have already created this particular database called as a Jara database, and inside that, so we had a table called as product table. Now inside this product table, so we have multiple columns, as you can see. So ID column, product ID column, product position column, promotion column, product category column, seasonal, sales value, brand, URL, SKU, and many more things. Now, so we were able to write a lot of queries, a basic one, by the way, with respect to this entire table. Now what we will do is that we will try to again write a couple of more queries so that we can try to understand a SQL command in a detailed way. So let's try to write a lot of queries we are going to write, by the way, in this one. So let's start doing it, guys. So here we all know that if I have to select the entire column or entire data which is available inside my table, so I can simply write select star. Star means select all the columns, select all the column and select all the records from this particular table. And yes, we are able to get all the record over here. Now, if we have to select maybe a specific column, so I can try to write over here that select a column name. Maybe I have to select a product ID column. So SELECT, select PRODUCT underscore ID. I can try to write, maybe I can try to write promotion over here. Maybe I can try to write a URL over here. Maybe I can try to write a SKU over here. And then I can write a table name, PRODUCTS, product table name. Now, if I'm going to execute this particular part, it is going to give me only these many columns: a product ID column, promotional, URL, SKU, and from the product table, right? So as you can see, this is the data that we are able to receive. That's completely fine. Now, let's suppose we are trying to fetch this entire column. So this entire column, and we would like to give our own name to this column. So I don't want this product ID in my final like a table or data that we are able to receive. So what I want is I want some of my own name. Maybe I want product ID as a PID. Yeah, promotion as maybe a PR, URL maybe as it is, or SKU as a S, basically. So as S. So here after this S, I'm trying to write some sort of a name. Now this name will behave as an alias. Alias means, so instead of using this particular name, obviously it will try to fetch a data from a product ID. It is going to fetch a data from a promotion. It is going to fetch a data from a URL. It is going to fetch a data from SKU, but it is not going to give a name, same name. It is going to give an alias that we are trying to give over here in a run time. So it is not going to make a changes permanently, by the way. So as you can see, PID, PR, URL, S. So these are the name that I have given. So for URL, I have not given any kind of alias, by the way. So for like a product ID, promotion, and for SKU, I have given an alias. And yes, it is trying to give me a data based on these column name that we have mentioned over here. As simple as that, right? Very simple. So whenever I have to give an alias, I can try to use this one. But remember, so even if I'm going to select this one, query number, this 26 number line, so it is going to give me the original one. So it simply means that it is trying to change a name of the column in a runtime. So when we are trying to execute it and when we are trying to see a data, only at that point of a time, it is trying to give an alias. It is trying to use an alias, but in my original table, right? But in my original table, there is no changes at all. There is no changes at all means there is no changes at all. Okay. So that's amazing. Now here, so let's suppose if I have to fetch maybe a name and a price, right? Name and a price. So there is a column name called as name, right? And there is a column name called as price. So I would like to fetch a data from this name column and from this price column. Fine. So name column and a price column, so that it will be able to show me a name of the product and price of the product. But But the catch over here is that it should show me a price in a ascending order or maybe into a descending order. So maybe like starting from top to bottom or maybe bottom to top, it should show me a price. So how I will be able to write a query for that, where it is going to select a name of the product and then it is going to select a price, but it should show me in a ascending order or maybe into a descending order. So top down or maybe into a bottom up. Simple. So I can write select and then select a name column first of all, and then select what? Select a price column. So both the column I am able to select. Then what I will do is, so from select name and price from a table called as products, PRODUCTS, products. And then here I can try to write maybe a order by clause. So ORDER, order by. So order by is a clause which is already available inside a MySQL. And order by what? So order by a price column. Yes, order by a price column, by the way. And I can try to mention, so in a ascending order ASC, or into a descending order, so DESC. So here I have written ASC. So in a ascending order, try to show me a price. So here you will be able to find out that it is starting from a smallest price. It is showing me all the name, right? Name of the product. But it is trying to start a price from like a lower one. And then in a ascending order, it is trying to show me all the information. It is trying to show me all the data. Similarly, so if I'm looking for the same information on top of the price, but into a descending order. So what I can try to write? So I can write DESC. Yeah, DESC, small or caps, both is going to work. So DESC. Now you will be able to see that the price it is trying to list down is available into a descending order. So the highest one is a first, and then the lowest, then the lowest, then the lowest, and so on. So this is how you will be able to print this entire information into a ascending order or into a descending order. So this is one of the query. Now, so let's suppose someone is asking you a question that try to give me only a first 5 record. Yeah. Try to give me only first 5 records. So how you will be able to give first 5 record? So I can try to write maybe a select a star from this product, PRODUCTS, products. This is going to give you the entire data from the entire table. Now there is a command called as a limit command, which is going to limit a result, the result that you will be able to see. So select a star from product. So select everything which is available inside a product table, but just try to show me a first 5. So this is something which I'm going to execute, and you will be able to see that it is going to show me a first 5 record out of my table. Simple, right? First 5 record from my table. Now, someone is going to ask you another question that, okay, do one thing, show me a 5 record from this table, right? Show me a 5 record from this particular table. But this 5 record should come after 3 record or maybe after 5 record. What is the meaning of this? So let's suppose there is a lot of records in my there is a hundreds of record in my table. So I don't want a first 5. What I want is, so my count or my product showcasing should start from maybe from a 4th record. Yeah, 4th record. So here I can try to write limit 5. That's completely fine, which is going to give me a 5 record, but there is a command to control the starting point. Starting point means from where it should showcase a first 5 record. So I can try to use a command called as offset, right? Offset. Now let's suppose if I'm writing offset 3, it simply means that that first, second, third will be skipped, and then the count for 5, limit 5. So count for 5 is going to start from 4. So 4, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, it is going to showcase me as a record. So execute, and then you will be able to see that starting from where? Starting from 4th record. ID is equals to 4. So it is trying to start from a 4th record, and then it is giving me a 5, like a record till 8, means first 5 record, but count is going to start from 4th. So this is the meaning of a offset. Offset means skip the first 3 one. Simple. Skip the first 3 one and then start showing me the final record. Okay. Now, so next query that we are going to execute over here is something with respect to arithmetic operation. So let's suppose someone is asking me a question that there is a price column which is available, right? There is a price column which is available. Now, show me a data, right? Show me a data or show me a price what will be a price after giving maybe like a 10% of discount, right? After giving a 10% of the discount, let's suppose if I'm going to apply a 10% discount on a price, then what will be my price? So this is called as arithmetic operation. So let's try to do a arithmetic operation over here. So here what I will do is, so I can try to write select what? Select name of the product, maybe select a price, then select again a price, but this time, so just try to select a 90% of the price. So price into 90 I'm trying to do, right? Price into 90 I'm trying to do. So whatever price that we have, so I will try to show you just a 90% of that particular price, and then I'm going to give an alias so that you will be able to understand. So discounted underscore price from what? So from basically a product table. So now here you will be able to find out there is a error. So name and price as this one. So table Java product doesn't exist. Products, it should be a S. Okay. So now execute it. And now you will be able to see that there is a name column, there is a price column over here, and here is a discounted price that I'm able to find out, right? There is a discounted price which I'm able to find out. So I will be able to perform any kind of a arithmetic operation on top of any kind of a numerical column which is available inside my database. Okay, that's completely fine. So I can try to do a multiplication, I can try to division, addition, whatever I want, I can just try to do it happily over here. Just like a simple normal arithmetic operation that we try to perform all the time. Now, so let's suppose someone is asking you a question that there is a brand column which is available and there is a name column which is available. So do one thing, just try to attach or just try to concatenate a brand column name and a name column name. So brand column name and a name column. So whatever data is available in brand, just attach it, or maybe just try to concatenate it, and then whatever data is available inside a name column, so just try to concatenate it and then try to give me a data. Okay, I can do that as well. So here I can try to write maybe a select a brand and then a name separately so that I will be able to show you that part. So select a brand column name column name, and then try to create one more column. And here, so I'm going to use concatenate over here. So do we have a concat? Yes, we do have a concat over here. Now inside concat, right? This is an inbuilt function. So I'm going to concatenate name, and then in between, maybe I can try to place something. So maybe hyphen I'm going to place, and then I'm going to write a brand over here, and I'm going to give an alias, right? So combined underscore name is an alias from where? From a products basically table. And here, so it is going to show me a brand column name. So yes, name column, and then combined name is brand and name. So name and brand which we have combined, and there is a hyphen in between. So here I will be able to do even a concatenation operation, or this is the function which is an inbuilt function already available inside. Yeah, this is the inbuilt function which is already available inside. So I will be able to do a string concatenation operation the way we try to do a string concatenation operation in any programming languages. So in the similar manner, I'm able to perform that operation as well. So yes, these are the small queries, guys, that we are able to run. So with that, thank you so much. See you again in my next lecture. So where I'm going to show you again multiple queries. Okay, so welcome again, guys, and let's try to execute a couple of more queries and try to understand SQL in a better and better way. So it's an ocean, and in terms of commands, so we can write infinite number of command over here. So in terms of filtering out the data, and that depends upon the nature of the data as well. So here, till last class, I was trying to show you basically different kind of operation, like a concatenation operation, or maybe alias, as I have shown you, maybe order by clause I have shown you, maybe a arithmetic operation in between you can try to apply. So that is also I have shown you. So multiple things, limit, offset, multiple things we have already seen. Now let's start like talking about some of the more operation over here. So now if I'm going to ask you that try to filter out some of the data based on some of the condition. For example, so if I'm going to write over here, select a star from products, 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 right? So this is going to give me the entire table data. Select a star from PRO PRODUCTS. Yes. So this is going to give me the entire table data as we can see, right? It is going to give me entire table data over here. Now, so there is a column called as promotion. Yeah, there is a column called as promotion. Now I would like to filter out all the record out of this table. So where promotion is running, it simply means that where promotion is equals to yes, because inside this promotion column, so we have a data called as yes or no, yes or no, yes or no. So how I will be able to filter out? Simple. So I can try to write over here. So select a star or maybe like a so select the entire table from basically PRODUCTS products. So I can write a where clause over here. So I think I have already discussed about a where clause in my previous classes, but let's try to talk about that once again because it's a very important one. So select a star from a products, which is a table. So where I can try to write, so column value, which is a promotion. So promotion is a column name, MOTION. Promotion is equals to what? Promotion is equals to yes. So wherever inside a promotion column, it will be able to find out value is equals to yes, it is going to give me that particular data set. So let me execute that part, and yes, we are able to get all the data where promotion is equals to yes. As simple as that, right? Let's suppose I have to apply the similar kind of a condition, but on promotion is equals to yes and seasonal is equals to yes, right? So I don't want any kind of a record. As you can see inside a seasonal, so I have some no kind of a record. But what I want is that from this promotion column, it should be yes, promotion should be up and running, and it should be a seasonal product, right? It should be a seasonal product, means seasonal should also be yes. Wherever both of this condition is going to satisfy, means promotion is equals to yes and even seasonal is equals to yes, give me that particular record. Okay, it will be able to give you that particular record, guys. So select, I'm going to write the additional things inside the same query. So where promotion is equals to yes, and then I can try to write and clause. I believe I have already talked about and clause, right? So I can write and over here, and so and will check truthfulness of both the condition. Yeah, both the condition. So where promotion is equals to yes and SEASONAL, seasonal is equals to what? Seasonal is also yes. So wherever both of this condition is going to satisfy, it is going to give me only that record. So now all promotion yes, all seasonal yes. I'm able to filter out that particular data set. Okay, now so let's suppose I'm talking about a range, right? So I'm talking about a range. So if I'm asking a shop owner, this is a table, right? And if I'm asking a shop owner that try to show me all the product which is having a price in between maybe a $50 to $100, because maybe that is my budget. Yeah, that is my budget. So I'm going for a shopping, and I can try to ask maybe a shopkeeper that, okay, only show me those products so which is having a price range between $50 to $100. Yeah, $50 to $100. Okay, fine, inclusive. So I can write over here that select a star from this products basically where price is a column name, PRIC, price. So where price I can write over here BETWEEN between clause. So price between, right? Price between a 50 and inclusive, right? So 100, 50 and $100. So this is the between clause I can try to use. So it is going to fetch all the record, where price is between 50 to 100, right? 50 to 100 over here. So as you can see, it is only trying to fetch only those records. So where price is between $50 to $100, as simple as that. Okay. Now, so next one, right? Next one is basically a group by and count operation. Let's try to perform. Now, what I will be able to achieve with the help of group by count operation. So see guys, even in my previous classes basically, so I talked about, not in a last class exactly. So before that class, if you are going through this entire class in a sequence, so you must have seen that I talked about a group by clause. So what group by does is that group by try to create a grouping based on the common in nature. So whatever commonality or whatever like a common data that we have provided. So based on that, it will try to create a grouping. For example, like we have apple, we have orange, and then we have like a watermelon. And if I'm going to ask a person that, okay, can you please segregate it? So what person will do? So person will try to observe a similarity in nature. So wherever they will find a similar kind of a nature with respect to the apple, they will try to segregate it in one basket. Same thing will be done for a orange, same thing will be done for a watermelon. So in the similar manner, so here we can try to apply a group by operation. And on top of it, so if I'm going to ask that, okay, how many data we have, or how many apple we have in an apple basket, how many orange we have in an orange basket, and how many watermelon we have in a watermelon basket. So count operation, right? So in every group, how many data we have, or how many entities we have, how many objects we have, we can try to count. So this is where a group by count operation is going to come into a picture. Yeah, group by count count operation will come into a picture. So here, as you can see, we have a product category. Yeah, we have something called as product category over here, and we have a different kind of a product category. Yeah, we have a different kind of a product category. So product category is a column name, as we can see. Yes, product category is basically a column name, as we can see over here. Now what I want is that try to show me that how many first of all, how many different kind of a product category that we have. First thing. Second thing is that in one particular category, yes, in one particular category, how many record we have. Simple, right? So how many product category we have? So that will come from a grouping operation. So we can try to group all the product category together. So clothing will come together, and then other categories will come together. And then inside that particular category, how many entities, how many data we have, so that we can try to apply a count operation. So let's do it, guys. Let's do it. So here what I will do is that select product underscore CATAGORY product category, right? Product category. And then try to apply a count operation over there. So count static over here. And as I can try to give a alias. So total underscore product is an alias that I'm trying to give from where? So from my PRODUCTS products table, right? Product table over here. And I can try to write down over here that group by clause I can try to write, and group by what? So group by this product category column. So first of all, it is going to perform a group by operation based on the different kind of a product category. And then in each and every category, what is a number of a data which is available to me. So which is available. So it is going to give it to me. So here, let me execute this query, by the way. And okay, I think I'm not able to execute. Product category, total count product, this unknown column product category. Okay, maybe I have made a mistake. So product CATEGORY. I have written TA. Now execute once again. And here, so we are able to find out that we have one product category only, which is a clothing product category. Yeah, we just have only one product category, and which is a clothing product category over here. And inside this clothing product category, so we have total count is equals to 252. Simple. So there is only one product category, guys, that is available to us. And we don't have any other product category. Now, so on the same one, if someone is going to ask me a question that, okay, for this category, count is completely fine. Can you give me the average price? So average price for this particular category. So I can try to write it down. Average AVG, I can try to call. And then inside that, I can try to call a price. So what is the average price? And I can write alias. So average price as AVG underscore P. Yeah, average price. So now let's try to understand that what we will be able to get. So as you can see, there is a product category called clothing. Total product is basically inside that category is 252, and average price for this particular category is $86.252540, right? $252540. So after doing a group by operation, so for a particular group, I am even able to perform this average operation on a grouping, right? On a grouping, I'm able to perform this average operation. Okay, that's completely fine. Now, so let's suppose, let me choose some different column. So product position. So let me select a product position, select, and then there is a product position from PRODUCTS products. And execute. Let me check. Okay, so product position. So we have a different kind of a product position. So instead of using a product category, guys, what I can do is maybe I can try to use a product position over here, so that I will be able to show you a different kind of a grouping. So I'm just changing this column name from product category to a product position. So here we have three kind of a product position. So aisles and then end cap and then front of the store. And in this aisle category, so we have 97, average price is 88, then 88.78, then end cap we have total product 86, and then average price is basically 81, front of a store 69, and then average price is 88.89. So whichever they are trying to showcase in a front of the store, so their price is little bit higher as compared to the other one. That makes sense, by the way, that makes sense just by looking into a data. Now, on top of this, right, on top of this, so we can try to even perform a different kind of a operation. Yeah, different kind of a operation. So here, what we want is that what is a minimum sales and what was a maximum sales based on the product position that we have. Means we have three product position, so aisles and then end cap and then front of the store. We are able to find out total number of product. We are able to find out average product. Now someone is asking me that what was a minimum sales volume you have and what is a maximum sales volume you have. So we have a sales volume over here, right? We have a sales volume over here. So what is the minimum and what is the maximum sales volume do we have? So maybe we can try to print it down here. So let me write down in this way. So select, okay. So maybe there is a copy paste mistake. So select and here, so I can try to write down average price as AVG and then here, so minimum, right? So minimum I can say sales underscore, this is the column name, sales underscore VOLUME, sales volume as min underscore sales and maximum sales volume. So sales underscore VOLUME, sales volume as a max sales volume and then this one. Yeah. Now let's try to execute. Now here, so minimum sales was 558 and the maximum sales was 2899 for aisle product category, right? And for end cap, so 622 and minimum and maximum is 2968 and front of the store, so minimum was 529 and 2870. So minimum sales and the maximum sales based on the sales volume column, I'm able to find out. So again, just an addition based on the group by operation. So I have just grouped it. And then on top of this grouping, I'm just trying to perform a different kind of a operation. Now someone is asking me a question that in the same query, right? In the same query, so you are trying to show me basically a total product, average price, basically a minimum sales and a maximum sales. Now try to show me even a sum of the sales volume, means a total sale. Basically sum of the sales volume means a total sale. Just try to show me. Okay, I can try to call sum and inside that I can try to call my column name. So sales underscore VOLUME, sales volume, and I can give an alias as a total underscore sales. Yeah, total underscore sales. Now let's try to execute it. So I will be able to see even a total sale. So from a aisle category, so this is the total sale. From an end cap category, this is the total sale, and front of the store, this is the total sale that I'm able to find out. Okay. So again, this is a sum operation I'm able to perform, and all this operation I'm trying to perform on a particular group. So after doing a group by operation, so I'm able to perform all of these operations. Okay, fine. Now, so here, what I wanted to showcase is that count a product per promotion status. Yeah, count a product per promotion status. Now, what is the promotion status, by the way? So we have a promotion column, as we can see, and promotion is basically yes and promotion is basically no. Yep, promotion is basically yes and promotion is basically no. Now someone would like to know that how many product is having a promotion yes and how many product is having a promotion no. How I will be able to find out? Pretty much easy. So select and then PROMOTION, promotion, right? And then just try to call count basically a star, and count as maybe I can give an alias. So count underscore promotion underscore PRODUCT product from basically PRODUCTS products table. Okay. So now it is going to show me promotion. Yes, I think I have. Okay. Sorry. I forgot to mention a group by. So group by GROUP group by what? So group by PROMOTION promotion. Okay. So group by promotion. So just group it based on the promotion. So we have promotion. Yes, we have promotion. No. So on 132 product, there is no promotion that we are running. And on 120 product. So yes, there is a promotion that we are trying to run as of now. Right. So on 120 product, there is a promotion. On 132 product, majority of products. So we are not running any kind of a promotion so far. Okay. Again, pretty much cool, right? Cool for all of us. Now, so there is a column called as brand column. Let me check what is there inside a brand column first of all. So select BRAND brand from PRODUCTS products table. Fine. So select a brand column. So we have a brand Jara. So brand is, by the way, only Jara that we have, as we all know. And here, so we can't do much with respect to a brand. So let me check some other columns, so which I can do some sort of a grouping operation. Seasonal we have, so SKUs we have a name, so name will be distinct. We have a description, price, currency is scrapped at section. Okay, let me check section column. I'm just trying to take a different kind of a column so that you will be aware about it. SECTION section from the product. So let me check what are there. Okay, so I think we'll be having man and woman over here. Okay, now so here I would like to know that how many man have purchased basically. What were the sales volume with respect to a man, with respect to a woman? This is something that I will be able to understand, that whether man is buying more or woman is buying more for my particular brand. So here what we can do is, so maybe we can try to select over here. So select a section, and then inside this section, so I would like to perform a count operation. So count all as product by, and then group by. Yeah. So group by section. So group by section, and then tell me, so what is the count that we have? What is the count of the record that we have? So unknown column section. So there is SECTION. No, there is a section column that I can see. So yes, there is a section column, and section. Sorry. So product by, I forgot to mention a table name itself. So from PRODUCTS product. That was the issue, by the way. Yeah. So men product by is 218 and women product by is equals to 34. So men are buying more as compared to women, as you can see. The assumption was pretty much reverse. Even I was thinking in a reverse way that it should be more for a woman and less for a man. But turns out to be men are buying. Maybe they are doing a shopping for their women. Possible, right? Can't say much on that part. But yeah, there is a possibility, right? There is a possibility over there. Okay. Now, so here I would like to understand that what is a sales volume, right? What is a sales volume with respect to a men and with respect to a woman? Yeah. So what is the sales volume with respect to a men and with respect to a woman? So I can try to understand that part as well. So maybe I can try to take this one and then product, and then I can try to write sales and underscore VOLUME, sales volume. So count as a product and just try to do a group by operation. Okay, so let me just rephrase my query over here. So we have a section, right? So select section. Section is going to give me men and women, by the way. Section from PRODUCTS products. Okay, so section is basically men section and a woman section. That's completely fine. Men and women I'm able to get as a data. Now what I would like to perform over here is that try to perform a group by operation based on section. So select section from a product and then group by section. Okay, fine. So if I'm going to perform a group by operation, so it is going to group man and woman, as we can see. Yeah, so we are able to do a grouping operation based on men and women. Okay, now on top of this, right, on top of this, I would like to filter out that what is a sales volume for a men and what is a sales volume for a woman. Yes, so what is the sales volume for a men and what is the sales volume for a woman? So here I can try to extend a same query and I can try to write sales underscore volume, sales volume, as total sales, maybe total sales, right? So sum of, so select basically this section column and then try to give me this summation of a total sales. So total sales for men was 3,96,199 and total sale for a woman was 63,374. Okay, fine, that's great. Now so here if I would like to apply a filter, right? If I would like to apply a filter that show me only that section, right? Show me only that section. So where total sales is more than 100,000, means more than 1 lakh. Yeah, more than 1 lakh. So here on top of this one, on top of this total sale, if I have to write a condition, so how I will be able to write a condition over here? So I can try to do a group operation and then I can use a clause called as having clause. So there is a having clause. Yeah, there is a having clause I can try to write. And then I can try to mention over here that total sales, the alias column alias name that I have created. So total sales is greater than 100K, greater than basically 100K. So now if I'm going to execute it, it is going to show me only men. It will not try to show me a woman. So what I'm trying to show you over here, that how we can try to use a having clause with a group by. So we have grouped something, right? We have grouped something. Now on top of that group, if we have to apply a filter operation on a group label, yes, if I have to apply a filter operation on a group label, I will be able to apply it with the help of what? With the help of having clause. So it is going to perform a grouping operation first and then it is going to apply a filtering operation on top of this one. So this is where a having clause, guys, comes into a picture. Okay, now so you can say that we are trying to use a having clause. So why can't we use a where clause over here? Okay, so why can't we use a where clause? So where we can write a where total sale is more than 1 lakh. Will I be able to get a result? So here it is giving me an issue. So it is giving me an issue saying that you have error in your SQL syntax. Check a manual that corresponds to your MySQL server version. So this is having an error. So I can't use a where clause in this particular place. So will I be able to use a where clause with respect to a group by? Is it possible, right? That's the next question, because here, so instead of using a having clause, I'm using a where clause to filter out a record with respect to a group by, and it is showing me a problem. Right, it is showing me a problem. So it is not allowing me to perform this kind of operations with respect to a group by. So let me show you a couple of more queries, guys. So where I will be using a where clause and then I will be using even a group by clause, and then I'll try to come to the conclusion that where I should use having and where I should use a where clause, because that's again a very important part. Yeah, very important part. So here, what I will do is that I'll try to write one simple query. So select section, yeah, section, and then I will try to apply a like just write a section over here as of now. Yeah, just write a section over here, and from a products, 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 fine, table. Now I can write over here that where seasonal, SEASONL, seasonal is equals to yes, fine. So we know that it is going to filter out a data. So wherever this condition will be met, wherever this condition will be met, so it is going to filter out the data and it's going to show me the section column. As simple as that. Okay, that's cool. That's cool over here. Now, so this is the data we are able to extract. That's completely fine. Yeah, that's completely fine. So wherever seasonal is equals to yes. So where is helping me out to filter out the whole data. So whatever data is available inside the table. I'm not doing a grouping as of now, right? I'm not doing a grouping. Now, on top of this, if I'm going to ask you that how many data we have after applying this condition, after applying this where condition, so how many data we have of in a men and in a woman section, where seasonal is equals to yes, how many data we have inside a men and inside a woman. So this is able to filter out just a men and women based on seasonal is equals to yes. Simple, right? So obviously I have to write a count operation over here. So count static and count, I can write a column name as maybe section count, fine, as a section count. Now if I'm going to execute it, is it going to work, by the way? Execute? Now it is not going to work. So because count I'm trying to perform, right? Count as a section count. So it is looking for some grouping operation. Unless and until you are not going to do a grouping operation, it is not going to perform a count operation, right? What it will do what it will do with the counting operation? It is not going to count a row by row. There is no meaning of it, right? So here I can try to write basically a group by, right? Group by a section, and now it will work obviously. So group by a section. And now I'm able to get that. Okay. So after doing this filtration, right? After doing this filtration, so we are trying to perform men and women, and we are able to create a group men and women, and then there is a section count for men is equals to 106, for women is equals to 22. So where seasonal is equals to yes. So see, the major difference between this query and this query, if I'll try to explain you, so you will be able to find out that with group by you can't. So if you have a groups, right? So if you have to filter something out of the group, again remember, if you have to extract or if you have to filter something out of the group, you will not be able to use a where clause. You have to use a where clause where you are trying to perform an operation on a whole data without using any kind of a grouping. On a groups, if you have to apply some sort of a condition, right? On a group, if you have to apply some sort of a condition, then you can try to use having clause. But if you have to apply a condition on a whole data, then what? Then where clause. This is the difference between, guys, where and a having clause. So whenever you are going to use it, so please try to use it accordingly so that it is going to help you out in fetching a different kind of a record. So group by we are able to understand, having we are able to understand, and then difference between where and having also we are able to understand. So hope all of these things are going well for all of you are able to learn. Plus I have already attached an assignment inside your dashboard. So please make sure that you are doing an assignment, because believe me, it will help you out. Right? It will help you out. Assignment is the only way by which you will be able to, understand things, and you will be able to apply things in a smoothest possible manner. So with that, thank you so much, everyone. Take care. See you again in my next lecture. Bye-bye, everyone. Okay, so welcome back once again, guys. Now in this lecture, I'll be talking about join operation. Not specifically in this lecture, in a series of episodes, I'm going to talk about a join operation. But I don't want to show you those join operation just with respect to XYZ kind of random tables. I would like to consider a proper use case. I would like to do a proper data modeling for all of you. And with the help of that, I would like to talk about a join operation and many more series of operations with respect to MySQL. Now, So what is the use case that we are going to consider? So today I'm going to talk about a complete use case of sales and marketing. So let's suppose you have a product, then you have a customer, you are running a marketing, you have a sales representative. All of this situation comes into a picture, and then we are going to do a data modeling. You will be able to see one-to-many relation. You will be able to see many-to-many relation over here. And then eventually, one by one, I'm going to talk about a complete join operation one by one, one by one. So let's move ahead and let's start talking about these operations. So here I'm going to consider a SQL file. So now in this SQL file, so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to create a database first of all. So create database, and I'm going to keep a name of this database as marketing underscore sales. Yeah, sales. So this is a database I'm going to create, and throughout this entire lecture or series of the lecture, I'll be talking about this particular database. So use marketing underscore sales database, so that it will be using a marketing sales database all the time. Okay, now, so what is a table that we are going to create over here? So let's do it one by one, one by one, one by one. Like I said, that it's a marketing sales kind of example, right? So I'm going to create first of all a customer table, not just one table. So multiple table I'm going to create. So there is a customer table, and again, schema is very simple. There is a customer ID, there is a customer name, there is an email ID, phone number, and there is a sign up date. Okay, fine. Now customer ID I'm going to consider as a primary key so that I can show you a relationship in between. Fine, execute it. Now customer table is created inside this database. Now after customer table, so I'm going to create a product table. So inside product table, so we have a product ID column, we have a product name column, we have a product category column, we have a price column, and we have a product launch date over here. Okay, let's try to execute this product table. So we have a customer table now, we have a product table over here now, and then I'm going to run, let's suppose, a marketing campaign, right? Marketing campaign I'm going to run. So there will be a campaign ID and there will be a campaign name that we try to keep all the time, start date, end date for the campaign, what is the budget of this campaign, and then through what channel I'm going to do this entire campaigning. Now, so execute this one, and our campaign table is created. Now, so we are going to create a order table. So obviously customer is going to do some sort of orders, right? So there will be an order ID, there will be a customer ID, there will be a order date, amount for that particular order, status of that order, campaign ID. So if someone is trying to do some sort of a order, so whether they are coming through some campaign or not, this is something that we have to analyze, and keeping that in mind, so we are building a relation over here, that we are considering this customer ID as a foreign key, and we are trying to attach it with the customer ID which is available inside my customer table. Yeah, so this is one of the relationship that we are able to build. Now the another relation is we have a campaign ID column inside my order table. So I'm trying to build this relation with basically there is a campaign ID available inside the campaign table. So in this way, I'm trying to attach basically this order table with a customer table and with the campaign table. So now let's try to execute this particular part. Very soon I'm going to show you a data model visually as well. Now, so there is a table we have called as order detail over here. Yeah. So inside that order detail ID, then order ID, then product ID, quantity, unit price. And here this table I'm trying to attach with the order table, the above one, and the product table basically. Okay, now let's try to execute this particular part. Done. Now there is a lead table. So if we are trying to run a marketing campaign, so obviously I'm trying to generate a lead. So here lead ID, lead name, email ID for that particular lead that I'm generating, phone, campaign ID, lead date, and then status. And then I'm trying to attach this lead with the campaign table. Okay, done, execute it. Now, so after this lead table, so there will be a sales representative, right? There will be a sales representative. So I'm going to create a sales representative table. So representative ID, representative name, email ID of the representative, hiring date of that, and what is the territory in that representative is active basically. So I'm going to create a sales representative table over here. Now, then I'm going to create a last table called as customer assignment. Now inside that, so basically which representative is been assigned to which customer, this is what this table is going to hold. So here assignment ID, customer ID, representative ID, assignment date, and then I'm attaching this customer assignment with a customer table and a sales representative table. Like I said, so this table is representing what? So this table is representing which sales representative is been assigned to which customer. Okay, execute it. Now, so my table creation is done. Yeah, my table creation is done. Now, if you will come and check over here after doing a refresh, you will be able to find out a marketing sales table in this particular place. Now, if I'm going to expand it, so we have all the table available over here, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 8 total number of tables I have created. And yes, all of these tables are attached to each other. Now, so let's suppose if I have to see a modeling in between this entire data that we have, or entire table that we have created, that what kind of a relationship one table is trying to hold with other. So I can try to show you that. So here inside a database, you have an option called as reverse engineering. Now just try to click on this reverse engineering and just try to click on next, and then try to click on next, and then try to select your table over, try to select your database over here. So I have a database called as marketing sales. So I'm going to select that database, by the way, and then next, and then next, and then execute. And it is going to, right? It is going to show you a complete data model. So this is the data model that we have created, as you all can see. And here, so obviously this data model is having a relationship in between. Yeah, so this data model is having a relationship in between. Now, what kind of a relationship it is holding? Let's try to understand that in a very first place. Because by default, this is called as model, right? So this model has been created by default. Again, not by default, obviously, based on the relationship, based on the primary key and the foreign key relationship that I have given. So based on that, it has created this entire model for me. Now, so let's try to understand one by one that what this entire model is trying to represent, so that you will be clear with a table relationship. And again, even whenever we are trying to work in a real-time project, obviously you will be able to see this kind of a model a lot. So one by one, let me try to explain you this entire relation. So here I'm going to talk about a one-to-many relation. I'm going to talk about a many-to-many relation, and then I'm going to even give you a proof that how it is a one-to-many relation and many-to-many relation. So here, right? So here, if you will look into this customer table, so if you are going to hover your mouse on a customer table, right? So one customer that we are able to see over here. So one customer can try to order a multiple things, right? So one customer can have a multiple orders, right? And here, so you must be able to see a relationship that it is trying to form a many relation. So with customer, and if you are going to consider this order, so it is trying to hold a many relation. One-to-many relation means one customer can have a multiple orders. And if one customer is having a multiple orders, right? If one customer is having a multiple orders, so same thing will happen with respect to order detail. Yeah, same thing will happen with respect to order detail. And all this relationship is coming from where? My primary key and foreign key relationship that I have built. So one customer can have a multiple order. That's the reason. So you are able to see a one-to-many relation. And again, so if you are going to expand it, you will be able to see that what is a primary key for this particular table, or maybe this particular table inside the indexes, you will be able to find out. Now, again, so second relation, if I am going to talk about, so one order can have a many order detail. Means if I'm trying to raise one single order, so there is a possibility that it can have a multiple order detail. So here, if you are going to hover your mouse on order, right? So order, you will be able to find out that it is trying to highlight order to many. So through a order detail, so it is trying to highlight a many relation over here, right? That it is coming through a customer assignment, and then it is trying to attach to the order detail over here. Now, one product can have a many order detail as well. So here, if you are going to like hover your mouse on a product, so one product can have what? So one product can have a multiple order detail. Again, this is the relation that it is trying to form. Now, so one campaign, right? One campaign may generate a multiple leads. Yeah. So here, if you are going to hover your mouse on a campaign, you will be able to see a highlighted line through a leads, right? Via a lead. So you will be able to see that one campaign can generate a many leads. So this is the many symbol. You will be able to find out this three lines. You will be able to find out. It's representing basically a many relation. Now, so one campaign, right? One campaign can influence multiple orders. So if you are running your entire brand marketing, so it can influence a multiple order. So here you will be able to see again a many relation in this particular place. Yeah, many relation in this particular place. Now here, so one sales representative can be assigned. So one sales representative over here can be assigned to a multiple customers. So that is also possible. So here customer assignment. So we are trying to again use one to many relation. So these are basically one to many relation inside this entire modal. You will be able to find out this entire data modeling. You will be able to find out now. So do we have many to one kind of a relation? So one to one, it's completely fine, right? One to one, it's completely fine. Do we have many to one? So yes, we do have many to one relation. So many order belongs to one customer. So multiple many orders, right? Many orders belongs to one single customer. So just reverse of one to many. So we are trying to talk about a many to one. Now many order detail over here, right? Many order detail means multiple order detail can belongs to one single order. So yes, that's true. So that's the reason. So you have this many to one connection over here. Now many order detail can refer to one single product. So many order detail can refer to one single product. So yes, we have a green line attached to a product table. As you can see, it's a one relation. Now, so many lead come from one campaign. Many lead can come from one campaign. That's true. So multiple lead, many is coming from where? From one single campaign. As simple as that. Okay. Now, so many order, right? Many order can be influenced by one single campaign. So many order can be influenced by what? So many order can be influenced by a multiple campaign over here. And many customer, right? Many customer assignment involve one sales person. So many customer assignment will be involved with a one salesperson. So as you can see, many assignment involved with the one single sales representative. One single salesperson can handle a multiple customer. So this is a many to one relationship that we are able to understand. Then there can be a many to many relation as well. Many to many relation as well. So many product can be in a many order. Means I am ordering something, you are also ordering the same thing. So many products, many products, right? So many products can be a part of many orders. So here product, and then look into the order detail table, and then look into the order table. So many product can be a part of one single order. So it's a many to many relationship. Many sales representative can be assigned to many customer. We are already like discussed about it, right? That many sales representative can be assigned to many customers, different customers. So this is many to many kind of a relationship that we are able to find out. Now this is the entire data modeling that we are able to do. Now based on this data modeling, right? Based on this data modeling, so we are going to perform a SQL operation. We are going to perform our join operation on top of this particular table. But to do that, I need a data, right? Unless and until I don't have a data, because so far I have just created a table and we just talked about what? So we just talked about a table relationship, that what kind of a relationship it is trying to form in between. Now, so I have to basically, right? So I have to basically put some sort of a data inside all of these tables. So I have already prepared some of the data, not much, but yeah, some of the data I have already prepared. So one by one, let's try to insert some of the information, some of the data inside all of these table. So customer table. So this is the data which I am going to insert. And then like there is a product table. So this is the data which I am going to insert. So I'm just trying to build my entire table structure so that I will be able to perform all of these operations. Then for a campaign table, so I'm going to insert some of the record. I'm not talking about it because we have already discussed about it so many times, that how to create a table and how to insert a data into it. Even in a bulk mode, how to insert a data. I believe we all are aware about it. So no need to discuss all of those things. We are not that new with respect to MySQL. We are already aware about all those things. So insert this one into a value table. So yeah, value table, insert it. And then, order detail table. So now insert that into a lead table. So I have a lead table, insert a data into a lead table. Then let's insert a data for a sales representative. So insert a data into a sales representative table, and then insert a data into a customer assignment. Insert a data into a customer assignment. Now, all of my table, right? All of my table, whether it's a campaign table or customer assignment, customer lead, order detail, order product, and sales representative. Now, all of this table is having some sort of a data set now. Yeah, some sort of a data set all of this table is having. Now I'm good to go with a different kind of a join operation, which I'm going to show you now in my next lecture. So hope all of you are able to create a table. All of you are able to understand a relationship between all of this table that we have already talked about, that we have already discussed, and hope all this database and table is already available to all of you. Anyhow, file is available inside your dashboard. So you can try to check that out, and you can try to quickly create this entire table. Plus you can quickly check the entire relationship that we are able to build in between the table. Yeah, in between the table. So once this is done, then now we are good to go ahead with writing a queries, which I'm going to write from my next lecture onwards. So with that, thank you so much everyone. Take care, and see you again in my next lecture. Okay everyone, welcome back to the lecture. Now in this lecture guys, I'll be talking about inner join operation. So there is multiple different kind of a join. The very first join that I think we all should learn is inner join. So let's try to understand what is inner join. But before that, please make sure that you have watched a previous lecture, because this lecture depends upon the previous lecture, by the way. Yeah, so you have to have this table and this ER diagram, otherwise it will be difficult for you to understand. So now let's start doing some sort of a join operation guys. So like I said, a very first join which I'm going to teach you is called as inner join. It's very simple. It's not difficult at all. So see, whenever there is a table T1 and let's suppose there is a table T2. Yeah, there are two different kind of a table. Somehow these two tables are related. In our cases, obviously, we have attached those table with the help of some of the column name. We have already done that, and that's the reason. So we are able to see our ER diagram. So where we are able to see a data modeling properly. Now, so if I'll talk about inner join operation, right? If I have to talk about the inner join operation, it's very simple. So whenever you are looking for a data, right? Whenever you are looking for a data which is common between two tables, means whatever data is common between a table T1 and a table T2, if you are looking for that kind of a data, that is called as inner join. So with the help of inner join operation, you will be able to fetch a data which is common between these two tables. It's that simple actually, right? It's that simple. Now, how we can try to write a query with respect to this inner join in MySQL or anywhere in any SQL. So command is going to be almost same. So I'll try to take a questions, and with the help of questions, we'll try to learn this inner join operation, by the way. So let's suppose someone is going to ask me a question that, okay, you have an order table. So yeah, we do have order table. Maybe I can try to show you. So select star from ORDERS order table. Yeah, so we have basically a order table, right? We have basically an order table. Inside that we have order ID, customer ID, order date, total amount, status, campaign ID. So all this data we have inside my order table. So I have an order table, and then I have a customer table as well. So where I have a customer information, CUSTOMERS, customers information I have. So yeah, inside the customer information, so we have customer ID, customer name, email ID, phone number, and these sign up data. So now if I look into the ER diagram, so we have a customer table, and we have a order table, and obviously customers are going to do some sort of orders, right? Customer will try to do some sort of order. They will try to purchase some of the products. Now I would like to know that, so whatever ordered is been placed, right? Whatever ordered is been placed, basically, for all those orders, give me all the customer information. Yeah. So who have placed what orders, basically. This is what I'm looking for. So who has placed what orders? So that maybe I can try to reach out to those customers and those paid customers, and then maybe I can try to take some sort of a feedback or maybe some sort of a suggestions if they have. I can look into that, or maybe I can try to personalize the relationship between maybe like customers and my organization. So I just wanted to fetch a data. So where order, for all the orders, I need a customer detail, and we know that these two tables are connected. So we have customer ID inside the order table, right? We have a customer ID inside the order table. So what I can do is that I can try to map maybe a customer ID, means whatever customer ID that we have inside the order table, and then customer ID inside the customer table. If I'm going to match it, if I'm going to map these two, maybe I will be able to get that information, right? Maybe I will be able to get that information. Now, obviously, I'm looking for a data, right? I'm looking for a data which is common between order table and the customer table. Agree, right? So we are looking for a data which is common between order table and a customer table. So obviously I have to use what? I have to use a inner join operation. Yes, because inner join operation does what? So inner join operation is going to give you a common data set between two tables. As simple as that. Okay, let's go ahead and do it. So here what I will do is that select star from ORDER orders table, and I'm going to give an alias as O instead of using like orders again and again and again. Alias I can try to give alias is equal to O. So select a star from order, select all these things from an order table, right? And then just do one thing. So call inner join, right? Inner join with customer customers customers table, alias is C. So select star from, select everything from an order table, inner join with the customer table. So obviously from a customer table also it is going to select everything based on what condition? So based on, so on is a keyword which I am going to write. So based on what? So based on basically, so inside this order table, so we have something called as customer ID, customer_ID is equals to, inside the customer table, we have customer ID. Yeah. So just try to match a customer ID from order table and try to match a customer ID from the customer table, and then give me a data. Now, eventually this is going to give me the required information. So this is my required information, guys, right? So here we have a order ID data, order ID information, and then here we have basically a customer table information. This is a information coming from the, this is the information coming from the customer table, and this is the information coming from the order table. Now I know just by looking into this data that, okay, order 301 is been done by customer this one, and this was the customer name, this was the email ID, this was the phone number, this was the sign up date. For this order, I know all the information. For this ones, for every order, I know all the information. As simple as that. So with the help of inner join, I'm able to fetch this information. Okay, this is one of the inner join. Now next, yeah, next. So let's look into this like a ER diagram once again. So we have a product table, right? We have a product table. Somewhere we have a product table. Yeah, we have this product table. Now, so we have to find the product that is been ordered, because there can be like hundreds of product, and everyone is not ordering all the products, right? Or maybe all the products is not been ordered so far. So I just wanted to know that which product is been ordered so far. Yeah, I just wanted to know that which product is been ordered so far. So we have a product table, right? But product table is all about the products, right? It is going to give me the list of all the products. How I will be able to find out that this like which and all products has been ordered? So we have a order detail table, and inside that order detail table, I have a product ID. So if I'm going to map these two tables, right, with the help of inner join, so it is going to give me the information which is common between product table and the order table. It simply means that I will be able to fetch information about a product which is been ordered. Yeah, about a product which has been ordered. Okay, let's do it then. So here what we can do is that select SCLECT select star from what? So from maybe a product table, PRODUCTS products as P. I'm going to give an alias, and inner join what? So inner join with the order detail table. So ORDER details table, DTAILS details table. I'm going to give an alias OD on what? On what condition I have to write, right? So product P dot product ID should be equal to order detail table dot product. So wherever these two is matching, PRODUCT underscore ID. So wherever these two things is matching, just give me all the detail, all the information. So eventually I will be able to get all the information about the product which has been ordered. So yeah, product 101 ordered 3 times. Product means I can see 3 records basically. How many times or quantity I can check over here. Product 102 3 times, product 103, then 4, then 5. So yes, I have all the information, and I have even some information from the order detail page, right? That what was the quantity which was ordered, everything I have. Yeah, everything I have. So yeah, now I know that, okay, these are the product which has been ordered. If we have maybe something product 106, let me see, select a star from products, and this should give me, yeah, so we have in total 5 products, and all these products looks like that someone has ordered. Yeah, all of this product has been ordered, and I got the confirmation from the join operation. Now, so a third operation which I would like to show you is that we are running a campaign, right? Let me look into this ER diagram. So we are running a campaign. Fine, we are running a campaign. Now, some campaign will perform, some campaign will not perform, and that's true. That's a reality, right? So some campaign will from some campaign I will be able to bring a lead, and that lead are going to purchase a product. Some campaign I'll run, but that will bring a lead, but eventually that will not be able to convert into a final purchase. Possible, right? Possible. So I just wanted to know that which campaign, right? So we have to find a campaign that is technically converting into the orders. Yeah. So that is technically converting into the orders. Means I have to find out some relationship between campaign and order, and that relation is already there, right? So we have a campaign ID, and then this order ID also we have a campaign ID. We have already attached it, right? So with the campaign table. So if I will be able to find out a common data between order based on the campaign ID, right? Based on the campaign ID, if I can try to find out the common data, I will be able to know that yes, which campaign is basically converting into the orders, right? Which campaign is available inside the order table, which campaign ID is available inside the order table. So fine, let's do it. And again, obviously inner join, because I'm looking for a common data between 2 tables. So here select star, select everything from what? So from maybe campaign. Let me give an alias is equal to C. Inner join what? So inner join with basically ORDERS order table. Let me write O for that. On what condition? So on a campaign ID condition, because campaign ID is something which is common between the campaign table and the orders table. Okay. So here we can try to write on C dot campaign underscore ID, which is available inside my campaign table, and then O dot campaign underscore ID, which is also available inside my order table. Okay, execute it. And yeah, so campaign ID 201 is available inside the order table. Campaign ID 201 is available 2 times. 202 is available, 203 is available, 204 is available. So these are the campaign ID, right? These are the campaign ID which is getting converted into some of the orders, right? These are the, and again, even a status from the order table I will be able to find out. So these are the campaign which is giving me the result, and other campaigns are not giving me the result. Very simple, right? So this is all about the inner join, guys. Again, so I'm going to attach a lot of assignments with respect to the same situation, same scenario. try to solve the assignments. All the assignments are pretty much important, and once you are going to write couple of queries on by yourself, believe me, everything will be done. You will be able to learn and you will be able to retain it for a very, very long time. So with that, thank you so much everyone. See you again in my next lecture. Okay, so welcome back once again, guys. Now in this lecture, I will be talking about a left join and a right join. So we have already seen inner join operations. So now let's try to understand what is a left join and what is a right join. Again, not very difficult. Let me give you some sort of an idea that what left join and right join is going to do, by the way. So see, if I'm going to talk about left join operation. So let's suppose I have two tables, right? I have two tables. And if I have to talk about right join, which is opposite to a left join, which is opposite of a left join. So again, we have two tables. So in case of a left join, let's suppose we have a table T1, we have a table T2, we have a table T1, we have a table T2. So in case of left join, it is going to give you all the data from the left table, right? It is going to give you all the data from the left table. And as you can see, there is some intersection with the right table as well, right? So it is going to give you all the data from the left table. And if there is a respective data available on a right side of the table, so it is going to give you a data, right? It is going to give you the data. If there is no information, then it is going to return null, as simple as that. In case of right join, it is going to give you all the data from the right table as well as some of the data which is available inside the left table. So like if there is some common data. So this is the portion which will be returned by the right join. So all the data from the right table and then the common data from the left table, right? Common data from the left table, it is going to return. And if there is no data, then in that case, corresponding data available in a left table, in that case, it is going to give you null, as simple as that. Let's start solving some of the use cases, and with the help of use cases, let's try to learn left join and right join, because that's what I like to understand is that it's a best approach to learn. It's the best way to learn. And obviously we will be using this entire table that we have already created, a table family that we have created. Yep. Okay. So let's try to consider some of the use cases, and with the help of use cases, we'll try to understand all of these things. So the first use case with respect to this ER diagram, I would like to talk about is that try to find out all the customers, right? Try to find out all the customers and their orders. So I have maybe so many customers, right? But it's not necessary that everyone will try to order something. Maybe someone has just done the sign up, right? And maybe they have not ordered anything from me. Same applies with Euron, right? So we have multiple sign up, but maybe they have not purchased a Euron Plus. There is a high possibility. So I just wanted to fetch all the customer detail, right? All the customer detail I would like to fetch. But if there is an order, give me the detail. If there is no order, obviously it will give me the null. Again, this is the use case of what? A left join I can say, right? A left join I can say over here that, okay, so if left table is a customer table and my right table is order table, right? So give me all the data from the customer table, which is a left table, and then whatever respective data is available inside the order table based on the customer ID, because customer ID is the key point, right? A reference point basically. So here, give me all the data from the order table. So let's write down a left join operation over here. Now you can ask me even a question, and many people used to ask me a question that I can try to consider left table as a right table as a left table. Obviously, yes, you can try to consider it. Choice is yours, right? And again, the only thing will be query will be reversed, and that's it, nothing much. Yeah. So you can try to consider left as a right table, right as a left table, left join will become right join will become left join. Simple, right? So there is no other logic. You will be able to find out in between. Okay, let's do it. So I have to find out all the customers, and if there is an order, so I have to find out the orders. This is my requirement. So select star from customers table, right? Alias is going to be C, and then left join with what? So left join with basically orders table. So orders table, let's suppose O, and on what? So left join is the keyword I have used over here. So on what? So maybe a customer ID. So customer ID is available in a customer table, and customer ID is available even on a order table. So based on these common things, it is going to give me the final data. So c.customer underscore id is equals to o dot customer underscore id. Yeah, customer underscore id. So here it is going to give me all the information, and it looks like that every customer that I have inside my data table, so everyone has ordered something, because with everyone I'm able to find out with all the customers, right? Acme Group has ordered twice. Beta Industries has it seems like they have ordered twice. They have like a 2 order. Gamma Solution, they have like a 1 order. Delta Services, they have 1 ordered. And then Epsilon Tech, so again they have some sort of orders that they have done. So yeah, it looks like that all the customers have ordered something, and some of the customers have ordered even multiple times, as simple as that. So fine. And if you have to cross check, maybe you can try to cross check. Maybe you can try to do select a star from customers, so that you will be able to cross check that how many customers do we have. So we have total 5 customers, right? So we have total 5 customers, 5 distinct customers we have, and everyone has done some sort of orders, right? Everyone has done some sort of orders from us. So fine, everyone means I don't have anyone who is who have just signed up, so they have also ordered. Okay, next use case. So we have to basically find out that out all the products. Let's suppose, so we have a product table, so find out all the products and their order detail. Yeah, and their order detail. So I just wanted to understand that all the products is been ordered by someone or not, right? If it is available. So I just wanted to fetch all the records from the product table and their respective one from the order detail table. Okay, so again my left table is going to be product table, my right table is going to be order table. Again, just assumption. Yeah, it's just assumption, nothing much. So select or I can just try to product ID, order ID. So I can just try to use the same one, right? And here, so I can just try to change it as a left join, the previous query which I have written. So now this is going to give me all the detail from the product table, right? It is going to give me all the detail from the product table. And yeah, so all the product looks like that it is been ordered by someone. Yes, so it has been ordered by someone, because there is a data for every product ID I'm able to find out inside my order detail table. And it looks like that one of the product, right, is been ordered by multiple people, right? Because it is available into a multiple order detail. So again, operation of a left join that we are able to find out now. So the next one is that find all the campaign and their lead. Means I just want to know that if I'm running campaign, right? So every campaign has generated some lead or not. Yeah. So if I'm running a campaign, so if I'm running a campaign over here, now every campaign has generated some sort of a leads or not. So we have a campaign ID common, right? So here, what we can do is we can try to write a query. So my campaign table is going to be like a left table. I want all the data from the campaign table. So select star from campaign campaign as C, let's suppose. So this is my left table. So select a star from campaign and okay, select a star from campaign. Left join my leads table, let's suppose, on what? So on campaign ID is equals to campaign ID. Yeah, just try to give a left and right alias for that. So here this is basically lead dot, and then this is going to be campaign dot. Okay. So now it is going to give me everything from the campaign table, right? So it is going to give me everything from the campaign table. It's a S, I believe. Yeah. So it's S. So it is going to give me everything from the campaigns table, and then whatever data will be matching from the lead table, it is going to give me the data. So, okay, so looks like that, yes, every campaign is generating some sort of a leads, right? Every campaign is generating some sort of a lead, and looks like that some campaign is generating a multiple leads over here, and some campaigns are generating a single leads. But yeah, it's like all the campaign are generating all the leads. This is what we are able to find out. So again, left join, we are able to use it over here. Now, so what we can do is that we can try to convert a same thing into a right join. That is possible. How? So copy the same thing, right? Copy the same thing, only a meaning will change. Only a meaning will change. So here, when we are trying to write that, okay. So select a star from campaign, right? Select a star from campaign, right join leads L on a campaign ID and a campaign ID. So one will become a right table and one will become a left table. Just a flip, just a flip. So let me show you the data over here. So here you must be able to find out that it is trying to give me all the information from the lead table. Yeah, it is giving me all the information from the lead table, and it is giving me all the information from the campaign table. Yeah, so it is giving me all the information from the lead table. This information is coming from the lead table. Now here you will be able to find out one thing which is very, very amazing, that this Omega industry lead that we have received, right? This Omega industry lead that we have received, there is no campaign ID, right? There is no campaign ID, means this lead is not coming from the campaign, any kind of a campaign. Maybe that was a direct entry, right? That was a direct entry which has been given to us. So things are pretty much clear, right? Things are pretty much clear that it's a right join, right? That we are able to perform, and out of the right join, so we are able to fetch the data set. So like I said, it's just a reverse. So means right join means it will try to give you all the things from the right table, right? Everything from the right table it will try to give you, and then whatever data which is matching with the left table, so it is going to give you that data. That's it, right? That's it. It is going to perform nothing much. Even I can try to flip the table. So I can try to maybe like make a campaign in a very first place. I can try to copy the same. So I can try to flip it. So campaign table, leads L. Yeah. So now it is giving me everything from the lead table, right? It is giving me everything from the lead table, and then it is giving me all the respective result from the campaign table. Yes, it is giving me all the respective result from the campaign table. So this is how, this is just a reverse of your like a left join that we have done in case of a right join operation. So hope all of you are able to understand it, guys. Just try to practice couple of queries, and then things will be even more and more clearer, right? And with that, thank you so much everyone. Take care and see you again in my next lecture. Okay, so welcome back everyone. Now in this lecture, I'm going to talk about a full outer join. So we have already seen a inner join and then left and then right join separately. Now, so full outer join is a join, so which is going to give you complete data from a left table as well as from a right table. And then a relationship between all those data set which is available inside the left table and a right table. Now, the problem with full outer join in MySQL is that there is no such keyword which exists directly called as full outer join. But there is a workaround that we can look into, and that workaround is basically try to take a left join, try to take a right join, and then make a union, and eventually that is going to give you the data for a full outer join. So let's try to understand that how full outer join is going to work. Technically, full outer join is the kind of a join so which is going to give you a data from a left table as well as right table and a relationship, or maybe with not a relationship. So that is going to be blank. So this is something called as full outer join. How we can do that? So let's try to consider one of the use cases, and with the help of use cases, let's try to understand it. So here we had a campaign table, right? We had a campaign table, and then we had a lead table. So obviously I'm running a campaign, I'm generating a lead. Yep. Now I just wanted to fetch all the campaign detail, and I just wanted to fetch all the lead detail. Simple. Yeah. All the campaign detail and all the lead detail I would like to fetch. And then I just wanted to understand a relationship between the campaign and the lead. This is my requirement that I have. So let's try to do that. Let's try to write it down. So here, what we can do is that we have, I think, already written. So what we can do is that we can try to perform a left join operation. We can try to perform a left join operation that we have already written. So select a star from a campaign, left join leads based on the campaign ID. Okay, fine. Now this is going to give me all the data from the campaign and the lead table. Okay, fine. Now let's try to rewrite the same thing with a right join. So with the right join over here, just this change, right? Right join. Okay. Now this is also going to give me the data. So it is going to give me all the data set which is available into the campaign table and the lead table. And again, so we are able to see that for some of the lead, there is no campaign, means from somewhere else this lead is coming. Now, if I have to do a full outer join, so combination of right and left full outer join. So what we can do is that you can try to call union keyword in between. Now this became a full outer join. If you are going to execute it, this is the data. Yeah, this is the data that I'm able to receive with all kind of a relationship in between the data set. As simple as that. So this is technically a full outer join. And based on this full outer join, so whatever data comes, it is trying to give you those data sets. So this is how you can do a full outer join in case of a SQL, guys. Hope all of you are able to understand this particular part. With that, thank you so much, everyone. Take care and see you again in my next lecture. Okay, so welcome back, everyone. Now in this lecture, I'm going to talk about a cross join operation. Cross join is again very simple to understand. So let's suppose I have two tables and I'm trying to match all the rows with all the other rows, and then I'm looking for data. Means I'm looking for all the combination of the records from two tables, right? This is where a cross join comes into a picture. It's also called as Cartesian product. I'll try to show you with the help of example, and with that you all will be able to understand it in a better way. So let me show you some of the example of a cross join. Very simple one, right? A very simple one for an understanding purpose. So here, let's suppose I'm looking for to generate all the possible product. We have a product table, right? And we have a campaign table. So I'm looking for all the possible product and campaign combination, right? All the products and all the possible campaign combination. So how I will be able to get that? Let me write it down and then I'll try to give you the explanation. So select a star from basically product PRO products, right? Cross join campaign. Yeah, cross join campaigns. Now if I'm going to execute it, what you will be able to get? See what I have written. Select a star from products. So select everything from the products and then cross join campaigns. Now what it is going to return? Now it is going to return all the combination, right? It is going to return, let me expand it. Yeah. So as you can see that it is returning all the possible combination of product, right? With a campaign, all the possible combination of the product with a campaign. So here we have like a 5 product, you can see, right? We have 5 product, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And it is trying to map it with 201 campaign. Then again, we have 5 product. It is mapping with 202 campaign. We have 5 product once again. It is mapping with 203 campaign, then 204 campaign, then 205 campaign, right? So cross join is trying to perform like a Cartesian a product operation over here. And it is trying to basically map every column of every records of one table with every records of the other table. That's it. And it is giving you all the combination. This is what cross join does. I'll show you one more example here. So let's suppose I'm looking for like a matrix, right? I'm looking for a matrix of all sales representative which I can map. I'm looking for all the combination of the sales representative which I can map with the product for a sales training, let's suppose, right? So here, if I have to like build all the combinations, so select a star from, I can try to write SALES representative cross join with what? PRO, cross join with products. Oh, there is a sales REPS. Yeah. So now you will be able to find out that it has created all the sales representative mapping with a product, right? Product 101, then all the sales representative mapping with product 102, all the sales representative mapping with product 103, 104, and so on. So simple cross join is very simple one. So it try to like perform a join operation, and it is going to give you all the possible combination from one table to the other table, as simple as that. So hope all of you are able to understand a cross join operation. With that, thank you so much everyone. Take care and see you again in my next lecture. Okay, so welcome back once again, guys. Now we talked about multiple different kind of a join operation. Now here I'm going to do what? So I'm going to take a multiple table, and with respect to a multiple table, I'm going to show you a different kind of a example. So let's try to understand that how we can try to involve a multiple table over here and then perform a join operation. So let me share my screen. I believe it's visible now. So there is a use case, right? Because see, everything is like driven by the use cases at the end of the day. So there is a use case for me, and someone is asking me to pull basically a customer detail, right? A customer detail, maybe a customer name. Someone is asking me to pull out the customer name from the customer table, and then the order ID from the order table, that what this customer has basically ordered, right? And then what product customer has ordered. So obviously that product will be available here inside the product table, what product, but that should be coming through a order detail, because order detail table will be having an idea that, okay, so this customer for this particular order ID which is attached to the customer, so they have ordered this particular product. So here we have to involve a customer table, we have to involve a order table, we have to involve a order detail table, and we have to involve a product table. So if I'm going to involve all of these four table, right? If I'm going to involve all of these four table, then only I will be able to get my required data, which is a customer detail, maybe a customer name or email ID, what order ID that customer had, and what kind of a product basically customer has ordered, what was a quantity of that product customer has ordered, and what was the unit price, or many things, right? Many things. So here I have to involve a multiple table altogether, and this is where joining a multiple table comes into a picture. So let's try to solve this problem, but in a step by step manner, one thing at a time. Yeah. So here what I will do is, so first of all, I'll try to go from a customer table to the order table. Yeah. Customer table to the order table, that okay. So what is a common thing between a customer table and an order table? So let's try to write down that. So select a star from CUSTOMERS customers, alias is equal to C. Okay, this name is correct. So let's start from customer C. And here, so what I can do is I can try to perform inner join operations so that I will be able to fetch a data that, okay, fine, this was the customer and there is a order ID. So inner join with orders table, right? Orders table O, let's suppose orders table O on what? So on, maybe on, I can try to write down over here that C dot customer underscore ID is equals to order table dot customer underscore ID. Yeah. So based on that, it is going to give me a data. It is going to give me a data. There is a mistake. CUS customer ID. Okay, so this is going to give me a data. So related to what? So this is going to give me all the data from the customer table and the respective order it is going to give it to me. Fine. So respective order ID I'm able to get, or respective order. So whatever like customer has ordered, I can try to fetch it. Maybe this so much of data is overwhelming. So what we can do is we can try to maybe filter some of the data. So instead of selecting all the data, I can try to select maybe just C dot customer name, and then O dot from order table. So ORDER underscore order ID I can try to select, only order ID, and maybe order date I can try to select. Yeah. So just try to select only this much. There is again the mistake, C dot customer name. What was the error? So customer name in order, unknown, column, order. Okay. So order date, I think that was a column name. So order underscore date. Yeah. So order date. Now it's correct. Execute. So fine, customer name I'm able to get, right? So these are the customers and they have basically done some sort of a order. So order ID I'm able to fetch, and this was the order date that I'm able to fetch. Fine. Now this is not my final requirement, by the way. So I have more requirements, right? I have more requirements. So now whatever data which I'm able to get out of this one, right? So I wanted to even know that what kind of a product that they have ordered. Yeah, what kind of a product that they have basically ordered. And that is available where? So that is available inside the order detail table, right? That is available inside the order detail table. At least product ID is available, so I can try to do the mapping in a later stage. So product ID is available inside the order detail table. So I'm able to reach out here till order table. Now from order table, so I have to find out some of the order detail, that what was the order quantity, or maybe what was the like unit, like a price of the order that some customer has placed. And then eventually what product, right? I would like to like get even a product name with respect to the customer. So here with this data, I can try to perform again inner join operation. So with the same data, right, I'm trying to perform again inner join operation, and this time I'm going to call order details table as OD, let's suppose as OD over here, and on order table, right? Order table. So O dot order ID is equals to OD dot order ID, so that I will be able to map this order table and the order detail table with respect to order ID, right? So here now if I'm going to execute, and then I can try to showcase some of the data. So I can try to maybe showcase OD dot quantity inside this order details. There is a QUNTITY, yeah, quantity. Fine. So order quantity. So here I'm able to get a order quantity, that okay, so this customer has order ID this one, order date this one, and this was the quantity which is coming from where? Which is coming from basically order detail table, because inside the order detail table quantity is available. Even if I would like to like print maybe a unit price, this is becoming big. So order detail dot unit underscore price. Yeah, unit underscore price. So even if I would like to fetch a unit price, so I will be able to get it. But okay, so from like a customer table to order detail table, I'm able to reach out. Now eventually I have to reach out to the product table. I have to even involve a product name. So now I have a order detail table involved right over here. So order detail table, and inside order detail table I have what? So I have basically product ID. Inside order detail table I have product ID. So if I'm going to do a inner join operation with order detail table and product ID, I will be able to get my data, right? So again, in the same query, what I can do is I can try to write inner join what? So inner join basically products as P, maybe I can try to write on what? So order detail dot product ID is equals to P dot product ID. So now this mapping is done, and if I have to print something means so something from my like product table. So maybe I would like to print a P dot product name from the product table, PRODUCT product name. Yeah. So now this is going to give me a product name as well, that this customer has ordered this ID on this date with this quantity with this price, and this was the product name. Basically this is the product name. So in this case you must have observed that I have ended up involving 4 tables, right? I have ended up involving 4 tables. So customer table, order detail table, and a product table. And finally, by combining all of these tables, I am able to fetch this data, right? So this is how we can try to write, join multiple tables, by the way, based on my requirement. So one by one, I will start solving the problem in a step-by-step manner, as simple as that. Yeah. And now, so someone is asking me a question that try to show the campaign. Yeah, try to show the campaign. Again, another question on the same part. So try to show me the campaign, the lead that campaign has generated, and any kind of order which has been generated by these campaigns. Means, so someone is asking me a question that try to give me the campaign, all the campaign, a lead that campaign has generated. Yeah, campaign has generated, and eventually, right? And eventually, if there was some order, right? There was some order which was basically placed, from the campaign, campaign lead that we have generated so far. So okay, I can try to solve that problem as well. So maybe I can close this part and I can try to solve that problem. So here I have already written the query. So maybe I can try to just give you the explanation. It's not very tough at all. So here we are trying to call a campaign table. Yeah, campaign table. And we are trying to do a left join, means it is going to showcase everything from the campaign table. Yeah. And we are going to do a left join with respect to the lead table. Now I'm going to select just this one and then execute. Oh, so order O I have to remove, otherwise it will not be able to recognize. Okay. Now just select this much and execute. So this part of the query, the highlighted part of the query, so as you can see, it is trying to give me everything from the campaign table. Yeah. So all the campaign name it is trying to give it to me. And then it is giving me a lead name. It is giving me the status of the lead. Okay. Now with this data, with this information that I'm able to receive, again, I'm trying to perform a left join, means keep all of these things. What is the meaning of this? Keep all of these things and then try to fetch some of the information from the order table. This is what it means. Try to fetch all the information from some of the table. And what information? So these information, try to fetch it from the table. So here, right? So here it is trying to give you all the campaign name, all the lead name, all the status, and from these campaign, so like from Spring Promotion campaign. So this was the lead, and then they have placed order number like 2, then 1, and then 2. So this is something that they have placed. Now from this this particular campaign, so we are able to generate this particular order, and from this last campaign that we have, so there is no order that we are able to generate. Yeah, from this webinar series, there is no order that we are able to generate. So each and every information I am able to see it inside my record. So again over here, so I am trying to involve a multiple table. So one is a campaign table, one is a lead table, and one is a order table. And based out of that, so I'm trying to fetch the information. So hope all of you are able to understand how to involve a multiple tables and then how to write the queries. Again, guys, writing a SQL is very logical. You have to understand the problem statement. You have to break it down into a small part, and then you will start writing a query. This is how we all write a SQL query. So yes, and everything is going to come from the practice, a heavy practice, right? So more problem you will see, more problem you will solve, more things you will be able to learn and you will be able to do. As simple as that. So with that, thank you so much everyone. Take care and see you again in my next lecture. Okay everyone, so welcome back to lecture. Now in this lecture guys, so I'm going to talk about a self join operation, but I'll be talking about that with respect to some of the examples. So here we have a customer table, right? We have a customer table and we had basically customer ID, customer name, email ID, phone number and sign up date. We don't have a city and state column. So what I'm trying to do is that I'm trying to alter the customer table and I'm trying to add a city. I'm trying to add a state over here. We have already discussed this alter command multiple times in my previous lectures, right? In my initial lectures itself. And then I'm trying to feed a data inside this city and the state, which I have added as a new column. And then if I'm going to execute this select star from customers, so these are the data that you will be able to find out. Fine. Okay. Now, so what kind of a problem we are going to solve? So like I said, so we are going to see a self join operation. Now, what is the meaning of self join? So obviously, as its name suggests, self join means joining something with itself, right? So means if I have a customer table, so for some of the purposes, for some of the use case, I'm going to join this table with itself. That is something called as self join operation, right? So what kind of a use case we are looking for in this particular example? Let's try to understand that part in a first place. So see guys, we have this data, we have this customer data over here, we have city and state, and someone has asked me that try to find a customer in the same location, right? Try to find the customer in the same location. Meaning is that this Acme Corp that we have and a beta industry. So their city is same. Let's suppose I'm like trying to map it with the help of city or maybe a state or maybe both. So their city is same. So Acme Corp should be able to find out a beta industry. Means Acme Corp will be able to see a beta industry and the beta industry will be able to map with the Acme Corp. And Delta service, which is like a location, city is Chicago and state is IL. Now, here, so Epsilon Tech. So again, there like a city is Chicago. It should be able to find each other, right? It should be able to find each other. It should be able to map with each other, and this too should be able to map with each other. It simply means that from this data itself, so we have to map with its own data, right? Then only I will be able to find out a customer with the help of like a same city, customer who is in a same city. Then only I will be able to find out. So let's write a query and let's try to understand that how we can try to achieve this particular objective, right? How we can try to write down a query. So where customer will be able to find out who are in the same location. So obviously with the same table, I have to join. So that's the reason. So I'm calling that as a self join operation. So here, what I can do is that I can try to call select. So select basically and select star, let's suppose as of now I'm trying to give from, right? So from customers, and I'm going to name it as a C1, as an alias C1. So select star from CUSTOMERS customers, so as alias as a C1. Okay, fine. Now, so I'm going to call a join, a simple join over here, and join basically with which table? So again, CUS customers table, and this time I'm going to give alias C2. So there will be two instances over here for the same table. So customer C1 and customer. For a customer itself, I have given C1 alias, and for customers table itself, I have given a C2 alias. There are two instances, right? So I'm treating this as a different table and this as a different table, but eventually it's the same table that I'm talking about. I'm just talking about the self join. So select star from a customer C1 joins customer C2. Now, if I'm going to execute it, what will happen? So here, if I'm going to execute this, you will be able to find out a lot many records over here. I have not given any kind of a condition, right? I have not given any kind of a condition. So what it will try to do is that it will try to give you every possible pair, as you can see, right? It is trying to give me every possible pair of each customer with each customer based on the customer ID, which is a default one. Yeah. So based on the customer ID, it is trying to give me each pair with the each pair. But I don't want that, right? What I want is that I want a customer from the same city. Means people from the same city should be able to find out are people with the same city, but not itself. But this result is even giving me that particular option. So here what we can do is that I can try to write a condition that on, yeah, on. So C1 dot city, right, on C1 dot city is equals to C2 dot city, C2 dot city. Okay, fine. So based on city, I can try to like filter it out. Now if I'm going to execute it, yeah, now if I'm going to execute it, so now my result is a bit smaller as compared to like before it was giving like a very lengthy. Okay, so now as you can see that yeah, so based on city is equals to city, so wherever we have this matching, based on the city, it is giving me a result. But still it's a redundant one, so I have to even eliminate that. Maybe I can try to write one more condition. So match this one and, right, and match C1 dot stat is equals to C2 dot stat. So match even state, yeah, match even state. So fine, it is going to match a city and it is going to match a state. I don't think that result is going to change much because of it's the same thing, right? So both parties or both the tables are holding the exact same thing. Okay, now I can write one more condition over here, that C1 dot customer ID should be lesser than C2 dot customer ID. Now what this will do, by the way, yeah, what this will do. So obviously based on the city and based on the state, I'm trying to apply a filter. That's completely okay. But here I'm trying to say that, okay, so even try to apply this condition and try to do a mapping with the customer IDs. So I'm trying to say that don't try to map with the same customer ID. As you can see, we have a mapping with the same customer ID. Again, we have a mapping with the same customer ID. So it is trying to map with itself, right? We have to avoid that part. So now if I'm going to execute this part, so you will be able to see that it is not mapping with the same customer ID, and we are able to get a customer. So Acme Corp, we are able to map it with the customer name Beta Industry, and here city and state is same, and we are able to avoid the ID part just because of this one. Yeah, just because of this one. So this is something called a self join, guys. So with the help of self join, now I'm able to map Acme Corp with the Beta Industry and Delta with the Epsilon Tech. So whichever was having a same city and same state, I'm able to map it. And this is eventually called as self join operation. Simple, beautiful, right? A small, lovely, simple, sweet, and beautiful example of the self join we are able to find out. So where one customer from the same city and a state will be able to find out other customers. So query is not at all tough if you are going to break it down into a small part. Simple. And technically self join is what? Like I'm trying to treat same table as a two different table. That's it, right? That's it. So with that, thank you so much everyone. Take care and see you again in my next lecture. Okay everyone, so far we have done a lot, and in this lecture I am going to show you that join versus subqueries. So obviously I can try to perform a join operation, or maybe I can try to do even a subquery, but that depends upon a case that I'm trying to solve, and obviously the kind of expertise that I have. Now, so let's try to take a couple of cases, and with the help of that case, let's try to understand that if I'm writing some queries with respect to a join, how I can convert that query even as a subquery, a query inside a query. That is something called as subquery, as simple as that. Yeah. Okay. So let's try to understand that particular part. So here I'm going to take one example, right? I'm going to take one example where, so we have to find a customer who have ordered a premium CRM product. So here, if you will go and if you will check a product table, let me minimize this part. Yeah. So if I'll go and if I'll try to check basically a product table, if I'll try to write that select star from products. Okay, so this is going to give me the data. This is going to give me the data. Now there is a product called as Premium CRM. Yeah, there is a product called as Premium CRM over here. Now someone is asking me that can you try to give me a name of the customer who has purchased this product? Yeah, who has purchased this product. So if you will look into this ER diagram, so you have a customer name available inside the customer table, right? And then we have a product table. Directly product table and customer table is not connected to each other, right? Not connected to each other. So customer will try to place some sort of a order. Yeah, customer will try to place some sort of a order. Now that will get captured into a order detail. And then inside this order detail, we have a product ID. Yeah, product ID. So just by traversing this entire route, I will be able to reach out to the product, and then I will be able to even connect customer and the product table. So I will be able to map basically whatever data is available inside the customer table and inside the product table. But yeah, this is the route that I have to follow. So customer to order detail to a product. Let's try to do it. And let's try to find out the customer name who have purchased a premium CRM product. Yeah, this particular product, premium CRM product, a customer name who has purchased it. So what I can do is that I can try to, right? I can try to do select a star from STOMERS customers as C. Maybe I can try to write over here, and then I can try to call inner join. And I believe I have already written this kind of a query in my above part. So whatever I have discussed, so I have already talked about this one. So select a star from a customer C, inner join, right? So inner join with what? So inner join with, first of all, order table, so that I will be able to generate everything from customer and order. So inner join, and here, so I can try to write ORDERS, order table, as O, right? Sorry, not as O, I can write O as well. So inner join order table O over here. Okay. Now if I'm going to execute it, it is going to give me everything, all the combination from both the table. As we all know, I can try to put up a condition that, okay, so wherever you are able to map something, just give me a data based on that. So here I can try to write on C dot customer ID is equals to O dot customer ID. Fine. So it is going to give me a data from both the tables. Okay, fine. So I am able to get all the data from the customer ID, which is mapping with the data from the order table. Now what? So now out of this, we have to connect with the order detail table. Yeah, so whatever data that we are able to receive from here, so we have to connect with the order detail table. So we have to do inner join of this table, the entire table that we are able to receive, So we can try to call inner join of this entire table with what? ORDER, order underscore DETAILS, order details. Order detail table. And I can try to give an alias as OD. Based on what condition? So based on basically order ID condition, because we know that order ID is available here and even order ID is available over here, and this is how these two tables are basically connected. Okay, fine. So here I can try to write O dot ORDER order underscore ID is equals to OD dot ORDER underscore ID. Fine. So based on order ID, I'm just trying to connect both of these things. Yeah, both of these things I'm trying to connect between each other. Okay, now let me show you the result, the final one. Okay, so I think there is some error. Now what is the error? You have a SQL. Okay, so maybe I have a syntactical error. So order detail OD, and I have to write on over here. That was a mistake. Fine. Execute it. And now I'm able to get information. Now I'm able to get a data even from where? So even from the order ID tables, order ID detail, order ID, product ID, quantity, based on the matching. So now this is the whole table that I'm able to get. This is the whole table. Now, so I'll try to map this order detail with the product table with the help of product ID. So here what I can write is that this inner join. So now the whole data we are going to join. So inner join with what? So PRODUCTS products table as P, and I can write a condition over here on. So OD dot product ID is equals to P dot product ID. Yeah. So now it is going to perform a join operation. Again, there is some mistake. Table marketing sales products PRODU, spelling mistake, PRODUCTS products. Okay, let's fix it. Fine. So now it is able to match with the product, and now it is giving me product name and everything. Now this is the whole data, guys, I am able to get. This is the whole table. This entire query is giving me this whole table. Now what was your requirement? So your requirement was very simple. Your requirement was to get a customer name, right, who has purchased a premium CRM. Now this is the entire table that you are able to receive out of this query, and it's a easy task for you to write a where clause over here. So I can simply write a where clause just for the filtration one, right? That where P dot product name, so product name is equals to what? So is equals to premium, PREMIUM, premium CRM, right? So CRM, premium CRM, and this is going to filter out only those records. So where product name is basically what? Product name is basically a premium CRM, and obviously over there we have a customer name. So obviously over there we have a customer name. So execute, and yeah, premium CRM, we have a customer name. If I'm just looking for a customer name, what I can do? So I can just try to, like, instead of writing a static basically, so I can write CUSTOMER customer underscore name, and then product 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 name, and execute. Yeah. So customer name and product name and execute. So yeah, I have a customer name and I have a product name who has purchased a premium CRM. As simple as that. So in a step-by-step manner, with the help of this diagram, you can reach out, you can connect each and every one, and then finally you can write the clause. As simple as that. So this is how we write a complex SQL queries, guys. So I'm just trying to teach you the way, right? That whenever you will start writing a query, this is a way that you all are supposed to follow, and this is the way you also write the query. Okay, so this is the problem statement which I am able to solve with the help of what? So with the help of basically join operation. Everywhere I have used a join operation, a pure join operation. Now, so maybe I can try to convert that into a subqueries, and with the help of subqueries also I can try to solve it. I'm not saying that inside subquery there won't be any kind of a join. Yeah, there will be, right? But yeah, query inside a query we are going to write, and then we are going to basically like filter out something out of the data set. So here with the help of subquery, if I have to solve the same problem, means I have to get a customer information. My question is same. I have to get the customer information. I have to get the customer name. As simple as that. For basically a product name called as premium CRM. Yeah, premium CRM. So what I can do is that over here, instead of starting from this customer, I'll start from maybe a order table. I can start from maybe a order detail table, and I can keep on writing a subquery inside subquery. So let me start from an order table. Forget about the customer table. Let me start from the order table. Yeah. So let me start from the order table, and then let me reach out to the product table. And then out of that, I can try to write a query for the customer table. What I'm saying over here, let me explain you that part. Yeah. So I'll try to start from the order table. I'm not following this particular route, so I'm going to follow the different route. So here I'm going to write select a star from ORDERS orders table. So alias I can try to give as O. Yeah. And then inner join I can try to perform over here. So inner join with order details table, inner join with order details table over here, I can try to give alias as OD on what? So maybe on an order ID, I can try to join these two tables. So instead of starting from this customer, I am starting from here, right? Order table. So same query, same story, we are going to write. So inner join, let me copy and paste. Yeah. So order ID joined, and then again perform a inner join operation. Again perform an inner join operation with this one, same, right? And then write this where clause, same. Yeah. Now if I'm going to execute, this entire query, just see what I'm going to get. So here I'm going to get basically a customer ID. Yeah, I'm going to get a customer ID. I'm going to get order date, total amount, status, and product name. Each and everything I'm going to get it over here. Simple, right? Now this is the table that we are able to get, right? We are able to get. Now, what I can do is that I can try to treat this as one of the table, and on top of this I can write another query. On top of this I can try to write another query that select star from customers customers where customer ID in. So customer ID in this one. Customer ID in this one. Now let's see the magic. I think what is the error? Operand should contain only one column. Oh, okay. So here just try to select order.customer customer ID. Fine. So this query, if I'm going to execute the internal one, this query, so this is going to give you a customer ID 123. So who is having like a premium CRM product. And here, so I'm going to like write this one, and this is the customer name and all the customer detail I'm able to get. So this customer ID, I'm trying to fetch it from here, and then I'm trying to write a query on top of the query. And with the help of query on top of the query, I'm able to fetch the exact same record. So you can try to go in this way, or you can try to go in this way. It's completely fine. Depends upon your approach. No one is going to ask you, and no one is going to tell you that why you're doing this or why you are doing that. At the end of the day, in a very first place, the only thing which matters for me is the final result. So, and again, guys, so whenever you get confused, right? So step by step execute it and then try to see the output, right? So every next one is going to fetch something from the previous one. Simple. With that, thank you so much everyone. Take care, and see you again in my next lecture. Okay, so welcome to the lecture everyone. Now in this lecture, I'll be talking about a CTE, a common table expression. Now it's not tough things. It's a very easy kind of a task that we are going to perform, and you all will be able to understand a CTE in a easiest possible manner. Let me explain you that part. So here, basically I'm trying to create a new database called as customer database, and I'm going to use that customer database, and inside this database, I'm going to create a fresh customer table. Now inside that table, I have a customer ID, name, city, country, age, and total spend. These are the things which I have. Now inside that, I'm going to insert this particular data. Yeah, so this particular data. Now once you are going to see the customer detail, so this is the data that I have inserted inside this particular table. So execute and insert it. I think we all are able to create the table, and we all can insert the data inside the table. That's pretty much easy for all of us. Now this is the data which is available inside my table. Now, what kind of a query I would like to write? So let's suppose if someone is going to ask you a question that try to find out all the customer detail, or maybe customer name or customer ID, try to find out all the customer ID where their age is, right? Where their age is, as we have a age, right? As age over here. So where their age is more than average age of the whole customer. So what will be the average age, by the way? So if you are going to add all the ages divided by the total number of records, so you will be able to get an average age. I have to find out a customer detail whose age is more than average, right? Whose age is more than average. Okay, so how you will be able to find out an average in a very first place? Yeah, from this particular table, how you will be able to find out the average? So you can try to write maybe a query that select AVG, average of what? So average of age, and then maybe as a AVG underscore age column from customers table. Yeah, from the customers table. So try to select the average age. So now this is going to give you what? This is the average age. So average age we are able to find out. That is completely fine. Yeah, average age we are able to find out. Now what we can do is that we can try to store it, or we can try to use it basically as a CTE, a common table expression. So CTE is nothing but a kind of a name we can try to give to this particular data that we are able to receive. So here, to create or to convert this one into a CTE, we can try to use a keyword called as with, and then we can try to give a CTE to its name. So AVG underscore AGE underscore CTE. Any name that you want, you can try to give it to this one as this, and then till this one, I'm going to consider it. I'm going to consider it as what? So I'm going to consider it as a CTE. Simple. Yeah, I'm going to consider that as a CTE. So this will be my CTE. So wherever I need this data, wherever I need this table, I don't have to write this entire query, by the way, right? I don't have to write the entire query. What I can do is I can just call this one. I can just call this one average ACTE, and it's done. So it will be able to call this one automatically. For example, at the end of the day, finding out average is not my objective. My objective was what? My objective was to find out the name of the customer, or maybe a customer ID, right? Whose average age is this much. Okay, so let's try to do that. So let's select name, select basically age, right? From what? So from customers over here, select name, age from the customer, right? And then what I will do is that I will try to perform a join operation. So I'm going to perform the join operation, a kind of a self join operation with average. So AVG underscore age underscore CTE. So I'm just going to perform the join operation on what? So on customers dot age should be greater than, right? So greater than AVG. So this one, let's copy it directly. So this dot, what is the column name? Average age. So AVG underscore age. So now this is, if I'm going to execute this one, it should give me the final output, but there is some error. Table customer average CTE does not exist. Customer okay, sorry. Yeah. So now I'm able to get the data. So what was my average age, by the way, if I'm just going to execute this part? So if I'm going to just execute this part, average age was 34.30. Now when I'm trying to execute this entire things, now it is giving me a name and a age, and yeah, so it is more than the average age customer that I'm able to find out. So the uses of CT is that whenever I'm trying to trying to use this one, I can directly call it and I can directly use it. But at the end of the day, what I'm trying to store inside the CT, or what I'm trying to write inside the CT, so I'm just trying to write some sort of a SQL query itself, eventually, which is going to return me the table. This is called as CT, as simple as that. Now let me show you with some different example. So someone is asking you that, can you please try to give me a top 5 customer with their spending, right? With their spending. So top 5 customer, if you can try to give it to me. Okay, fine. So if I have to get a top 5 customer, I can try to write a query over here. Select a star from CUSTOMERS customers, order by, I can write total underscore SPEND, total spend, and limit 5. Okay, so in a descending order, just try to give me that. Okay, now if I'm going to execute it, okay, CUSTOMERS unknown column tab total spend, it's SPENT. total spent. Okay. So yeah, it is able to give me a top 5 customer with the help of like this particular query as a total spent. So customer ID, customer city, and total spent in a descending order. I'm able to get it a top 5 for a top 5 customer. Again, customer ID and everything I'm able to receive. Maybe I can try to store it as a CT, right? If I want, I can try to store it as a CT. Means if I have to convert that into a CT, so I can try to write that top 5 underscore CTE, a common table expression. And then I can try to like write over here that select, if I have to use the CT, so select star from top 5 CTE. So I'm not like writing a query on top of the table. So what I'm trying to do over here is that I'm trying to write a query directly on a CTE itself. And yes, it should be able to give me the result. You must have a SQL syntax check manually, order wise this. I have missed as over here. Okay. So now you will be able to get the same result. But here the main thing is that I'm trying to call basically my CT, top 5 CT, which I have already created instead of calling a table. And this is eventually executing this particular query, right? So I can convert anything into a CT. I can use it anytime that I want. Now, next question, if someone is going to ask me from the same table that count a customer by its country. Yeah. So let's suppose there is a customer and we have a city and we have a country. So someone is asking me a question that can you please try to count a customer by its country? Means from India, how many customers we have, from USA, from UK, from Germany, how many customer we have. So count a customer basically by its country. Let's try to count a customer by its country. And these are the questions which anyone can ask you in your interview. So I can try to do this entire things with the help of CT, or I can try to do it with the help of writing a subqueries as well. In any way I can do it, as simple as that. So here, count a customer by a country. So first of all, what I will do is I will try to write select country and then count as total customers from customers table, and then I can try to perform group by what? So group by I can try to perform COUNT TRY. So group by country. So we all know that this is going to give me this result, a country and total number of record available for that particular country. So for India 4, for USA 2, for Germany 2, for UK 2. So group by count operation I'm trying to perform, and then I'm trying to show you this particular one. I can try to store it as a CT if I want. So I can try to write with country count as, and then I can try to store this entire one as a CT. So now this became a CTE, common table expression. So wherever I have to use this data, means this particular output, I can try to call directly this one, and then I will be able to use it. Now here, right? So here simple, I can try to write select a star from COUNTRY underscore country count. So I'm just trying to show you how to use a CT, nothing much guys. It is not giving you some different result. It is giving you exactly the same result. So without even doing this, I can get the result. But yeah, so when you will write complex queries, obviously these things will come into a picture, and these things are going to help you out in terms of executing your query by writing minimalistic code. Yeah. So with that, thank you so much everyone. Hope we all are able to understand that what is the meaning of a CT, a common table expression, how we can try to convert any queries, and then how we can try to call those CTs. At the end of the day, CTs are nothing but a table information or data it is going to store, and you have to treat that as a table. So whenever and wherever you are trying to call in a join operation, in a group by operation, or wherever you want. Yeah, it's just a name that we are trying to attach with a particular query. Even without using a CT, you can do it. You can try to call a subqueries, right? So query inside a query, you can try to write, and then you will be able to do the exact same kind of a operation. So with that, thank you so much everyone. Take care and see you again in my next lecture. Okay, so welcome back to lecture once again, guys. Now in this lecture, I'm going to talk about subqueries. I have already discussed about subqueries even in my previous lecture, but this lecture is dedicated towards just a subquery. So let's try to understand how subqueries are going to work, and I'm going to show you some of the subqueries which people are going to ask you even in your interview directly. So let's try to understand in a step-by-step fashion. So I have opened up my MySQL workbench, and I hope you all have that inside your system, because this is what I taught you in a very beginning itself. Now here, so what I will do is I'll try to create a new database, and I'll try to insert a data. So create a database, and then I'm going to write a database name as customer_sales database. Yeah, so this is the database I'm going to create. Hopefully this database is not available in my system. Yeah. So I'm able to create this database successfully, and I will be using this database throughout this particular lecture. So use customer_sales database. Okay. So fine, it is going to use this particular database, CUSTSA customer sales. So use this one. So fine, it will be able to use it. The query executed successfully. Okay, now inside this, so I'm going to create two small tables I'm going to create. So one is a customer table. Now inside this customer table, so we have a customer ID, customer name, city, and a joining date. Okay, fine. So let's get executed. And then there is another table I'm going to create, which is going to talk about a sales. Okay, so here we have a sales ID, we have a customer ID, and yes, the customer ID is coming from here. And then we have a sales amount, we have a sales date, we have a product, and we are trying to refer. So we are trying to refer a customer ID from a customer table towards a sales table. So okay, these two tables, let's try to create it. And we have created so many tables even in our past. So I don't think that it's a matter of concern for any one of us. Now, once this table has been created, right? So once this table has been created, so now we can try to load a data into this customer table and into this sales table. So here I'm going to load a data into a bulk mode. So I have a data available in my CSV file, and I can try to right click on this customer table, and then I can try to click on table data import wizard. Okay. Now, so from here, so I can try to browse my files. So my files are available here. So for a customer table, and just do next over here. And then just try to check your column alignment. So customer ID, customer name, city, join date. So looks fine to me. And then next, and it will start doing a import. Yeah, so it will start doing an import. Now, if it is successful, so I can try to do select star from CUSTOMERS customer. And yeah, so hopefully it should give me some sort of data, right? It should give me some sort of a data. So table customer sales dot customer doesn't exist. It is a customers, CUSTOMERS. Okay, so a spelling mistake. Now, so yeah, it is able to give me a data. Almost like 100 records are available inside this table, and I'm able to load a data inside my table. Simple, right? Now, same thing I'm going to perform for a sales table. In a bulk, I'm going to import the data. So inside the sales table, so browse, and then this is my sales table file, open, and then next, sales ID, customer ID, sales amount, sales date, and product. So yeah, everything is aligned. So no need to do any kind of changes or realignment. Next, and yeah, so it is able to import a data. So now I can just go and cross check inside my sales table. So I can write select star from sales. Okay, select star from sales, and it must be able to show me some sort of a data over here. So yeah, it is able to show me a data. I have a lot of data inside this particular table. So 1000 record I have with respect to a sales, that who is trying to purchase what. Now, so I'll be performing a query subquery operation with respect to this one. So let's start solving some sort of a problem, and with the help of this problem, let's try to learn a subquery, because in your interview, people are going to ask you a question in the exact similar manner, and you have to give the answer. So they are going to give you like a small amount of the data, and then they are going to ask you that, okay, So how I will be able to extract this data or that data. And in the similar fashion, so I'm going to teach you this entire subquery things. So subquery means query inside a queries. Now, so here the very first question, right? So the very first question, if someone is going to ask you that from your customer table, just tell me or try to find out a customer who had joined after a average joining date. So in my customer table, right, in my customer table, so I have a column called as joining date. As you can see, right, I have a column called as joining date. And here, so people are asking me a question that, can you please tell me that who has joined after a average joining date? Yeah, average joining date. So first of all, I have to find out what? I have to find out a average joining date. How I will be able to find out an average joining date? So simple. So select AVG. So average function is already available. So average join underscore date from customers, MERS customers. So now this is going to give me a average joining date. So this is the average joining date, by the way. Fine. This is the average joining date. It is going to give it to me. Now, so once I have this average joining date, right? Once I have this particular average joining date, now what we can do is that we can try to write a query on top of this, that select star from where, so CUSTOMERS customers, right? So where join underscore date is what? Greater than this one, right? Greater than this one. Now, so just try to wrap it up inside a bracket. Just try to wrap it up inside the bracket so that it will be able to understand that it is a part of same query. So here select a star from a customer where join date is greater than this particular date, means this average date which I am able to find out. Now here if I am going to execute, it is going to give me all the customers, right? So almost all the customers, not all the customers, so 3, 7, 9, 10, 11, 13. So there are some customer who is missing over here, right? So most of the customer, I can see that they have joined after a average joining date. All the data is not available. So if you look closely, so you don't have all the customer ID over here, right? Or all the customer name in this particular place, right? So, okay, we are able to solve this one. So we are able to find out that who has joined after a average joining date. Now, there is a second question, right? Second question in front of me, that get me the name of all the customer, right? Give me the name of all the customer who have made some sort of a purchase. Fine. So give me all the customers who have made some sort of a purchase. So here purchase I will be able to get from where? So I will be able to get a purchase from a sales table. Yeah. So from a sales table, I will be able to get a purchase. So inside a sales table, we have a customer ID. If there is a customer ID which is available inside a sales table, it simply means that that person has purchased, right? The person has purchased. So here, what I can do is that I can try to find out, select distinct, basically customer ID, sorry. So customer ID from sales table. So just try to get a distinct customer ID from a sales table. Simple, right? So these are the distinct customer ID which is available inside the sales table. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 26, 8. I think everyone has made some sort of a purchase and everyone's data is available. It looks like to me, right? It looks like to me. So here, so I'm trying to extract all the distinct customer ID from the sales table. Now what I will do with this one, so I'll try to, right, at the end of the day, I'm looking for a customer name. So here, what I can do is, and customer name is available where? So customer name is available into a customer column. So I can write over here that select customer, CUSTOMER, customer underscore name from where? So from customer table. So select this one, where customer underscore ID, right? So where customer underscore ID in, so it is available somewhere in this one. Yeah. So just give me all the customer names. So where customer ID is available in this particular output. So this is the output of this one. Yeah. So if customer ID is available in this one, just give me all the customer name. Now, if I'm going to execute it, it is going to give me customer sales CUSD. Okay, again mistake, S. It should be S, by the way. So yeah, it is giving me all the customers name over here. So whose data was available into this one, right? So I'm using in over here. So where customer in this one, fine. So now I'm able to like understand, I'm able to get a data. So where someone has made the purchase. So if the data is available into the sales table. Now, so then someone is asking me a question that find a customer with the highest total sale. Means who is the customer, right, who have purchased with the highest value or the highest amount. Maybe I would like to like give some sort of a reward to that customer, maybe some additional benefit, some additional gift to that customer. So I have to find out that who is the customer, right, with the highest total amount of the sale inside my data available to me. So here what I can do is that the sales is available and sales amount is available inside my sales column, right? And again, customer ID is available so that I will be able to do the mapping. So here what I can do is that my inner query select customer underscore ID, right? From where? So from sales table, and then right select customer ID from a sales table, and then just try to perform one thing over here. So group by customer underscore ID. So just try to collapse each and everything, and then order by a summation of a sales amount, some sales amount, because at the end of the day, like I have to do that. And again into a descending order. So DESC I can try to write. So DESC descending, and I'm looking for a top one customer, right? I'm looking for top one customer. So just give me a limit 1 over here. So limit is equals to what? So limit is equals to 1. Now if I'm going to execute this one, if I'm going to execute this query, so what I will be able to see, again unknown column name, sales amount in order clause. So customer ID, sales amount. So SALE. Okay, it's a SALE only. Fine, not an issue, rectified. Now here, so it is giving me a customer ID is equals to 54. If I'm going to remove a limit, right? If I'm going to remove a limit from here, so what I will be able to see, I will be able to see all the customer ID with the grouping. Simple. I will be able to see all the customer ID with the grouping over here. This is what I'm trying to do. So like a group by a customer ID and order by basically sum of sales amount. I will be able to see just that one. But yeah, I'm looking for the top. So maybe I can try to apply a limit. I'm not looking for a multiple one over here. So just apply the limit so that I will be able to get only one. Okay, so I'm able to get a customer ID is equals to only is equals to 1. Now what I can do, I can just try to wrap it up inside a bracket, and then on top of this, I can write a query that select a star from where? CUSTOMERS, customers, select a star from customers. So where customer underscore ID is equal to what? This one. So whatever we are like able to get from here, so is equal to this one. So this is the customer ID, this is the customer name, city is basically Phoenix, and join date was this one. So this is something that I'm able to get with respect to the customer. So I'm able to get all the detail with respect to the customer who have made a highest amount of the purchase. As simple as that. Okay. Now, so now if someone is asking me a question that okay, so you have a sales data and you have a multiple different kind of items available inside the table. For example, we have a sales table over here, and we have headphone, phone, tablet, laptop, monitor, and all sort of things over here, right? Okay, so I just wanted to know that I'm just looking for a customer who has bought a laptop basically. So anyone and everyone who has bought the laptop, just try to give me that customer ID or just that customer detail, or maybe just a name, right? So just try to give me that customer name. So who has basically bought a laptop, not monitor, not phone, not tablet, not headphone, but a laptop, only laptop. So we have a laptop product wise. Yeah. So I'm just trying to filter out that who has bought the laptop, just try to give me that data. Okay. So here what I will do is that I can try to write a inner query. So select and distinct, right? Customer ID, because customer ID, they're like one customer is going to purchase multiple things, and one customer ID is been attached to the multiple stuff, because we have only 100 customer and we have 1000 sales. Yeah. So here select distinct customer ID basically from a sales table, right? So sales table. So where product, so we have a product column inside the sales table. So product is equals to what? So product is equals to laptop. Okay. So this is going to give you all the distinct, right? There is a issue, unknown product, product. There is only a product, right? Okay, not S. So yeah, this is the customer ID which I'm able to get. So who has purchased a laptop? Yeah. So who has purchased a laptop? So now this is going to my inner query. I'm going to wrap it up, and then on top of it, or it is going to my subquery, and on top of it, I can try to write the main query over here, that select customer underscore name, right, from basically customers table, where customer underscore ID in what? In this one, right? So the output that we are able to get. So just give me that customer name or any other detail. Maybe I can try to write a star over here so that it will be able to give me all the detail with respect to the customer. So here is a detail, who has bought a laptop, right? Who has bought the laptop, as simple as that. So you will be able to analyze each and everything out of this one. So these are the customers who has bought actually a laptop. So 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, 6 is missing over here. So 6, customer ID 6 has never bought the laptop, as you can see inside this one. You can try to manually verify even this particular part. That's completely fine. Now, so this is fine. We are able to get it. Now, we are looking for a customer, right? We are looking for a customer with at least one sale, right? With at least one sale. So I'm looking for a customer that they have at least purchased one single product from me. Yeah, one single product for me. So here, if I have to write that particular query, right? Write that particular query. So what I can do is I can write maybe select one from sales. Now what this is going to give it to me? So select one from sales. Let me execute this part. Yeah. So select one from sales is going to give me a column, right? And here, so it is going to repeat that 1000 times. Now, so here I'm going to write select one from a column, one from the table S. And again, I'm going to give alias is equal to S, select one from a sales S. And then I'm going to write, so where customer underscore ID is equals to, right, is equals to, and then I have to do a comparison. I have to do a comparison with the customer which is available outside, means customer which is available inside the customer table. So here I can try to write a query, select star from customer C, right, customer C, and then try to wrap it up inside the subquery customer C, and where S dot customer ID is equals to C dot customer ID. So I'm just trying to match these two table, guys. Simple, right? So I'm just trying to match that. Okay. So just try to match this two table and then tell me that who is the customer who has purchased at least one single thing from my shop, from my store. So select star from customer C, and I can write here where exist basically. Now if I'm going to execute this entire query, there is a error, customer sales doesn't exist, so it's a customers. Yeah. So now these are the customer, right? These are the customers, so who have purchased at least one, right? At least one thing they have purchased from me. This is something that you will be able to get. Now, so these are the basic queries that we have already executed. Now let's try to execute some of the little bit hard, little bit like a intermediate level of queries, right? So if someone is asking me that try to tell me that a customer with a sales greater than any sales of the customer ID 10, means customer ID 10 have purchased something, right, from me. Now tell me, so who have purchased something more than a customer ID 10? Okay, so who has purchased more than customer ID 10? So let's do it. Yeah, let's do it by the way. So here, what we can do is, first of all, let's try to find out that what was the purchase from customer ID 10. So here, so select, and then I can try to write a sale underscore amount from the sale table. So amount amount from a sales table, sales sales table, where customer underscore ID is equals to 10. Now this query is going to give me sales amount. So sales amount from sales WHERE, where customer ID is equals to 10. Okay, so this is going to give me a sales amount. So wherever customer ID is equals to 10. So these are the purchase which was done by customer ID 10, by the way. Yeah, 10 by the way. Okay, so we are able to get a purchase from a customer ID 10. Simple, right? Now what we are supposed to do, because at the end of the day we are supposed to find out that who has purchased more than this customer ID 10. That's a whole idea, that's a whole objective that we have. So on top of this, we can try to write our query. And what is going to be the query, by the way? So here we can try to write that select distinct customer ID. Yeah, select distinct customer ID from a sales table. Yeah, from sales table. So where sales underscore amount, right, sales underscore amount is greater than any of the amount which is available over here. Any of the amount. Yeah, so any of the amount which is available over there, then only I will be able to find out, right, that who has purchased more than like this one. I can go ahead with the summation, but that is not a part of like a question. The question is that any of the amount which is been spent by a customer ID 10. So here this is going to give you a distinct customer ID, sales amount unknown column, sales amount. It's a sale. Yeah. So these are the customer ID, right? These are the customer ID. So who have done some sort of a purchase where sales amount is greater than any of this sales amount that we have over here. And now we are looking for, right? So now we are looking for all the details of that customer. So here we have a customer ID, but now we are looking for all the details. So what I can do, I can try to wrap it up once again, and then on top of this I can try to write another query. So another query wise, so select basically a star from customers. Yeah, select where customer underscore ID in. So customer ID is available into these customer IDs. So step by step, guys, we are trying to break down the problem and then we are trying to find out the solution. So these are the customer details. So who has purchased more than customer ID 10, as simple as that, any of the amount, right? So next question says that customer who all sales are above 200. So try to fetch me the customer so whose all sales are above 200. That is the requirement that we have. So let's try to fetch the details. So where customer who is having a sales above 200. So here what I can do is I can try to write a query. So select what? So customer ID from sales table, right, and group by customer ID having minimum, right, having minimum sale amount. So we have already discussed about the having clause, right? So having sale amount, what? So sale amount basically greater than 200. So now this is going to give me a customer ID, right? Customer ID where we have a minimum sale amount is equals to greater than 200. So these are the customer IDs. So where we have a minimum sale amount greater than 200. Okay, fine. Now out of this, so we have to find out the customer detail. So fine, wrap it up, and then above that write a query, select star from customers where customer ID in this particular list. So this is going to give me all the details, as simple as that. So customer where, so customer underscore ID, and here it should be S. So now I'm able to get all the details. So where basically the sales amount was above 200. Okay, now the next question, guys. So next question says that try to give me basically a total sales per customer with the amount greater than their average. Yeah, so basically I'm looking for a total sales per customer with the amount greater than their average amount. How I will be able to find out? Let's try to see that how I will be able to find out a total sales per customer with amount greater than their average amount that they are going to spend. So here I can try to write a query. So select customer underscore ID sale underscore amount from sales table, and let's name it as a S1. Yeah, let's name it as a S1 where sale amount is greater than. So greater than what? So just try to write a subquery inside this one. So greater than what? So here select AVG LICT, select average. So because we have to find out basically a total sales per customer with average amount greater than their, with the amount greater than their average, right? So total sale per customer we have to find out. So here select average. So average what? So average basically sale amount, sale amount from sales. Let's suppose alias I'm giving S2, and then I'm going to write that where S1 dot customer ID is equals to S2 dot customer underscore ID. Yeah, fine. Now, so here it is giving me a customer ID, and then it is giving me a sale amount. So where per customer amount is greater than their average amount. So means these are the amount that customer has spent, which was actually average than their sale, like average, like more than their average sales amount, the purchase that they have made in a past basically. So this is something that we are able to find out. Okay, now so again next subquery I would like to show you over here. So and again these subquery are very much important, by the way, right? Now we are getting into the very important area. So top 5 customer by total sales. So there is a customer, right? There is a customer, and one customer is trying to purchase multiple things. Now what I wanted to know that who is my top 5 customer by total amount of sale, not just one single sale, because one customer is doing a multiple purchases. So I wanted to know that who is my top 5 customer by a total sale. Yeah, so let's try to find out that, guys. So here what I will do is that I have a sales table. So select SELECT, select customer ID from basically a sales table. Yeah, sales table, and then try to group it. So just try to implement a group by customer ID, because one customer will be having multiple purchases, and that will be booked inside my sales table. So group by customer ID, and then order by, right? Order by sum of what? Total sale amount. So order by what? So order by basically sale underscore amount, order by sale amount into a descending order. So DESC, and we are looking for a top 5 basically. So we are going to give a limit is equals to 5. So it is going to give me a customer ID, right? Customer ID basically. So based on the total sale amount, it is going to order it, and then it is going to give me the result. So these are the customer ID, guys. These are the customer ID basically. So these are the top 5 customer ID that I'm able to get with the highest sale amount, accumulative again. So that's the reason I'm trying to give a summation over here. Now I'm looking for a customer detail. So now on top of this, I can try to do select star from customers table where, right? So select star from customers table. So where customer ID in this one. Yeah, customer ID in this one. So this is going to give me all the detail. MySQL doesn't supports limit or something. So where customer ID, select a star from customers where customer ID in, yeah, so this is going to give me the customer ID. That looks correct. And select star, select all from customer. Okay, so maybe I can try to write it down over here. Customer ID and customer name over here. So just try to give me these 2 columns. And doesn't yet support a limit. No, it does support a limit. So customer ID, customer name from us, CUSTOMERS, customers, customer ID. No, this looks correct to me. I don't know why it is giving me an error. Customer ID. Yeah, so in this, and the error is that this version of MySQL I have already used in multiple times, but I don't know why it is giving me an error. I have already used it. So sum of the sales amount by descending order limit is equals to 5. Now this is giving me this data. Into no, where customer ID in. No, it should give me a result. I don't think that it should not give me a result. This is the complete correct query, guys, by the way. Yeah, because I have already used in so many times even before, right? So I have already used this one so many times. I don't know. There is some problem with this one. Subquery. Okay, let's move on to the next one because this query is correct, by the way. Yeah, so we were able to execute, by the way, and I'll just have to figure it out that why it is not working. But in ideal situation, it should work. Yeah, it should work. Okay, so now moving to the next problem statement. So we have to find out a customer so who have purchased all the products. So whatever product that we have, right? So whatever product that we have inside our sales table. So a customer, I just wanted to know the customer ID or customer name. So who has technically purchased everything. Yeah, everything. So here, first of all, try to find out all the distinct product. Yeah, all the distinct products. So select and select what? So here, so count of all the distinct product. Let's try to find out. So select count of all the distinct, DISTINCT, distinct product. Yeah, from where? So from basically from sales table. So now this is going to give me a count of all the distinct products. So how many total product we have? We have total 5 different kind of a product: laptop, mobile, desktop, and all those things we have. Okay. Now, on top of this, we have to find out that who is the customer who have purchased all the product at least once. Yeah. So here what we can do is that we can write down select customer underscore ID from a sales table. Yeah, sales table, and then group by customer underscore ID, because one customer is purchasing multiple stuff, right? And having count, right? So count like equal to 5, because this is the total number of product, right, that we have available. So any customer who is purchasing everything, so obviously their product count must be having 5, right? So product count must be having a 5, a distinct product count must be having 5. So select customer ID from a sales, group by a customer ID having count, and count of a distinct product, obviously product count of the distinct product is equals to what? Is equals to this one. Yeah, is equals to this one. So now I will be able to get all the customer ID. So where distinct product count is equals to 1. Unknown distinct product product. Okay. So these are the customer ID that we have. And then on top of this, if I would like to fetch all the customer details, so maybe I can try to write down over here that select star from customer. Yeah. So where customer underscore ID in what? So in this one, let me reduce a size of it. Yeah. Table customers. Yeah, it's a S. Okay. So these are the like a customer detail we are able to find out who has bought all the products. So at least one. So they have bought all the 5 products. This is something that we are able to find out. Very, very easy one. Now, move to the next one. So here, so we have to basically find out that customer whose total sales are above the average total sales of all the customers. So we have to find out a customers basically whose total sales, right, whose total amount of the sales are above the average total sales of all the customers. So there will we have multiple customers and we have a multiple sales. So we have to find out first of all the average sales. That is pretty much easy. We will be able to find out, and then we have to find out all the customers ID. So where the total sales are above the average total sales of the customer. So fine, let's do it. Let's try to find out one by one. So here the first inner query that I'm going to write it down that select a summation of a sales amount. Sale amount as total, alias is total sales, right, from the sales table. Yeah, from the sales table. And then group by customer underscore ID. Okay, so group by customer ID. So these are the total sale that we are able to get with respect to the customer ID. Okay, that's great. Now, once we are able to find out, right? Once we are able to find out this one. Now, on top of this, let's try to write down the query. Yeah, let's try to write down the query, our own query over here. So here, I can try to say that select average of the total sales. We have to find our average total sales, right? And here, so we can try to select average total sales from basically this part. So average total sales, average of the total sales column from this particular part as average sales. So now this is going to give me the average sales. So this is the average sales of the average total sales, you can say. So, and again, so instead of writing this entire query, so maybe I could have done even the averaging over here itself. Instead of calling a sum, I would have done even the averaging. That's completely fine. So now I'm aware about the average sales, by the way. Now just try to wrap this query. So this is the average total sale which I'm able to get. Now wrap it up. Yeah, wrap it up. And after wrapping it up, what we can do is now we can try to write our final query. So which is going to give me the customer whose sales, total sales, are the sales above the average total sales of all the customer. So here what we can do is that select customer underscore ID from a sales table, just group by customer ID having customer ID having sum of sale amount greater than this one. This is something that select a star from the sales table group by. Yeah, so group by customer ID having sum of the total sale greater than this one. Now this is going to give me the customer ID whose total sales are above the average total sales of all the customer. As simple as that. So likewise, guys, we can try to write a infinite number of a subquery. It's all about a practice, I would say, right? So more you will practice, more you will be able to understand, and more you will be able to even write a subquery. So with that, thank you so much, everyone. Take care, and then see you again in my next lecture. Okay, so welcome to lecture once again, guys. Now in this lecture, I'm going to talk about views inside MySQL. So we talked about a table, we talked about joins, we talked about a subquery, we talked about aggregation, and so many things, right? With respect to our tables. And yeah, we are able to extract our data in the easiest possible way. That's not a big deal at all for us. Now, so views comes into a picture. So when we are looking for some sort of abstraction, maybe some sort of a security, or maybe we have to run some sort of a query again and again and again. So what we can do is we can try to create a virtual table. So this virtual table is technically called as a view in other way, right? In other way, in a layman way, you can even say that view is nothing but a set of the query. That's it, right? Nothing more than that. So view is the set of the queries on an ad hoc basis. You will be able to execute it. That is something called as a view. So let's go ahead and let's try to create a view, and then by creating it, by using it in a practical manner, let's try to understand it. So I'm going to write a couple of queries by which you will be able to create a virtual table. Now, so here I'm going to use a same database, the database which I have already used in my previous lecture. Yeah, so let me like execute this part, and I'm going to use this customer sales data set. And then I'm going to use the same table, a customer table or maybe a sales table. And inside that you must be able to see a views. So we'll see how we can try to create a views inside the table. So here to create a view, you just have to write a function, you just have to write the command called as create and then view, V-I-E-W, C-R-E-A-T, create, V-I-E-W, create view. And then you can try to give a view name, just like you try to give a table name. So here, customer summary. This is like, for example, a view name I have given as, and then after that, what kind of a data you would like to store inside the view. So maybe I can try to like do something like select customer underscore ID and then customer underscore name, right? And then maybe a city from the customer table, customer name, and then city from the customer table. So CUSTOMERS, customers table. So we all know that this is going to fetch a data about a customer ID, customer name, and a city from this customer table, right? And now I'm going to store it inside this particular view. But yeah, technically it's just a query. It is not going to store a data in a physical manner. Now, so a known column customer ID. So okay, customer 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 ID. Okay, now let's try to execute it. Now once I'm going to execute it and once I'm going to refresh it, inside this panel you will be able to see a view, right? A view which is holding how many columns? Which is holding basically 3 columns. And on top of this view, right, the way we try to query our table, in the similar manner, I can try to query my views as well. So for example, inside this customer table. So I had 4 columns: customer ID, customer name, city, and joining date. But I have just created this view, and inside this view, I just have only 3 columns, right? Now, here, if I'm going to write select a star from customer summary. So customer summary, which is nothing but a view. It's not a table, right? It's not a table, but I can try to do a query like a table. See, customer summary. Customer summary is what? A view, by the way, right? And here, so when I'm trying to query, so obviously it is having only 3 columns. So it's a subset of the table which I have created, or you can say a filtered table that I have created. And here, so I'm trying to achieve the abstraction. So I don't want to like give an access of the entire table to someone, right? So what I want is that I don't want to give a complete access to the customer table. I just wanted to give a limited access. Whoever is going to use this like a customer summary, they will be having a limited access. They will not be able to access a joining date of the customer, maybe, right? So I can try to create a view, and then I can try to give an access just for these 3 columns or column of my choice, and everyone who is accessing this particular view, they will be able to get only an access of a limited one. That's it, right? So here is this. Now, so next query which I'm going to write down. So here we can try to create another view. So create view, and this time, so I can write a customer view for customer total sales. Again, customer total sales as. Now here inside this particular view or inside this virtual table, so I'm going to store a customer ID and a sales amount as a total sales, right? Sales amount of the customer total sales for the customer ID. So let's see. So select SELECT, select customer CUSTUMER customer ID, and then try to do a summation of basically a sale amount for the customer. Yeah, customer as a total sales alias from where? So from sales table. Yeah, from the sales table, and then I'm going to perform group by operation. So group by what? So group by, then I'm going to perform basically a group by operation, group by customer ID. So just try to group everyone with the help of customer ID, and then try to get the sales amount, a summation of total sales amount with respect to the customer ID, and then try to create a virtual table, and inside that try to store this information. So here, if I'm going to refresh once again, so I must be having another view. So here total sales, and inside this view I have a customer ID and the total sales. I can try to query this view. I can try to query this particular view. So select basically this customer total sales. So I can just write select star from this customer total sales, and it is going to give me the whole data. Yeah, it is going to give me the whole data. Now, so we have created 2 views. One is a customer summary view and one is a customer total sales view. In case of customer total sales view, so we are using a aggregation function. So we are using a summation function. Summation function is technically a aggregation function. Now, wherever aggregation function comes into a picture, so you will not be able to manipulate it. You will not be able to perform any kind of a insert, update, or delete operation with respect to this particular view. Whereas, so in case of this one, I will be able to perform insert, update, and delete operations. So again, there is a restriction on a view. If there is an aggregation operation, you will not be able to perform insert, update, or a delete operation. So even with respect to a join, let's suppose I have created a view by joining some of the table, I will not be able to perform any kind of a manipulation over there. Yeah, manipulation over there. Let's suppose I would like to create a virtual table. So where I would like to give a limited access of a column, right? Limited access of the column from 2 tables. So customer table and the sales table. So yeah, I can do that. Maybe I can use the join, and based on the join, so I can try to create one of the table, and then I can try to give an access as a view to my user or anyone from my team basically. So here I can try to create a view. So view customer underscore PURCHASCS purchases as. So this is the view name which I have given. So create view customer purchases, and then select basically select from customers. I'm giving alias as C. So select from customers. Select what? I'll write down in a later stage. So select from a customer C and join with a sales table S. So customer table name is basically customers. C join with the sales table, right? On what? So we have already done the join operation. So on what? So on C dot customer ID and then S dot customer ID. These are the foreign key and primary key. Yeah. So based on this, now what we are supposed to select, what we are supposed to store. So maybe I would, based on this like a join operation, so I would like to store a customer name, customer, customer name from the customer table, customer name from the customer table, and then maybe I would like to like save a product name from the product table, sales table, and then maybe I would like to like store a sale amount from the sale table, and maybe I would like to like store a sale date from the sales table. Yeah. So I would like to create a view where I would like to store this information. Some information is coming from customer table, some information is coming from the sale table based on the join operation that I have done based on this constraint. Yeah. So now if I'm going to execute it, I will be able to get my another view. Yeah, I will be able to get my another view. So which is a customer purchase view. So this is my customer purchase view. I have a customer name, product, sales amount, and date. So anyone and everyone who would like to like look for this data, they can just try to access this particular view and they will be able to get customer name, product name, sale amount, and the sales date in a easiest possible way. I have already prepared a data for them. So this is how, and this is where you will be able to find out, guys, that I'm giving an access of the data, right? So whatever data which I'm preparing over there, I'm just trying to give an access of that data to any of my user who is going to use it today, tomorrow, or maybe in a later stage at any point of a time. Yeah. Now, so I have created 3 views over here. Let's suppose I would like to like drop that particular view, right? If I would like to like drop that particular view. So what I can do, how I can do it? So drop and then view, right? And then I can write if exist. So drop view if exist, and then maybe I would like to like drop this particular view. I would like to drop this particular view. So it is going to drop it, as you can see. Yeah. So now if I'm going to refresh it, I don't have a customer purchase. I just have a customer summary and customer total sales over here in these 2 places, right? So in these 2 places. And like I told you in a beginning itself, so if you are using aggregation or if you're using a join operation to create a view, your view will not be used for insert, update, or delete kind of operation. Otherwise, you can use your view even for insert, update, and delete kind of operation. So hope this makes sense to all of you, and just try to solve a couple of assignment problem. You will be able to get 100% idea out of this one. With this, thank you so much, everyone. Take care and see you again in my next lecture. Okay, so welcome to the lecture, guys. Now in this lecture, we are going to talk about indexing and a partition. Now both of this technique is been used to optimize your query in different manners. So obviously one is a logical one and one is a physical one. So when I'm going to talk about the indexes, I'm going to explain you that index works in a logical manner and partition works in a physical manner. But yeah, at the end of the day, so both is been used to optimize the query. So what we can do is that one by one, so we can try to see the example, and then with the help of example, let's try to understand. So I will be using mostly the same table and the column which I have been using so far, and with the help of that, so I'm going to explain you that how indexing is going to work and how basically partitioning is going to work for all of us. So let's start the indexing. Okay. So here, first of all, we have to understand that how indexing is going to work and how we are going to create an indexing, and internally what it is going to do. So whenever we are going to create an indexing, so internally what system does is that what MySQL system is going to do is that it is going to create a structure, basically a B tree kind of a structure, because most of the databases is going to create a B tree kind of a structure, and it is going to map a column values with the physical row location. So that is something that it is going to do. Now how? Let me show you that part. So here I'm going to use a same database. Let's suppose I'm going to use the same database. So use this customer. Yeah, fine. Now, so after doing this, let's suppose I have to create the indexes. So I can write a query over here. So create index index, fine. And then I can try to like name my index. So idx customer, let's suppose city. So inside this customer table, so we have a city column. Yeah, we have basically a city column. Now for this city column, so I'm going to create a indexes, means so it will try to create a B tree, a binary tree it is going to create, and then its city column wise it is going to like whatever like a different kind of a cities column that we have. So it is going to segregate the data. Yeah, segregate the data, not physically, just logically. So create indexes this one, and then on, so I have to write on, so on this customer table, so this is the customer table, and on this, inside this customer table there is a city column. So just try to take a city column and then try to create a binary tree. Now what is the advantage I will be able to get? I'll show you that part. So here index has been created, duplicate key name index. Okay, so I think I have already created this indexes, so let me drop this indexes, and then I'm going to recreate once again. So drop drop index, and then this is the index name. I have already created it when I was preparing my material. So drop index and then ID customer city on a customer table. Yeah, this is going to basically drop the index. Okay, index dropped. Now this is something which has been used to create a indexes. So again, I'm going to execute the same part, and then I'm going to create the indexes. So here, if I'm going to execute this, index has been created. Now, what is the advantage that I will be able to get with indexes, without indexes? So see, if we are trying to create an indexes with the city name, right? Now here, if I'm trying to write that select a star from customers, right? So it is going to give me all the data. Now here, select a star from customers. It is going to give me all the data. Now we have a multiple cities over here, so we can try to find out even a distinct city. That's completely fine. So what this operation will do is that based on the distinct city, it will try to segregate the data. So let's suppose if I'm trying to filter out a data going forward with the help of cities, so it will directly go to that city instead of like going through one by one record. So what it will do is it will directly go to that particular city, and then it will try to extract all the information. So in this manner, so we are trying to avoid parsing all the other data set. So let's suppose we have hundreds of cities. So every time I will write some sort of a queries, it will look into all the records from 100 cities, right? But if we have created a indexes, in that case, it will just go and look into only that city, because we have created a indexes based on the cities. So now it understands, and it will be able to target only that particular city if I'm going to write a query based on city, only on city, not for all the other things, right? For example, so if I'm going to write a query, something like this, so select basically a star, select a star from customers, right? Where city is equals to Chicago. Yeah, city is equals to Chicago. So now if I'm going to execute it, it is able to give me a data. Now nothing new, right? Nothing new. So not a different kind of a query. So even this is the normal query, and I will be able to get the data anyhow. But how this query is different, right? When we have created an index, and how this query is going to be different when we will not be able to create the indexes, how it is going to different in both the situation. So there is a command called as explain analyze, right? So in front of all the queries that you are going to execute, just try to put up this explain analyze, and then try to execute it. So it is not going to give you an output. It is going to give you basically something like this. Now it is telling me that index lookup on customer using IDX customer city Chicago, right? Cost is 2.75, row is equals to 20, actual time is this much, 0.050 something, and row is equals to 20, loop is equals to 1. Execute this once again, right? Execute this once again. So now here you will be able to find out that it is trying to look into 20 records, right? And only 20 records, and then I'm able to get the data. Now just drop the indexes. So we have our index, right? Drop it, right? Drop the indexes. So index has been dropped. Now again try to, right? Again try to execute it with the analyze. See, output wise you are going to get the same thing, right? There is no difference, right? So output wise you will be able to get the same thing. But just try to click on explain analyze, and then here you will be able to see that this time it is not, right? So this time it is not looking into the indexes. So first of all, row is equals to 100 loop 1. So in a loop 1, so it is a one time loop, it is looping through it, and rows is equals to 100. So table scan on customers, cost this one, actual time this one, and it is looking into hundreds of rows, and out of those hundreds of rows it is trying to extract what? So it is trying to extract only 20 record which belongs to city Chicago. That's a difference, right? This is what I was trying to tell you, that if I have not created the indexes, right? If I have not created indexes, in that case, it is looking into all the 100 records, and then out of that 20 record, it is trying to fetch. If I have implemented the indexes, and that too index has been implemented on cities, right? So my system knows that, okay, fine. So this is the city data. So for Chicago, I don't have to look into all the 100 records. I just have to look into just this subset of the record. So it was just looking into a subset of record, and I was able to get my data. So that is the advantage of indexes, guys. You all will be able to get. It's pretty much easy to create it. It's not at all difficult. Easy to create indexes. Easy to even like drop the indexes. Now let's suppose if I would like to create an indexes on top of two columns, customer ID and a product column on a sales table. I can do that, right? I can do that. So indexes will be created, IDX, sales, customer, product, and yeah, so I will be able to get that. Now if I'm writing a query, something like this, right? So where I'm using customer ID as well as product. So based on the customer ID and based on the product, it has already created the indexes. And now if I'm going to execute it, yeah, I will be able to get the data, but that's not an interesting part. The interesting part is explain, analyze, right? That without index, how it is going to behave, and with indexes, how it is going to behave for me. So here, so product ID row, so row 3, so like a cost this one, actual time this one, and customer ID 10, product is equal to laptop. So already I have created basically indexes. Indexing I have done based on the customer ID and the product. So directly it will be able to fetch the information. So if I have not created this one, then in that case, it will not be able to fetch the information. Now, so doesn't mean, so obviously we are able to optimize the query, but that doesn't mean that for everything I will go ahead and I'll try to create the indexes, because there is a drawback, right? There is a drawback. So there is a pros and there is a cons. So first of all, let's talk about a pros. So pros is like whenever you are going to use a where clause, join clause, order by clause, or group by clause, obviously it is going to improve the performance. That's true, right? That's true that it is going to improve the performance. But indexes can even hurt your performance. That is also possible. So whenever you are going to do a frequent insert, update, and a delete operation, so again it creates a overhead, because with every insert it is supposed to update the indexes, with every update it is supposed to update the indexes, with every delete it is supposed to delete the indexes. So if you are doing a frequent insert, update, delete operation with respect to a table, it's not advisable to create indexes in a very first place, because it is going to increase the overhead. It is going to increase the compute overhead on top of the data, because it has to realign the entire binary tree, right? And yeah, so if you have a small tables, right, with the very small number of record, 2, 5, 10, 100 records, in that case you can directly like use tables and its queries without creating indexes. It's not like necessary. And again, so when it is going to hurt you more and more, so when you have too many indexes, so let's suppose for everything I have created the indexes, so again it is going to increase a wastage of memory, and when you will try to perform the right operation, it is going to be slow, because at the end of the day, whatever indexes that you have created, it has to update it, right? It has to update it. So simple. So here in this case, you don't have to create indexes. Now indexes is completely fine. It's a logical separation that we are trying to perform. Yeah, logical performance, logical separation that we are trying to perform. There is something called as partition. So how I will be able to create a partition, and how partition is different from the indexes. So partition is something, so where it will be able to divide a data physically. So it will try to store a data into a different space, right? Divide a data. And whenever we are going to create a table at that point of a time only, we have to create a partition on some of the column values. So let me show you that part as well, guys. So let's suppose if I'm going to create a table called as sales to table. So I have already created one, and sales table is already available. So let's suppose I'm creating a sales to table. These are the column that we have, right? These are the column that we have. Now primary key, sales ID, and sales date. So sales ID and the sales date. So I'm going to consider that as a primary key, a combined primary key I'm going to consider, right? So now here I have written in this at the time of creation of table itself that partition by range, right? Partition by range, year, sales, date. And I'm trying to give a partition name over here that, okay, so partition this one, this one, this one, and this one, try to create, and then partition this one, try to create based on the value which is lesser than 2021, a sales date basically, right? So based on this date, so try to perform the partition operation. Now what it is going to do, so it is going to create a table, and when you are going to, so table has been created, right? Table has been created over here. Now, so table has been created. Now, so whenever you are going to insert a data, right? Whenever you are going to insert a data, so it will try to insert a data based on the partition that you have given. Means before that, let me do one thing. So let me show you how and what kind of a partition which has been created. So here I'm just trying to give like a table named sales2, right? Sales2. I will show you information with respect to table. So this is the information of the partition. So see what it has done. It has created a sales2 table, right? And inside that it has created a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 physical space, right? Physical space. Now, so one space will be holding all the data lesser than 2021. One space will be holding all the data lesser than 2022, 2023, 2024, and then whatever is the max value, whatever the other values. So it will be holding all the data. So in a 5 different places, I'm holding all of this data into a 5 different places, means 5 different, you can say a folder. I'm holding all of this data set. In a complete 5 different folder, I'm holding this particular data set. Now, so when I say that, okay, in a 5 different places, I'm holding this entire data set, right? Entire data set. So it is going to improve my performance. So instead of looking into the whole data set, let's suppose if I'm trying to do some sort of a search with respect to this year, it will not look into other location. It will not look into other location, right? It will not look into other folder. Just imagine as a folder, this one, right? So it will not even look into other folder. So what it will do is it will directly look into that particular year, and from that particular year, it will try to fetch the data. Same is going to happen even at the time of insertion. So for example, if I'm trying to insert this record in a sales2 table, right? Sales2 table. So we have 2021. Now, if I'm going to insert this record, yeah, so it will be able to insert it. It will be able to insert it. And whenever I'm going to fetch this record, so it will not look into everything, but just a partition for this one, right? Just a partition for this one. So this is how the guys partition is going to work, by the way. And with the help of partition, so we can try to segregate a data, but it is segregating a data, right? It is segregating a data on a physical label, means by creating a different kind of a folder as per the partition which I have given at the time of creation of the table. It is trying to hold those data, and then when you are going to give a query, so it is going into that particular folder, and then from that it is trying to scan the data and give it to you as an outcome. So hope partition and indexing we are able to understand. We are going to do a lot of problem statement over here, right? Going forward with respect to all of this concept. But yeah, so till then, try to learn as much as you can. Till then, try to understand things in a best possible manner. And then obviously, you will be able to solve the problems, right? With that, thank you so much, everyone. Take care and see you again in my next lecture. Okay, so welcome back to lecture once again, guys. Now in this lecture, I'll be talking about some of the common inbuilt function, a function that has already been created inside a SQL. You just have to use it as per your need. So let's try to understand that what are those common inbuilt function and how we can try to use it. Let me share my screen, and yeah, so I believe it's visible to all of us. One by one, let's start talking about some of the common inbuilt function. Yeah. So here, there is a function called as select database, and then function means, so you have to do bracket. Yeah. So you have to do a bracket. So here, if I'm going to execute this select database, so it is going to give me like a current selected database. So whatever database which is currently in a place, or whatever database which I have selected, it is going to talk about basically that particular database. Means it is going to return you the current database. Now there is a function called as select version. Now it is going to give you a MySQL version. So this is going to give you, so I'm using a MySQL version is equal to 8.0.42. So it is trying to give me this particular version. Now there is a next function you will be able to find out, which is called as a select user. So here this function is going to give you, as this name suggests, about a user. So root user. Through a root user I have logged in. So it is talking about that particular root user over here. Now, so here there is another function called as select and then char underscore length. So character length. This is the function, and let's suppose if I'm going to pass over here Euron as a string inside this particular function. So it is going to return what? So it is going to return, so what is the total number of the character which is available over here as this function suggests. Now these are the functions I think that you should know at least once in a lifetime, so that you must be aware about that this is something which exists, right? So this is something which exists actually inside a SQL, because obviously when we are going to work with the real-time system, these functions will be pretty much required. Now there is a function called as select len, select len gth length, and let's suppose if I'm going to pass Euron over here. So now this function is going to return me something in a byte. So if I'm going to like check this one, so basically it is going to return me the byte length at the end of the day. Now there is another function called as select reverse basically, and here, so as this function name suggests, so if I'm going to pass maybe Euron over here, so it is going to reverse this entire Euron, right? So it is going to reverse this entire Euron. So here NORUE. So in a reverse order, it is trying to print all these things. Now, so there is something called as select UUID. So this UUID is going to return me a unique ID basically. So it is going to generate a unique ID. So at any point of a time inside a table, so we are trying to insert a data and we would like to generate some of the unique ID, and then we would like to insert a data. So obviously that is possible with the help of UUID function, so which is going to generate a data each and every time. So whenever I'm going to execute once again, so it is going to generate once again. So every time you must be able to see that when I'm executing it, so it is like not giving me the same return. So it is giving me a different kind of a return. So here you will be able to generate a unique ID. Now, so there is something called as select and if, right? So if over here, and as we all know that if is nothing but it's a conditional logic, right? So here if I'm going to write 5 is greater than 3, so if this is going to be true, so if this condition is going to be true, then return what? So return basically my name SUDH. Otherwise return what? So return KUMAR, something like that, right? So return KUMAR, something like that I would like to write. So okay, I can do that. So here it is returning me SUDH, as you can see, because this condition is going to give me true. There is a if condition, right? So always if condition is going to give you either true or a false based on the statement it is going to check. And here, so I have written that if there is a true, give me this. In case of false, give me this. So if I'm going to write down maybe this way, so 5 is lesser than 3. Now this return is going to change and it is going to give me Kumar. Yeah, because now this condition it became false. So you can try to write even a if condition over here. And here, so there is another function called as select CO collapse. So where is my collapse? COA or column escape, and let's try to understand this particular function. So here let's suppose I have given NULL, and then I'm going to give you null, and let's suppose if I'm going to give basically some value, backup value over here. Now what it is going to return, let's try to understand. So let's suppose we have a null value, and then we have a backup value, and again we have basically a null value, and then we have basically a SUDH, right? So SUDH. So there are so many values which I'm trying to insert inside this one, and it is going to return a first not null value. So it will go from here, and whatever value is going to be a not null, it is going to give you a return of the first not null value. So let's suppose if I'm trying to parse through the entire data which is available inside a row or maybe a column, and if I have to fetch a first non-null value, so I can try to fetch it with the help of this call escape function. Now, so there is another function called as select is, and then there is a function called as null. So what it is going to do, so is null is going to check whether something is null or not. So let's suppose if I'm trying to pass SUDH over here, so obviously SUDH is not null, so it is going to give me basically so I think it's not able to execute. So is null? No. So basically it's false. If I'm going to pass a null over here, let's suppose, so in that case it is going to return me true, which is 1 eventually it is going to return. So now you can see that that is null. So yes, this is particularly a null. So it is going to return me this particular part. So these are the function, guys. Again, I'm not saying that you should remember any of this function, but at least once in a lifetime you are supposed to execute all of this function, and more such kind of function I'm going to discuss in my upcoming lectures as well. So with that, thank you so much everyone. Take care and see you again in my next lecture. Okay, so welcome back to lecture once again, guys. Now in this lecture I'll be talking about common string based inbuilt functions. So there are so many functions which is available inside MySQL and even inside other SQL system with respect to a string, so which you can try to use to do any kind of a string manipulation. So let's try to understand those functions, guys, in a practical manner, obviously, because this is how I teach all the time. So here, so let's try to open up one SQL book, and here, so what we can do, we can start executing this one. So one by one, I'll be talking about all of this function, by the way. So there is a function called as string based, all the string based function I'll be talking about in this one. So select, there is a function called as concat. Yeah, there is a function called as concat. Now, as we all know that concatenation is going to combine to a string, right? 2, 3 or multiple string, it is going to combine. So here, if I'm going to write a Euron and then comma, then a space, and then like a comma, and not this one, comma, and then if I'm going to write plus plus over here, right? So here we have 3 string. One portion is this, one portion is this, and one portion is this. Now if I'm going to execute it, I will be able to get Euron and then a space and then plus, because Euron and then a space and then plus. This is what I have done. So concatenation is going to concatenate all the string that you are going to pass over here. You can try to keep a string with the single quotes or maybe a double quotes as I'm keeping, and it is not going to complain. It's completely fine. It is going to work well for all of you. Now, there is another function called as upper. So there is another function called as upper basically. So you can try to use this upper to convert any of the string into an uppercase, as a function name suggests. Again, I'm not suggesting that you should remember all the function, but yeah. So you should know about this at least for once in a lifetime. So here select upper, and here is something that I'm able to receive. Then there is a function called as select lower. So we have upper, we have a lower. Now let's suppose I have E capital, EURON, Euron. Now what it will do, so it will try to convert everything into a lower cases. So execute, and as you can see, so E is now available into a lower case, as simple as that. Now there is a function called as select select, and then there is a function called as length function. So length function, it is going to basically return the length of the string. I believe I have already talked about that even in my previous lecture. So this is a string function which is going to return the length of the data. So length is equals to 5. So yeah, 5 byte it is trying to return. Now there is a function called as substring. So select substring. Yeah, select substring. Now what this function is going to return, by the way, so this is going to return a substring, as the name suggests, by the way, over here, right? So let's suppose if I'm going to pass SQL masters, SQL masters over here, and then if I'm going to pass over here like a 5, right? 5 over here. So what it will do, it is going to sub the string. So meaning is 0, 1, 2, 3, and then yeah, so substring means from a 5th place onwards, right? From a 5th place onwards, it will start showing you the data. This is what this substring is going to do. So it is going to like extract a subset of the string. Now, here there is another way of using this substring. So I can try to even write in this way. So start from 5 and then go till 8. Yeah. Go till 8. Now if I'm going to execute it, so masters, it is trying to give me, which doesn't looks correct to me. So substring, sorry. So I can try to say that start from 1 and then go till 4. Let me do that. And let's see. So start from 1, go till 4. Yeah, this is working correctly. So basically what I'm trying to say over here is that I start from the first index and then go till 4. This is what I'm trying to say. Let's suppose if I'm writing 0, so there is nothing at 0, right? So it is not able to even start. So it is starting from basically 1 and then it will try to go till 4 and then it is trying to give you the data. So this is what this substring is going to perform for any one of us. Yeah. Then there is something called as select, replace, and don't try to remember anything, guys. It's fine. So all these functions are available in all the programming languages as well as it's available inside the SQL. So replace, now replace is going to replace something, right? So let's suppose here I have written that learn SQL by doing practical. Yeah. And let's suppose I would like to replace this by. So by is available over here. So learn SQL. So I would like to replace this with the space, by the way, right? So I don't want to keep over here. So I just want to replace by with this particular one, without a space. So here, if I'm going to execute it, so you will be able to find out that it has removed a by. So I'm just trying to replace it, just like replace works in any other places. In a similar manner, I'm trying to do the same thing. Okay, now there is a string-based function called as trim. So trim, trim is a function. Now trim is going to basically trim a space around a text. For example, so there is a space, then there is a space, and then this. Now if I'm going to call trim on top of this one, it is going to remove a leading and a trailing space. Simple. It is going to remove the leading and the trailing space. As simple as that. Now, so there is something called as select left, left. It's not lead, left, left. Now, so if I'm going to write my name over here, and then if I'm going to say that 4, right? 4 in this particular place and execute it. So it is going to, right? So it is going to extract a left 4 character. It is going to extract basically a left 4 character. Now, same thing, I can try to use it with a right. So here, instead of left, I can try to write RIGST, right. And what it will do, so again, just a reverse flip side of this, this one, yeah. So NSHU. So NSHU, this is the 4 things which it is trying to extract out of this one. So this is what left and right is going to work. So whether it is going to basically extract the data from a left side or maybe from a right side. Now, there is something called as LPAD and RPAD. So let's talk about that. So select LPAD, padding basically. It's called as padding, by the way. So padding means adding some sort of a data. So when I'm calling LPAD, which simply means that left padding, right? Left padding. For example, so if I have given SUDH over here, and then I'm trying to say that try to pad 4 digit and with basically what? So with 0, try to do a padding. So what it will do? So it will try to, okay, so 4 I have written, right? And then pad it with, maybe I can write 4. Let me execute. Okay, so nothing is happening. Why? Ideally, it should pad a data on a left hand side. Okay, so I think it's, let me give 8. Yeah, so now it's padding. So see, 4, it was not working because of the string length. The string length itself was like a 4. So padding means this is going to occupy 8 space, right? Total number of 8 space it is going to occupy. It's very simple to the Pythonic function, I believe, because same kind of a things even we try to do in case of Python. So here it is trying to occupy 8 space. Now this data is going to take 4 space, and in remaining 4 space, it is going to fill it with 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. As simple as that. Now, so similar to this LPAD, so we have basically a RPAD as well. So right padding. So add some data in a right side. Yeah. So add some sort of a data on a right side. So just reverse of that. So it is going to occupy 8 space. and 4 space is been occupied by SUDH, and the rest of the space was left, and it has replaced that with the 1. Yeah, it has replaced with the 1. Now, so there is something called as repeat. So select 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 repeat. So what repeat is going to do? Just repeat the data set, as simple as that. So let's suppose if I'm writing SQL over here, and then if I'm trying to say that repeat 4 times. So it is going to repeat it basically 4 times. As you can see, SQL, it is able to repeat it multiple times, as I have mentioned over here. So these are some of the common function which is available inside a SQL, and eventually you all will be able to see it if someone else has written a query, or if you are going to write a query. So sometime you are going to use it, and just like any other programming language, whether you are programming in Java, maybe R, maybe like Python, you will be able to find out this kind of inbuilt functions. So similarly, even inside this SQL, so this inbuilt functions are given to you, and you can try to use it as per your ease, as per your need. So with that, guys, thank you so much, everyone. Take care, and see you again in my next lecture. Okay, guys, welcome back once again. Now in this lecture, guys, I'm going to talk about date-based inbuilt function, which is very much important in terms of doing a date manipulation, or any kind of operation around a date inside a SQL. So let me share my screen, and let's start talking about it in a complete practical manner, the way we do all the time, right? So one by one, I'll try to show you inbuilt function, right? So these are the function which is available. So select, there is LACT select, and then there is something called as now. Now, if you are going to do this, if you are going to execute this one, so it is going to give you a current time. So it is going to give you basically current time. So this is the current time in my time zone, where I'm using this entire like a MySQL workbench. So this is going to give me my current time. Now here, so there is date and time basically. So select now means date and time it is going to give it to me. So date is 24th 6 2025, and then timing is 16:45 25 seconds. So 16 past 45 past like a 25 second. This is the time that we have as of now. Now there is something called as select, right? Select current date. Yeah. So as its name suggests, it is going to give you just a current date. Simple. It is going to give me a current date. So whatever current date that we have today, so that is going to give it to me. Similarly, current like date, we have a current time as well. So if I'm going to call this one, it is going to give me the current time. Yeah. So this is the current time that we have as of now. Then there is something called as select year, right? Year. And if I'm going to pass, basically, if I'm going to pass over here a current date, right? So current date it is going to consider, and out of current date it is going to extract a year. So year is 2025. So yes, out of this current date, right? So current date will be having DDMMYYY. So out of that it is trying to extract the year, as simple as that. Then select 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 like year. So we have a month. I can try to pass a current date over here, and I will be able to extract what? I will be able to extract a current month. So month is basically a 6th month as of now. And then I can try to write select, and select what? So select a day. So out of this current date, so out of this current date, I will be able to extract even a days, because in a current date everything will be available. So day is basically 24th of the 6th month, by the way. And here, so if I would like to extract a week, that which week number that we have, this particular one, right? So select, there is a function called as week, and inside that we can try to pass a current date. Now it is going to give me the week number of this particular year. So this is a week 25th which is going on, almost like a half year is gone, right? Almost half year is gone. Now, so here, these are the basic function, right, with respect to a date, which is going to help you out in terms of extracting year, month, days, and weeks. Now there is something called as select add. So add, sorry, there is something called as date underscore add. Now what this function is going to do? So this is going to add like as its name suggests. So this is going to add basically a days, right? Basically a days. So here how it will be able to add. So basically everything is going to work on a current date, right? So current date I'm going to fetch, and then I'm going to write interval, right? Interval 7 day. So if I'm going to write interval 7-day, and if I'm going to execute it, you will be able to find out that it has added 7 more days, and in next 7 days there will be like a 1st of July, right? 1st of July. So this is something that it is trying to give it to me. So this is an interval which I'm trying to add. So you can try to add any interval that you want. It's completely fine, right? It's completely up to you. So you can try to add maybe 70 days or maybe like a day, right? So you can try to add whatever you want, and for that day it is going to give you the complete data. Now, so there is something called as addition. So we have a subtraction as well. So select date, date subtract, and again, so it's same as this one, right? Parameter wise it is not going to be different. So you can try to pass all of this parameter and execute it, and it is going to give you minus. Yeah, minus. So this particular interval, if you are going to call date subtract. Okay. Now, so there is something called as select date difference. So as its name suggests, it is going to give you a difference between the date. For example, so if we are going to like push over here that what is the difference between current date, and maybe I can try to write in this way that 2025 8 month, and then maybe 3rd day. Yeah, so what is the difference between this and this? So it is going to give me the difference in between these two dates. So difference is basically minus 40. Yeah, so difference is basically minus 40 days. So it is trying to subtract this minus this, and it is going to be minus 40 as per this one. Yeah, so this is the difference. So this is going to give you basically a date difference in between. Okay, now so there is something called as date format. Yeah, date format. So here what I can do is that I can try to call select, and then I can try to call a date, and there is a function called as format. Now what it will do, so we can try to call now, and as we know that now is going to return basically date and time both. Yeah, now is going to return date and time both. Now I would like to format my entire output, because if I'm going to execute this now, right, if I'm going to execute this now, it is going to give me date and time in this particular format. So YYYY and then DD, and then HHMMSS. Yeah, so hours, minutes and seconds, and then year, month and the day. So in this format it is going to give me the data. Now I would like to format it in my own way. Yeah, I would like to format it in my own way so that I will be able to read out the data. So practically it's possible to format a data as per my need, as per my requirement. So what I can do is that I can try to write percentile of W, and then I can, so it's one of the format which I'm writing. Again, and not necessarily that you will be writing the same format. So M, month, and then we are going to write percentile of E, and then we are going to write percentile of Y. Yeah, so this is something that we are going to write, let's suppose, and let's see. So what is the output that we are going to get? So here you will be able to find out that it is trying to give me a return in this particular format. So yeah, it is trying to give me a years, which is eventually correct. It is going to give me the date, which is eventually correct. It is going to give me a month, which is again eventually it's a correct one. Yeah, and then it is trying to give me basically a W. So basically W is giving me the weekday. So today is a Tuesday, so it's a 2nd day of the week. So it is trying to give me that particular part. If I'm going to write capital W, so let's see what is going to happen. So it is going to give me Tuesday itself. If I'm going to write a small w, so in that case, it is going to give me 2. So 2nd day of the week. So Monday and the Tuesday. So similarly, so you can try to manipulate this one. You can try to keep maybe like this as a uppercase, and then you can try to execute. So Tuesday, June, and it's not able to understand, by the way, capital E. Now execute. So yeah, it is able to give me like today is basically June 24th, and today basically week is equal to Tuesday. So in my own format, I will be able to extract a data. Whatever format that you want, whatever sequences you want, you can try to interchange these entire things, and then you will be able to get the data in the way you are looking for. No restriction at all. And this is going to help you out in terms of storing a date information in your own way. Okay. So here what I can do, select, and then there is a function called as day name. Yeah, day name. So here if I'm going to call now, so it is going to return me basically what is today's day name. So now is going to give me like a time and date both, and out of that, so I'm trying to convert that into a day name. So today is Tuesday, so yeah, it is able to give me a day name. And then select, similarly select month name. Yeah, month name, and then I can try to pass a now over here, and it is going to give me basically a month name. So current month is basically June. So it is going to give me that particular part. Now, so let's suppose if I have a date which is available into a string format. So select, there is something called as str to date. So string to date. So let's suppose I have a date which is available into a string format. So for example, today is 24th, and then like 06/2025, this is available into a string format. I would like to parse it in my date format. Yeah, so ddmmyy, maybe in this format I would like to parse it. So here what I can do is I can try to write percentile of, this is the placeholder, so percentile of d, and then percentile of m, which is a month, and then percentile of a year I can try to pass, and eventually it is going to convert this string into a date format and give you as a return. So here now it's available into a proper date format. So why it is showing me a 2020? I have not mentioned this. Okay, so let me mention Y capital over here. That's a mistake, I believe. So yeah, 2025, 6 and 2024. So this is in this format, it is trying to return me this particular data, as simple as that. So these are some of the common inbuilt function, guys, with respect to our date. Hope all of you have liked it, and hope all of you are able to understand. Understanding wise, I don't think that it's tough. It's very, very easy. The only thing is that we should be aware about it, right? That, okay, this is something which actually exists. Yeah, we should be only aware about it. So with that, guys, thank you so much. Take care and see you again once in my next lecture. Okay, so welcome back once again, guys. Now in this lecture, I'll be talking about some of the inbuilt numeric functions. Let's try to understand how these numeric functions are going to work and what it can do. Again, very easy, but must to know kind of a things. Yeah. So there is a function called as select round. There is a function called as round, round function. As we all know that it is going to round off the data. Yeah, it is going to round off the data. For example, if I'm going to mention something like this, and after decimal, so we have basically 5 values. Yeah. So I would like to round off only till 2. So I don't want to like keep this value. So I would like to chop off these values, and I would like to round off till 2 values. So if I'm going to execute it, you will be able to find out that, yeah, it is able to do the rounding. So now it became 46. Yeah, 0.46, as you can see, 34.46. So yeah, this is how we rounding, we even do a rounding, right? And there is something called as select FLOOR, floor function. Yeah, there is a floor function. So here, so let's suppose if I have given 123.99. So now what it is going to return? So largest integer, which is lesser than this value. So this is a floor, right? There is something called as ceiling. There is something called as floor. So if I'm going to pass 123, so what is the largest integer which is lesser than this? So 123, obviously. So it is going to return me 123, as simple as that. So as we have floor, so we have a ceiling function as well, CEIL, ceiling function. And here, so if I'm going to pass maybe 123 point something, so it is going to give me a largest value which is greater than this. Yeah, so which is greater than this. So 124 I will be able to get. So floor function, ceiling function, I believe we all are aware about it. Yeah. Now, so there is something called as modulo function. So just like Python percentile. So select mod. And here, so let's suppose if I'm going to give 29,5, so it is going to divide 29. Yeah, it is going to divide 29 by 5. And what will be the remainder? Yeah, remainder is going to be 4. So it is going to give me 4. So this mod is nothing but it's just like a remainder it is going to give you. So 29 divided by 5, yeah, and remainder is going to be 4. So 4 is the answer which I am able to get over here. Okay, now, so there is something called as select ABS, absolute value. So here if I am going to pass minus 45, let's suppose, so if I'm going to execute it, it is going to give me its absolute value, which is equal to 45, as simple as that. Now there is a function called as a power function. So as we all know that there is something called as power, right? So here if I would like to find out that what is a 2 to the power 5, 2 to the power 5, yeah, this is what it means, 2 to the power 5. So it is going to give me the power. 2 to the power 5 is equal to 32. 2 into 2 into 2 into 2, 5 times. Simple. Yeah. Now there is something called as a square root. So SQRT. So a square root function. So what is the square root of 9? So obviously it's going to be 3, as we all know. A square root of 9. So it is going to give me 3. So I will be able to use this function to find out the square root of any kind of a data. Now, so there is something called as pi. So as we all know, pi value is 3.14 since a childhood. So this is going to give you a pi value, by the way. So this is going to give you basically 3.141593. Yeah. And maybe I can try to do a rounding off. And so it is going to give me something. Now there is something called as select rand function. So rand function is going to give me the random data. So it is going to give me basically random data between 0 to 1. So every time I'm going to execute it, it is going to give me, as you can see, every time it is giving me some sort of a random data on every execution. So this is giving me a random data. So this is how this rand is going to work. And these are some of the common function which you all will be able to find out. Yeah. So which you all will be able to find out inside a SQL system. And I believe all of us are able to learn a lot with respect to a inbuilt function with this lecture. With that, thank you so much, everyone. Take care and see you again in my next lecture. Okay, so welcome back to the lecture once again, guys. Now in this lecture, I'll be talking about UDF, user defined function. So in a SQL, you will be able to create your own function to perform a different kind of operation on top of the data set. So any kind of a calculation you can try to perform on top of the data set, any kind of a manipulation you will be able to perform on top of the data set, and then you will be able to showcase a result. So first of all, let's try to understand that how we can try to create a UDF function. And I'm going to show you multiple examples in terms of creating a user defined function. And I'm going to show you multiple examples as well. So let me share my screen. And first of all, let's try to create a database. So create database EMP. Yeah, database EMP I'm going to create. Fine. Now, after creating this employee database, I can try to use this EMP database. Yeah, I can try to use this EMP database. So now this database is in use. Now inside this database, what I have to do is that I have to create a table. Yeah, I have to create a table in a very first place. A simple basic table I'm going to create. So employee table. So where I have employee ID, employee name, salary, date of joining, and a department. So these are the schema, or these are the columns that I have inside this particular table. So let's try to create that particular part. Now, if I'm going to refresh, I will be able to see employee, right? Employee database. Inside that I have an employees table. Inside that I have multiple columns, as you can see, right? I have a multiple columns over here. Now, what I can do, so I can try to insert some of the database record over here. So here is a basic record I'm trying to insert. So where we have basically like employee ID, employee name, monthly salary is given to me over here. A date of joining is given to me, and a department which is given to me. So this is a basic data record which I'm trying to insert. Now, once I'm able to do that, so maybe I can try to cross check, select star from employees, EMPLOYEES. So this is the name. And yeah, so it is going to return me the table. Yeah, it is going to return me the table. Now, so salary is given to me, right? A salary is given to me. Now, this is the monthly salary which has been given to me. I would like to showcase an annual salary for an employee. Yeah, I would like to showcase an annual salary of an employee. And maybe with the employee ID, maybe with the employee name, I would like to showcase, or I would like to print maybe annual salaries. How I can do that? So maybe we can try to write our own custom function to perform this kind of a operation. So here I'm going to show you a UDF, user defined function, so by which you will be able to calculate a annual salary on top of this monthly salary which has been given to you. Now, to create this UDF, so there is a user defined function, just like any other programming language, it will be having its own set of the syntaxes. In the similar manner, even inside SQL, you will be able to find out a syntaxes. And by using this syntaxes, which is very easy, right? Which is very easy, kind of a monotonous everywhere. You just have to change the logic, input and output. And eventually it is going to do the calculation and it is going to give you the output. So here, if you are trying to start with a function inside MySQL, so first of all, you have to write delimiter, 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 and then $. Yeah, so delimiter $. This is the starting point for you. And then you can write a create function, function function, and then you can try to give a function name. So ANNUAL annual underscore SALARY, salary is the function name which I'm going to give. Now, obviously it's a function, so it will take the input. So here I'm going to give a salary as an input, and in a decimal format, DECIML decimal, it is going to contain 10 digits, and after decimal, it is going to contain 2 digits. So it is going to take a input over here, input from here, and this is my function name which I have given. Okay, that's great. And then I'm going to write a returns, RETURNS, returns basically. So what this function is going to give me as an output. So I'm going to mention that. So I'm expecting decimal output, by the way, again 10 digits, and after decimal there should be only 2. And then I can write a logic. To start with the logic, I have to write a command called as deterministic, DETERMINISTIC. Deterministic I have to write, and then I can try to write begin, BEGIN, begin. After that, so just try to press one tab, and then you can try to write your own logic, that what you would like to return. So basically I would like to return whatever input that we are going to give. So for example, salary is the input which I am giving. So just try to return me salary into 12. So whatever input which I am trying to give, just like try to multiply with 12 and give it to me. This is what I'm looking for. Yeah. And then you can try to write your end and then $. Yeah. And then after that, so delimiter, delimiter, and then you can try to close it. Simple, right? Simple. So this is something that you are supposed to write to create any kind of a function over here. There is some error which I can see. So there is a begin and then return is fine, salary into 12. Okay, so I have forgot to close this one. Now this is the function I have created. So function is having a name. Function is trying to take a input. Function is trying to give you this sort of a returns output basically. And this is the core logic. Rest of the part is going to be same for everything. Whatever you are going to write, it is not going to change. Rest of the part is completely going to be same. You just have to change your function name. You have to change your input. You have to change your output over here, and then a core logic. Rest is going to be, like I said, it's a syntax. It's a template, right? It's a template. I'm going to execute this part. Yeah, I'm going to execute this part. Now, if I'm going to refresh it, right? Refresh it. So inside the same database, which is the current one, and if you will come over here, you will be able to see a function. Now, if you're going to expand it, you will be able to see a function annual salary. Yeah, annual salary. Now, if you're going to click on this tool icon, you will be able to see your function over here. So basically, this is the function annual salary that we have created, which is going to take this as an input, and this is going to be the return, and then this is going to be the core logic, right? Core logic, it is going to give it to you. Now, if you would like to test this function, so you can try to click in the another tab, which you will be able to find out in beside this function, this one, and click over here. And let's suppose I'm going to enter any number, right? I'm going to enter any number, execute. So it is going to give you, right? So select EMP annual salary, and this is something which I have given out of range. Okay, so this value is out of range. I have given a limit is equals to like a 10, right? So now this is the annual salary. So it is trying to multiply this with 12, and it is going to give me the salary. So this function is tested successfully. Separately, I am trying to test the function. So function is tested successfully. Now what I can do is I can try to utilize this function with the table. Yeah. So I had a table, and inside this table, I had a data. So annual salary, then delimiter. Okay, so by mistake, I believe I have written that. Okay. So this was the function. Function is already available. And here, so what I can do is I can try to execute this select statement. So this is the table. Now out of this table, I would like to extract a name of the employee, and I would like to print annual salary. Function is already stored. Function is already saved inside the DB. Now, how I can do that? Very simple. So select emp underscore name, employee name, and then try to call annual salary function. So ANNUAL, annual underscore salary function, the function that I have already created. Inside that, try to pass a salary column. Yeah, try to pass a salary column from, maybe you can try to give an alias annual underscore INCOME income from employees. Yeah, from employees. Now if everything is going to be good, then it is going to give you the employee name, and you can see, you can observe that it is giving me the annual income. So simply it is trying to multiply that salary column value with 12 as per my logic which I have written over here. Yeah, so one by one it is going inside the table, it is trying to do the multiplication, and finally I am able to get the data. So this is the very first user defined function, or UDF, I am able to create. Yeah, UDF I am able to create. So likewise, like I said, right, like I said to all of you that whenever you are going to create a UDF, this is the template. Change a function name, yeah, change the input over here, change the return over here, and then change the core logic. Rest of the part is going to be same. It is not going to change at all, means it is not going to change. So back to back, let me show you some of the user defined function which I have already prepared for all of you. So let's suppose I have an employee record, right? Let's suppose I have an employee record over here, and then inside this record, date of joining is given to me. So date of joining is given to me. Now I would like to understand that what is the total year of experience that employee have. Total year of experience means, so this is the date of joining, right? The date of joining, and then from a current date, right? From a current date, I have to do the calculation. So from current date minus this date of joining, I will be able to get basically what? I will be able to get a total year of experience for an employee. So to do that, I have to write the logic. Okay. So template, like I said, is going to be same. It is not going to change at all. So as you can see, template is same, right? So create function year of experience. This is the function which I am creating, and it is going to take input as a date of joining. I'm going to give an input. Return what? So return an integer. So give me a final value of a year of experience, means a current year minus the date of joining. So it should be able to give me that one. So it is going to return me what? It is going to return me in a year basically. And I'm trying to do what? I'm trying to do a current year, right? So current year, from a current date, I'm trying to extract a year, right? And from date of joining, I'm trying to extract a year. We have already seen this inbuilt function in my previous lecture. So from a current date, I'm extracting the year, and from date of joining, I'm trying to extract the year. So this is going to give me the difference between today's year and the date of joining. So this is one of the function. Now let me execute this function, by the way. So here I can try to select this function and then try to execute it. So this function has been executed. I can refresh, and then I can try to even see this function. Yeah, I can try to even see this particular function. So if I want, I can see this function, that this function is already created. Now, if I have to call this function, right? If I have to call this function, so what I can do, just remove this part. So if I have to call this function, so I can simply try to do select, right? Select employee underscore name from the employee table, and then year of experience, the function that I have created. So let me call that one year of experience. And here, so I'm going to pass a date of joining a value as expe RINC experience from what? So from employees table, EMPLOYEES, employees table. Now, if I'm going to execute it, you will be able to find out that Amit Kumar is having 6 years of experience, Neha Singh is having 5 years of experience, Rajiv Ranjan is having 7 years of experience, Pooja Yadav is having 4 years of experience, Ankit Verma is having 3 years of experience. So yeah, successfully we are able to create our own function, and then eventually we are able to use it. Now, so let's try to create some different kind of a UDF with some big logics. Yeah. So here now we have a requirement to calculate a tax bracket, right? So your tax bracket is going to be high, your tax bracket is going to be medium, your tax bracket is going to be low for all of these employees. I have to create a tax bracket basically based on the salary that they are withdrawing. So for example, if salary is more than 70,000 per month, in that case, your tax bracket is going to be high. This is something that it should return. If your salary is like more than 60,000, so in that case, your tax bracket is low, medium, and otherwise it is going to be low. Now to do that, I can try to create a UDF over here. Simple. Template is going to be same, no changes in template, right? So delimiter, and then I'm writing create function, my function name over here, and eventually I'll try to pass a salary over here, right? And it should return me what? It should return me basically high, medium, or low. So that's the reason I have given varchar. Varchar means just give me the string. Simple, right? So it is going to return. And then here goes my core logic. I'm writing a if, elif, and else kind of a statement that if salary is more than 70,000, then return what? High. Elif, so if this condition is not true, then it will try to check with the other condition. So elif salary is greater than 60,000, then return medium, else return low, and end of the if statement. So this is the conditional statement which I have written for this particular function. Now let's try to register this function. So let's try to execute this function. Now if I'll try to execute this one and refresh it, I will be able to see annual salary function over here. Yeah. So annual salary function over here. So this is the, tax bracket function. So this is my tax bracket function, which I have already created. Now I can try to use it. Now I can try to use this particular function. So how I can use it? So here I can try to basically write select employee name tax bracket, just pass the salary, because this is taking what? A salary. Yeah. And now this name could be different. It's completely fine. It's not like hard and fast that you should keep a salary as a name over here. It's completely fine. It is just trying to do the reference. So here tax bracket as this one from the employees. Now if I'm going to execute it, right? Now if I'm going to execute it, so it is going to give me that Amit Kumar falls inside a low salary bracket, Neha Singh falls under high salary bracket, Rajiv Ranjan inside low, Pooja Yadav medium, Ankit Verma low. So as per my core logic, which I have written inside my user defined function, I'm able to extract the data. I'm able to get the final output. So as you are able to see that the way we try to create a user defined function in any or custom function in any programming language in the exact similar manner, right? In an exact similar manner, I'm able to create a function even over here, right? I'm able to create a function even over here, which is very much easy to do. Now, so next user defined function, let me show it to you. So here department initial. So it is going to return basically a department initials for a particular employee. So maybe some employee belongs from a HR department, finance department, or something like that. So what I wanted to do is that I wanted to pass a department and then it should return me the department initial. So in a uppercase letter from a left. So I believe all these things I have already discussed in my previous lecture. So it should try to take a department, and then from a department, so it should try to take a 2 first character and convert it into uppercase, and it should return. So this is the logic which I have written. So let's try to register this particular function. Now after registering this function, I can try to call this select employee name department initial. I'm going to pass a department and it is eventually going to return me department code. Yeah. So engineering department, or maybe a management department, finance department, engineering department, and the HR department. So initial, it is trying to return it to me, right? As per my function. So simple again, once again, so a very simple UDF that we have written over here. Now, so similarly, so I would like to calculate that how many days employees has spent in a current company. Yeah. How many days employee has spent. So here days in company is a function which I'm trying to create, and I'm going to pass a date of joining. It should return me how many days they have spent actually. So I'm trying to consider a current date, which is going to give me a today's date. And then I'm going to pass a date of joining, and I'm going to call a inbuilt function called as date difference, which I have already shown you, right? Which I have already shown you. So this is the actual logic which I'm going to implement. So execute it now. So function has been created, and then on top of this, I'm going to call select employee name, days in a company, date of joining. I'm going to pass, and this is going to return me. This is going to return me a number of days one employee has spent. So Amit Kumar has spent 2,262 days. Neha Singh has spent 1,902 days. Rajiv Ranjan has spent 2,529 days. Pooja Yadav has spent 1,467 days, and Ankit Verma has spent 1,212 days. So again, very simple, right? This is the core logic. The rest of the part is going to be same. Like I said again and again, that you have to pass the function name. That's it. A function parameter, return type, and then a core logic. The rest is going to be exact same. So template is going to be exact same. You don't have to do anything, right? Do anything. Now, so similarly, so let's suppose if I have to calculate a bonus for each and every employee. Yeah, bonus for each and every employee. Let's suppose I'm trying to give a 10% of bonus to my employees. So how I will be able to do a calculation of the bonus based on their salary. So calculate bonus, I'm going to pass a salary, and it should return me what? A amount, right? So here just salary into 10%. That's it, right? Salary to 10%. Now I can try to use this UDF, and then for all the employees, I can try to calculate the bonus. So it is going to give me a calculation of the bonus that Amit Kumar will get 5,500, Neha Singh will get 7,200, Rajiv Ranjan will get 4,800, and Pooja Yadav is going to get 6,300. Ankit Verma is going to get 5,800. Very simple, right? Very simple. So this is how, guys, you can try to create a UDF with ease. Yeah, with ease you can try to create, and all the UDF you will be able to find out inside this function tab. All this UDF that you are going to create for a particular database. So inside this, you will be able to find out all your user defined functions. So we have created 6 user defined function. And if you will look closely inside this function, template has not changed, right? I'm just trying to change my core logic, input and output. That's it. That's it, right? So fine, guys, with that, thank you so much, everyone. Take care, and see you again in my next lecture. Hope all of you are enjoying it and all of you are executing it. Till then, take care. Okay, so welcome back to lecture once again, guys. Now, in my previous lecture, I was talking about a user-defined function, which is UDF. And in this lecture, I'll be talking about procedures inside MySQL. And even we'll do a comparison that how this user-defined function is different from a procedure. Obviously, we are going to talk about how we can try to create our own procedure and how it is going to help me out in terms of my day-to-day task, in terms of maybe writing up queries, inserting, updating, or deleting a data set. So let me share my screen, and let's start writing that. So I will be using a same database, employee EMP database. And inside this EMP database, we have a employee table. Yeah, we have a employee table. So where we have employee ID, employee name, salary, date of joining, and a department. Okay. Now, so let's try to write a stored procedure in a very first place. So how we can write a stored procedure and what will be the objective of this procedure. So let's suppose if I would like to add some sort of a data, right? Add some sort of a data inside this particular table which I have created. So what we do in general, so we try to write this kind of a command that insert into this table, and for this value, this value, this value, right? So try to insert some of the values over here. And these values we try to provide in this particular place. Yeah, in this particular place, we try to provide this particular value. So we are going to provide name and then salary and then joining date and then department, and it is going to insert this entire information inside my table. Okay. So every time I have to call this one, so to avoid this particular one, maybe I can try to write a procedure like just as a function, right? Just we have written a user defined function. So maybe in the similar manner, I can try to write a simple function kind of a things, which is eventually called as stored procedure. And I just call that function, pass the data, and my work should be done and everything should be handled automatically. So if I have to do such kind of a operation, how I can do that? Let's try to understand that particular part in a step-by-step manner. Obviously, guys, I'm going to explain you so that you all will be able to follow along and you all will be able to execute it. Okay. Now, so to write a procedure, you have to follow a couple of syntaxes you have to follow. So first of all, you have to write delimiter, delimiter, delimiter. So just like we were writing a delimiter inside a UDF. So in the similar manner, delimiter you have to write and then $. Yeah. Now after that you have to write a command called as create pro CEDURE. So the way you were doing a create function, so in the similar manner, you have to write create procedure. Now you have to give a procedure name. So let's suppose I'm trying to create a procedure which is going to help me out in terms of adding employees. So add underscore EMPLOYEE employee. Okay. Now, so you have to create a bracket, and then inside a bracket, you have to mention that what kind of a data you are going to pass, means what kind of a technically input you are going to give. This is what we have been doing even in case of function, right? So we were trying to pass some sort of an input. So here, if I'm trying to pass an input, so I have to start with the in. So input name I'm going to pass, right? Name I'm going to pass, and that is going to be a varchar, maybe with the 100 number of a character, max to max. I'm going to allow input salary. I'm going to provide DCIML decimal, and it is going to be 10 digits, and after that 2 decimal point. I'm going to allow input join underscore date, right? And it is going to be a data type wise, and then input DAPARTMENT department, yeah, in department, and then varchar. And here, so 50 is a department like a length which I'm going to provide. So these are the input. So whenever you are trying to mention input, you have to mention in. Yeah, you have to mention basically in, then only you will be able to do that. Okay, fine. That's great. So we are going to create, we have created the input over here. Now, after creating the input, you have to write your logic. So logic should start inside the begin. So begin, and then you have to write insert into, right? Or maybe I can try to copy and paste the above one. So insert into employees, employee name, salary, date of joining, and a department. So employee name, and you have to do the mapping. So you have to do a mapping, by the way, over here. Let me reduce a size. Yeah. So you have to do a mapping over here. Now mapping wise, what you have to do, so name is equals to employee name, so value wise. Salary should go inside this column, joining date should go inside date of joining, and then department should go inside a DPT. Yeah, DPT. So this is something that you have to begin with, and then you can try to end this one. So you can try to end this one, end $. So all is close, and I believe there is no error so far. It is not showing me any kind of error. Now this highlighted one, this selected one is basically a procedure. Yeah. And obviously you have to call, you have started with delimiter. So DELIMETER delimiter, you have to end with DELIMITER. Okay. So you have to end with delimiter. So now this is basically a procedure that we are able to create, which is going to help me out in terms of adding a employees, in terms of adding a new employees inside my table. Now just try to execute it. Just try to execute it, and it has executed successfully. Now if I'm going to refresh inside my stored procedure tab, right? Inside my stored procedure tab, I will be able to find out this option called as add employee, right? So I will be able to find out this option. So this is the procedure it has technically created. So where I'm going to pass these inputs, and eventually it is going to perform this operation. Fine. It is going to perform this operation. Now, so I can try to even run it, and I can try to even test it. So employee name is equals to SUDH, salary is something like this, and then joining date is maybe 2025 06, and then 23rd. Yeah. And department is basically a HR department. Now, if I'm going to click on execute, these are the inputs, right? These are the input. So now if I'm going to click on execute, does not have a default value. Field employee ID, it is telling me that does not have the default value. Okay, so maybe I can try. Okay, so sorry, I forgot to give a employee ID. So in EMP underscore ID, and that is going to be the integer, And here, so I'm going to give emp as per my table name. So emp underscore id, and I'm going to map it with this one. So employee ID, I'm going to map it with this one. So add employee one, just try to call add employee one for now, because the previous procedure is already created. In a later step, I'm going to tell you that how to delete the procedure as well. So here I have created the procedure, another procedure. Refresh and add employee one has been created. Now I can try to test it. Employee ID is equals to maybe 23. Name is equals to SUDH. Salary is something. And then joining date is 2025 06, and then 23rd. Department is going to be HR department. Execute. Now, so it's been executed. Yeah, it's been executed. So this has called, basically, as you can see, so this has called add employee one from the employee database, and this is the data which has been inserted. So if I'll go and check my employee table, so select star from employees, it should be able to show me my newly inserted record. And yeah, so there is a record that I'm able to insert. So in this way, right, from a UI, I'm able to insert it. Now, if you have to call a procedure directly, so how you can try to call it? Simple, you have to use a command called as call, then procedure name, and then try to pass a data. So as per my procedure, I have to pass employee ID, I have to pass a name, I have to pass a salary, I have to pass a join date, I have to pass a department. Okay, so let's try to pass it over here. So employee ID is going to be maybe 34, and then I'm going to pass a employee name, Sudhanshu KUMAR Kumar, and then I'm going to pass employee salary is this, and then I'm going to pass employee join date, so 2025 colon hyphen 06 hyphen 11. So this is my joining date, and then I'm going to provide a department. So department is basically finance, fin basically. Yeah. So now if I'm going to call, so whenever you have to call any kind of a procedure, so always try to use a keyword and then the name of the procedure, and whatever data that you are trying to pass, whatever data that you are trying to give as an input, just try to give that data as an input and then try to execute it. So now it's been executed, one row affected. If I'm going to check, I will be able to see this newly inserted record. So yeah, this is the record which it is able to insert. So now doesn't matter how many detail or data I have to insert, I can just try to call this procedure and I can keep on inserting this data. As simple as that. This procedure is already registered inside a particular database. So anyone and everyone who is able to access this database, they can just try to call the procedure and then they will be able to insert the record. Now, so this is one of the procedure that we have created. Now let's suppose if I have to create a procedure, so where I have to update a employee salary with the help of their employee ID. Means I would like to pass a employee ID and it should be able to revise the salary. So let's suppose if I would like to revise a salary for employee ID 2, which is like a 72,000 as of now. So I would like to revise this one. Maybe I would like to make it 1 lakh rupees. So to do that, I can try to create a procedure. I can write a simple update command that's also going to work. But yeah, so with the help of procedure, I would like to do that. So let me show you that part. It's a very small piece of the code. So delimiter. So again, starting syntax and end syntax is going to be same. The only core logic is going to be changed. So create procedure, update salary. So this is the procedure name I have given. It is going to take 2 inputs. One is the employee ID and one is a new salary. Yeah, new salary it is going to take. Now, so this is the core logic it is going to perform. So update employees, the table basically, set salary is equals to new salary, where employee ID is the ID that you have given. Yeah. So it's a simple procedure that we are able to create. So where we are going to update it. So execute this particular part. And then if I have to call it, so simple, use a call function, call update underscore salary, and try to pass a employee ID. Employee ID is 2, let's suppose, and I would like to revise a salary is equals to 1 lakh rupees. Yeah. So now it will be able to execute it and it will be able to update it. Unknown column name in a field list. Okay, let me check. Yeah, so salary parameter and salary is equals to new salary. Okay, so update salary, and here so ID is equals to, let's suppose 2 I'm going to give, and new salary is equals to like something I would like to give. So yeah, it's been executed. Fine. So what is an issue with this one? So update salary. Update salary. I'm going to pass ID. Oh, so a wrong execution. That was the only issue. Now, so let's try to call this select, and here, so you must be able to see that employee ID 2 salary has been revised. Yeah, with the help of this particular procedure, and this procedure is also available over here. So anyone and everyone who would like to like call it, they will be able to call it anytime that they want with respect to this particular database. Fine. Okay. Now, so now I would like to write a procedure. So where it is going to get me the employee by its department. So means I'm going to pass a department and it should be able to give me the detail. Yeah, it should be able to give me the detail. So here is a procedure, everyone. So here is a procedure. So create procedure, procedure name, and here, so input wise, I'm going to give only a department name. Yeah, input wise, I'm going to give a department name, and then it should execute this query internally. So select star from employees where department is equals to this department which I am going to provide. So DEPT is equals to this department. Yeah. So now first of all register this one, and then if I have to call, so simple call get underscore by underscore DEPT. And everything is very easy, right? So let's suppose if I would like to extract all the data from a fin department, I would like to see all the data from the finance department. So here, if there is a record which is available with respect to finance department, fin department, so it is able to give it to me. So from fin department, this is the record that it is able to fetch. So anyone and everyone who would like to get like a data from the finance department, they will be able to get it. Now you can say that anyone can write this kind of a query. Then why you are creating this procedure? So let's suppose there is a person who are not aware about these kind of a syntaxes. Yeah. So you would like to expose these entire things in a simplest possible manner for a particular person. This is where this procedure is going to come into a picture, and it is going to make a life easier, right? So it is going to make a life easier. So you can try to create as many procedure as you want. So next procedure which I am going to show you is basically employee count. So as you can see, this is the get employee count procedure, and this is going to give me an output. Yeah, this is going to give me the output. So in means input, right? Out means it is going to give me the output. So there is a in command that we have already discussed where we were giving a input only, and this is going to give me basically an output. So you have to write over here output. So output total in a integers. This is something that is going to give it to me. So here, what I'm trying to write, so select count star into a totals, right? So count star into a totals from an employee. So just try to count all the records and then give it to me. So first of all, store this procedure. And then if I have to call this procedure, so I'm going to write like a get employee underscore count. And we are not passing any kind of a data over here, right? So this is just a function, so which will be able to execute it eventually. And it is going to give me, so here I have to call get employee count. So here I have to give at the rate count. Okay. So count is basically a variable it will create, and then I can try to write select at the rate count. So select, so count inside the count variable, it has given me the output, and then select this count variable. So this is 7. So simply means that there are 7 records inside my data or inside my employees table. So this is just a like output variable I have given over here. So where it is going to reserve the final output, and here, so I can try to do just like a select count, and I will be able to see the final count in this particular place. Okay, now, so let's talk about a delete operation. Yeah, delete operation. So for that, I would like to create a procedure. So here I just wanted to create a procedure so which will be able to delete the employees based on the ID that we are going to input, right? Whatever ID that we are going to insert, it is going to delete. So it is supposed to execute this delete from the employees where employee ID is equal to ID. As simple as that, right? So wherever, like whatever ID that we are going to pass it over here and then execute this command. All this command we have already discussed, right? Even in my previous lectures. So here I can try to call basically delete underscore employee employee. I'm going to delete a employee with the employee ID 2. Now execute and then execute. One row affected. Yeah. Now if I'm going to do like a select star from employees employees, and now if I'm going to execute it, I don't have employee ID 2 inside my record. Yeah, I don't have an employee ID 2 inside my record. As simple as that. So I'm able to basically like delete the particular employee. Fine. Now, so next what I wanted to do is that I would like to increase a salary of the remaining employee. Whoever employee is available inside my table. So I would like to increment their salary by a certain percentage. Yeah, by a certain percentage, I would like to increment their salary. So technically I'm trying to update a salary. So for example, there is a new appraisal cycle, and in this appraisal cycle, so maybe I'm going to mention 10%. So by 10%, it is going to update a salary. If I'm going to mention 20%, so by 20%, it is going to update the salary. So for that, I would like to create a procedure. So let's go ahead and let's try to create a procedure over here. Again, very simple, right? So template is going to be same. Start with the limiter, create procedure, and then increase salary. Now I'm going to mention a percentage. So whatever percentage I would like to mention, I can try to insert it. And then it is going to update the employees. So update employees, set salary is equals to this new salary calculation which I have given. So salary is equal to salary plus salary into the percentage divided by 100 that we are going to pass. So whatever percentage that we are going to pass, it is going to update it with that percentage. Execute once again. Yeah. And then let's try to call INCREASE increase underscore salary. And here, so I'm going to mention maybe by 10%. So you have to do the increment. So it is going to do the increment by 10%. So there is in a safe update mode. Okay, so let me check the issue. Okay, so it is giving me a safe mode issue. So maybe for like a temporarily, I can try to disable it. So set SQL safe update is equals to 0. Execute and then try to call this procedure so that it will be able to update it. So yeah, it has affected 6 row, means it has updated all the records. Now if I'm going to say that select a star from employees, so obviously it is going to give me the return, and all of this salary has been revised. All the salary has been revised as compared to the before one, right? As compared to the previous salary that we had. So yeah, so again, we are able to create basically another procedure over here, right? Another procedure over here. And with the help of that, so we are like going to make some sort of a function like a structure where we can try to pass a data and eventually it is going to give me the output. So now let's try to see one of the procedure with the conditions. So just like we have written a condition in case of our UDF, so similar kind of a condition, we are going to write it down even over here. If else kind of a statement we are going to write. So now this is the procedure, so which is going to give you the salary band. It is going to take input as an employee ID and then output wise. So input output both I'm trying to use it over here. So input wise it is going to take employee ID and then output it is going to give you the band. Band means high, medium or low, right? As per my condition which I have written. So here is my condition guys which I have written over here. So here is my condition. So first of all I'm trying to declare salary as a decimal. Yeah, salary as a decimal. So here I'm trying to select a salary into a sal variable. So into a sal variable, I'm trying to capture this salary from the employee where employee ID is equal to employee ID. So whoever employee ID we have given over here, right? Whatever employee ID that you are going to mention over here, it is going to extract it, right? It is going to extract its salary out of it. And then it is going to store it inside this salary variable so that on top of this salary variable, I can write my conditions. Yeah, on top of this salary variable. So this variable is my own name. You can try to give any variable name that you want. That's completely fine. It is not going to affect you anything. So here I'm writing a condition that if salary is more than 70,000, then band is high. And if salary is greater than 50,000, then band is medium. And else salary band is else salary band is going to be low, and then end of the if statement. And if you remember, exact similar thing, right? Exact similar thing we have written even in case of a UDF. Obviously this was not there, right? This was not there, but yeah, so similar kind of a condition that we have written, and similar kind of a condition we are going to see it even with respect to the procedure. So now let's try to create this procedure, register this one, and then here, so how we will be able to get the band. So maybe I can try to call the procedure. So call it, so call what? So salary underscore band I'm going to call. And here, so it is trying to take input, right? Employee ID. So maybe for employee ID 1, I would like to know that what is a salary band. So maybe whatever salary band it is going to return, right? Whatever output it is going to give it to me, whatever output it is going to give it to me. So maybe I can try to register, I can try to save it as save it inside the variable called as result, 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 so that I can check it. So here, if I'm going to execute this part, select it and execute it. Yeah. Result consists more than one record. Okay, so let me check. Okay, so most probably this same name is causing an issue. So maybe I can try to change this name and then I try this out. So to do that, let me delete this salary band procedure. So to delete this one, so I can try to simply call a drop over here. So drop drop pro CDURE procedure, and then procedure name I can try to mention, so that it will drop this procedure. So drop this procedure. Okay. And now let me make a little bit of changes. So in underscore employee ID, because this was something which was creating a confusion. So where employee ID is equals to in employee ID, and then let me register this procedure once again. Procedure registered, and now if I'm going to call it, let's see. Now successfully I'm able to execute this one. Yeah, successfully I'm able to execute this one. Now once I'm able to execute this one, so I have to see the output. So maybe I can try to call select, and then I can try to call my result variable. And this is going to show me the result. So here for employee ID 1, the salary band is technically a medium. This is what I'm able to get as an output. Simple, right? Simple. So likewise, guys, you can try to create hundreds and thousands of a procedure without any kind of a difficulty. I believe we have created so many procedure over here, right? So many procedure over here, so many functions also we have created in my previous classes. So keep on creating this procedure. Try to look into your assignment. I have given you enough number of things to do, right? Enough number of things to do with respect to this procedure, with respect to the function, with respect to everything that we have discussed inside this particular segment. And believe me, that assignment is going to give you the real power, a real understanding, and a real practical knowledge once you will be able to complete it after completing a lecture. And yeah, you can try to take a help of AI. That's completely fine, because the entire world is taking a help of AI. So there is nothing wrong in that. So with that, guys, thank you so much, everyone. Take care and see you again in my next lecture. Okay, guys, so welcome back to lecture once again. As we have discussed a lot about UDF and a procedure, and then a lot of inbuilt functions. So here is an assignment that we have. So here I have mentioned approximately 48 question, and I have even given a label to all of this question, easy, medium, and hard. And from every section, you will be able to find out the question. Now, inside this question, you will be able to find out even a real life relevance, because now I feel like we should be knowing that what should be the real life relevance for any of these things, right? For whether we are creating a procedure, whether we are trying to write a UDF, or whether we are trying to use the inbuilt function. And keeping that in mind, this entire assignment segment has been designed. So one by one, you can try to solve the assignment. Obviously, you can try taking a help of AI. I don't have any kind of a issue. At the end of the day, the objective is to make you understand and make you practice each and everything aggressively, so that you will be able to utilize it, and you will be able to experience each and everything even today, tomorrow, and future. And you will be able to go to interview and you will be able to answer. So just try to complete all this assignment. If you will go through assignment one by one after a lecture, I don't think that you are going to find it difficult. right? But if you are going through the assignment without a lecture completion, then obviously it is going to be a little bit difficult for all of you. And here, so I have given you a sample table and a sample data. Obviously, you will be creating a procedure, you will be creating a UDF, you will be doing a manipulation, insert, update, delete operations, and you will be calling your inbuilt function on top of that particular data. So hope all of you are going to like this assignment. You are going to love it. And with that, thank you so much, everyone. Take care and see you again in my upcoming lecture. Okay, so welcome back once again, guys. Now in this lecture, I'll be talking about a trigger. So whenever we try to perform any kind of a insert operation, update operation, delete operation, so we have to maintain some sort of a information, some sort of a logs. So where I can go back and I can try to check that what has happened or what kind of a operation which someone has done or someone has created in terms of inserting a record, in terms of updating a record, in terms of deleting a record, and many more things. Now, this is where the concept of triggers comes into a picture. So where we try to log each and everything. So we try to create a triggers. So automatically when someone will try to perform such kind of a operation, so this trigger is going to invoke itself and then it is going to maintain a log, which is going to help you out in a long term as well as in a short term in a production system to observe each and every logs or to monitor your entire system activity. So here, let's try to understand it in a practical manner. So first of all, I'll try to create a fresh new database called as triggers, and then I'm going to use this particular trigger. Okay. Now inside this one, so I have to create one table. So I'm going to create one very simple table called as employees table. So where we have a employee ID, and here, so employee ID will be generated automatically in a auto increment way, and it is going to be a unique one. That's the reason. So I have named it as a primary key. There will be a employee name, there will be a salary, there will be a date of joining, and there will be a department. Okay, now let's try to create a database as of a table. Now apart from this, so I'm going to create another table called as audit log. Now inside this table, what I'm going to keep, so like I said, we are going to talk about triggers, right? And the trigger simply means that we are going to log each and every information or whatever activity someone is going to perform. These things will be logged automatically inside this particular table. So here I'm just trying to create a table called as audit log, and inside that there will be a audit ID. Again, inside in a auto increment manner, there will be a action time I'm going to store, there will be a action type I'm going to store, and then there will be a details, whatever details that I would like to store. So I can try to store it over here. So this is the schema of this particular audit log table. Now let's go ahead and try to create this particular table. Now these two tables are done. Yeah, these two tables are done. And this is the basic, by the way. So one is a table where you are going to perform an activity, and the another table, so where you are going to log each and every activity. Whatever activity that you are going to perform, it will be logged automatically. Now I can start writing a trigger one by one, one by one, one by one. So for example, in this table, let's suppose I'm going to insert some of the record. Now I would like to log those information. So let's suppose if I'm inserting some sort of a record with respect to an employee. Now inside this audit table, so it should be captured so that I will be able to audit it in a later stage. To do that, I can try to call create trigger. Trigger. So this is the inbuilt keyword which is already available. And here, so I'm going to create a trigger name called as log after underscore start, let's suppose. Yeah. So, or maybe log after insert. So insert insert. So whenever someone is going to insert some employee information, so it should call this particular trigger and log some sort of information. So here I can write create trigger and trigger name. So name can be anything that you can try to give, and then what? So after, yeah, after insert on employee table. So this is the table which I have already created, right? So employees, this table name is basically employees table. So after insert on employees, just try to call this particular trigger, and what kind of information it is supposed to log. So I can write it over here that for each, right, for each row. So for each row, I can try to write insert into, right, insert into audit log table, audit, audit underscore log. So this is the audit log table which I have already created. So I'm going to insert into this audit log table. And as per this audit log table, so I'm supposed to insert what? I'm supposed to insert action time. I'm supposed to insert action type. I'm supposed to insert details. This will be inserted automatically, right, in a auto increment mode. So we are not supposed to worry about that, by the way. So here action time, so action underscore time I have to log, and then action underscore type I have to log basically, and then I have to log details over here, details, details I'm supposed to log over here, just like a normal table insertion that we try to do. So in the similar manner we are trying to do this kind of a operation. Now here, so values wise, so here what kind of a value we are going to insert? So for action time, so now I'm going to call, so now is going to give me a current time, by the way. Yeah, now is going to give me current time. What is the action type? So action type as a string, I'm going to mention it as the insert. So this was the insert operation, and then maybe I can try to insert any kind of a information, maybe a details, right? Maybe a details as a text format, I can try to insert it. So what I would like to insert over here, so maybe I would like to insert a new employee name or any kind of the detail, right? Any other detail, if I would like to insert, I can try to insert it. So maybe I would like to insert employee name, salary, date of joining, date department, or all these things, or maybe one of these things. So here, let's suppose I would like to insert as a text format. Yeah, in a text format, in a simple text format. So I would like to insert basically a employee name. So here concat I can try to call. Inside this concat I can try to write new employee, and that new employee information will come from where? So that new employee information will come from new dot emp underscore name. Yeah, new dot emp name. So whatever new information anyone is going to insert, it is going to concat this entire information, and it will take the employee name, and then it is going to insert it. Now create trigger is done. Now execute it. So this trigger has been created over here. So here there is a trigger like a database I have created. Inside that we have a table, right? So we have a employee table, and we have basically a audit log table. Now inside this employee table, so as you can see, so I have already attached a log after insert. Yeah, this is the log after insert which has been done. Log after insert which has been done over here. Okay, so this trigger you will be able to see it over here. Any number of trigger that you are going to create, so you will be able to see that. So with respect to employee table, this is the trigger which I have attached. Okay, fine. Now let's try to go ahead and let's try to perform some sort of a insertion operation. So I'm going to insert my information inside my employee table, and automatically this trigger must be created. Yeah. So as of now, what I can do is I can try to call select star from employees, employees employees. And obviously I don't have any kind of a record inside this employees table for now. Yeah, there is no record. And I can try to even do select star from dit audit log. So this is the new table I have created. So I can try to even check this particular table, and there is nothing as of now, right? There is nothing as of now inside any of these tables. What I will do is that I will try to insert some record inside the employee table. So simple insert into what? So employees employees table, and I'm going to insert basically emp name. I'm going to insert basically a salary of the employee. I'm going to insert a date of joining of the employee. I'm going to insert a department of the employees. Now values wise, so here let's suppose employee name is SUDS Dhanshu, and salary is something like this, and then maybe a date of joining is 2025 third month, and then on a third day. Yeah, so this is my date of joining. Now department is, I can say, IT department. Yeah, so this is the record that I would like to insert. Okay, done. So record insertion is done. As I can say, I can see one row affected. Now I can go and check my employees table. Yeah, so there is one record which I am able to insert. Now, so whenever I have inserted one record, obviously it is supposed to call a trigger, right? Automatically it was supposed to call a trigger, because this is the trigger which I have already created, and I have already attached that trigger with respect to the employee table. So if I'm trying to perform some sort of a insertion operation, so as I have written over here that create trigger this one after insert on employees, right, for each row, for each record. So this information, it should insert inside my audit log table. Yeah. So here, if I'm going to check my audit log table now, so it should give me some information, and yeah, it is giving me some information. As you can see, ID, action time was this. So this is the time when I was trying to insert the record. Action type is insert, and then detail is this one. So new employees, SUDH, whatever I have mentioned over here, right? Whatever I have mentioned over here. So it is able to insert those information inside my audit log. Now this is how you can try to create a trigger, guys. Yeah, this is how you will be able to create a trigger. Now for insertion, we are able to create a trigger and we are able to log the information. Now anyone can come in a later stage and then anyone will be able to observe my audit log table, and they can check and they can see that, okay, so this is something that has been done with respect to this particular table. Okay. Now, so for insertion, it's done. For deletion, let's try to create a trigger, another kind of a trigger. So here I can try to create again a trigger, 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 and log after delete. So if someone would like to delete some information, so I have to log that information as well. So I can simply write that AF after what? So after delete, yeah, after delete on employees. After delete on employee, just try to invoke this trigger for each row. Just try to invoke this one and then insert this information inside my audit log. Same information I would like to insert, right? So insert into this one. So whoever employees, people are trying to delete. So obviously it is going to insert the record. Now instead of new, so what I will do is that I will try to change it as a old, so that because we are trying to insert some sort of a record, old one, right? The existing ones. That's the reason. So we are not supposed to write like a new over here. I'm supposed to make a change and I'm supposed to make it as a old over here. Okay. And rest of the information is completely fine. Here I can try to change it. So delete instead of insert. So there will be a delete. Now I can try to create a trigger. Now if I'll go and if I'll try to refresh it once again, so see, log after delete, this is the new trigger which I have already created. Now once I have already created the trigger, let's suppose I will try to delete the employee. So I have already inserted the record, one of the records, so I'll try to delete that one. So delete from employees, right? So where emp underscore name is equals to SUDH. So this was the record which is already available and I would like to delete this particular record. Okay, so delete it, and you are using a safe mode update. Okay, fine, not an issue. So I have to just change this safe mode one to disable the safe mode so that I will be able to update this record. So here I have to write update user set status inactive. Yeah, so set status inactive, and now table trigger users doesn't exist. Okay, so sorry, my bad. So I have to just change to the employees. Okay, so just remove this part. Maybe I can try to use this one. So set SQL safe update is equals to 0. Execute this part. Yeah, now it will work. Yeah, and this is something which I have been using even in my previous lecture. So when I was talking about a update operation. Now let's try to call this delete from employees. Yeah, so it has deleted. Now if I'll go and check my employees table, so I will not be able to find out that record. That record is gone. But the major thing is that it should log that information inside my audit log. So now if you will go and check, so yes, there is a log that you all will be able to find out, right? So there is a log, and where I have deleted one of the employees, and yes, it is able to capture it inside my database. As simple as that. Yeah, so this is the reason we are trying to create a trigger. Simple. Now so let's try to do some more operation with respect to creating a trigger. So here what I will do is that I can try to create one more trigger, right? I will try to create one more trigger. So whenever, right? So whenever we are going to insert any kind of information, so it should try to manipulate that information. It should try to do some sort of changes in that information, and for that I'm going to create a trigger over here. Yeah. So over here. Now, so let's try to create a trigger over here, and I have already created it. So create a trigger, capitalize a department before insert. So now what it will do, so it will try to, so let's suppose if I'm trying to mention a department in a lowercase, yeah. So what it will do, so it will try to basically convert that department into an uppercase, yeah. It is going to convert that department into an uppercase, and then it is going to perform the insertion operation. So here I'm trying to call a trigger before insert, that before insert on employees for each row, set new department. So whatever new department that you are going to insert inside your table, this one, just try to convert that department into an uppercase and then try to insert it. Okay, so let's try to create a trigger for that. And now what I will do, I'll try to insert some sort of a information. So here is my insertion code. So insert into employees, name, salary, date of joining, and department. Now department is basically finance, and as you can see that this finance is available into a lowercase. I don't want that, right? So what I want is that try to insert the record, that's completely fine, but try to convert it into the upper cases. So okay, just try to like insert it, and after insertion, right? After insertion, so if you are going to check select star from employees, now you will be able to see that it has inserted the record. You have given all these things into a lowercase. It is trying to convert this into an uppercase. Yeah, it is trying to convert this into an uppercase, and then it is trying to perform this insertion operation. So even to update this information, and before insertion of this operation, I'm looking for some sort of a manipulation on top of the data. Yes, I'm able to do it with the help of trigger. So trigger is helping me out even in that kind of a situation. Yeah, even in that kind of a situation. Now, so let's try to perform some sort of information, some sort of a more trigger operation over here. So here I'm going to show you a kind of operation. So where you will try to, right? So where you will try to update, but it will try to update it if condition is satisfied. If condition is not satisfied, it is not going to perform any kind of a update operation. For example, so here we have a salary, right? So for Charlie, we are giving a salary which is a 55,000 over here. Let's suppose I would like to change, or I would like to update this salary. Yeah, I would like to update this salary, but I don't want my HR department or any other department or finance department to change this salary, which will be below this one. Yeah, which will be below this one means, so whenever someone will try to update a salary, if salary is lesser than this, it should not allow the update. Yeah, it should not allow the update. If salary is more than this, obviously it should allow the update. Yeah, it should allow the update. So to do that, let me try to create a trigger. So I have already created a trigger over here, and it's exactly same, right? So we are starting with the delimiter and then create trigger, prevent salary drop. So this is the new trigger which I'm going to create. And I'm writing that before update on employees. Yeah, before update. So before updating, just run this trigger and then try to check basically. So before update on employees for each row, and check with this condition. So I believe we have been writing this condition even in a procedure, and we have written this kind of a condition, lot of this kind of condition even before, right? Even before, when we're trying to create even a UDF function. So user defined function and procedures. So similar kind of a things we are trying to perform over here. So where we are trying to check that if new salary is lesser than old salary. Yeah, if new salary is lesser than old salary, then, right, then, so signal SQL status 45000. Basically, this is a error code which it will be able to handle, right? And set a message text, salary direction is not allowed. So you are not allowed to do this kind of a information operation, basically. So here, now let's try to execute this trigger. So trigger is created. Yeah. So I can try to refresh it, and then I can try to check. So prevent salary drop. Now let's suppose I would like to update a salary for a Charlie. Let's suppose, so this is the employee who is available over here. Charlie is the employee. Now I would like to update its salary. So simple update employee set salary, right? So update employee set salary. And let's suppose if I'm trying to update employee salary as a 50,000. Now current salary is what? 55,000, and I'm trying to like update it as a 50,000. So obviously my new salary is lesser than old salary. So if that is true, it will try to give me some sort of a error. So let's do it. Yeah, let's do it. And here, so salary reduction is not allowed. This is my own custom message which I have written. This is my own custom message which I have written. And yeah, so because of this, I'm able to write my own custom message, and it is telling me directly that salary reduction is not allowed at all, right? Maybe if I'm going to like do it 60,000, so in that case, it is going to allow. It is going to allow, as you can see, right? It is going to allow, and I can come back and I can try to check my employee. So 60,000, yes, it is able to change. But anything which is lesser than, right? Anything which is lesser than my existing salary. So as of now, salary is what? Salary is 60,000. Now, again, if I'll try to perform the update operation, now again, if I'm trying to perform the update operation, it is not going to allow. Salary reduction is not allowed. Yeah, salary reduction is not allowed. And now if I'll go and I'll try to check my audit log table, yeah, so select star from audit log. If I'll try to check my audit log table, so let's see. So what are the information which is available? So here there is a insert, there is a delete, and there is a insert which is available. But yeah, so when I'm trying to perform some sort of a reduction, it is not allowing me. Yeah, it is not allowing me at all. Okay, now now let's try to write some sort of a other trigger. So again, in the similar manner, I can try to write the trigger. So with respect to the condition. So here, let's suppose I'm trying to change a department. Yeah, so I'm trying to change a department of the person. So for example, Charlie is available in a finance department, and maybe I'm trying to move Charlie from finance department to a admin department, for example. Yeah, admin department. So this is a trigger, so which is going to first of all check, and then it is going to update. So here I have written create trigger, same thing, log department change after update on after update. Yeah, so update it first of all, not before update. So you have to clearly mention that before update you have to run, or after update you have to run. So here after update. So first of all update it, allow it, and then try to insert some information inside my audit log table. So here I'm writing condition if old department is not equal to new department, means if you're trying to give a same department, obviously it should not allow. So if old, obviously it's not going to insert some information inside my audit log table. So if old department is, this is a not equal to, yeah. So if old department is not equal to a new department, then do one thing, insert one record inside my audit log table with the update name. Yeah. So department change, and whatever is the new department and whatever is the old department. So with this message, just try to, this is the message, this is just a string message which I'm trying to insert. So just try to like insert this record inside my audit log table. Okay, so let's try to create this trigger in a very first place. So trigger creation done. Now what I will do, you can try to refresh it, and then you can try to check it. So here I have created the trigger called as log department change. So log department change trigger is already created, and event update timing after. So this is something which I am able to see. Now I'll try to update a Charlie's basically department. So update employee, set department is equals to admin, where employee name is equal to Charlie. Okay, so let's try to update it, and now let's try to check basically my audit log table. So now let's try to check my audit log table. So as you can see, so it has updated, right? It has updated whatever string which I have given. So it has updated my record, and inside my audit log, I'm able to see it. So employee department has changed from a finance to a admin department. This last row is just trying to talk about the string that you are trying to insert. So whatever string that you have written, it is going to insert it, as simple as that. So successfully we are able to basically create this entire trigger. Now I'm going to show you, right? I'm going to show you basically something with respect to archival. For example, so I have a table called as select star from employees, emp LOYEES employees. So I have this particular table. Now inside this table, so I have a record, Charlie record, which is available. Now let's suppose if I'm trying to delete this employee, or maybe this employee is going to leave my organization. Yeah, so employee is going to leave my organization. So I should delete employees data from this active employee table, obviously, but I'm supposed to even archive those information. means I'm supposed to store those information for a future purposes, because anyone can come and anyone can go for a background verification check. That is a possibility, right? That is a possibility. So here I'm going to create a trigger which is going to help me out in terms of archiving the information, in terms of archiving the data for me. So to do that, I can try to create maybe a archive table. So just like a employee table I have created, so I have to create a archive table. So I'm not going to write the complete create table things. So maybe we can try to copy all the schema from that employee table, and then we can try to create a parallel table called as employees archive. So to do that, I can write over here that create table, right? Create table, employees underscore archive archive. And this table should be just like a employees table, employees employees table. So what this statement is going to do, so this statement is going to help me out to create a table just like a employees table. So here if I'll go and if I'll try to check that select this employee, select SELECT, select star from employee archive, you will be able to find out that one table has been created, employee archive. Select star, sorry, so from employee archive, so one table is created and employee ID, employee name, salary, date of joining and department, everything is available over here. Now if I'm going to refresh it over here, I will be able to see another table called as employee archive table, and here we have a similar kind of a column. So I've just copied the schema, right? I've just copied the schema. Now what I will do, yeah, so now what I will do is that I will try to create a trigger. Yeah, I'll try to create a trigger. Now, whenever someone will try to delete a employee record, it is going to allow to delete the employee's record, but parallelly, it is going to insert that information inside my archive table, so that in a future, if anyone is going to come, they will be able to check each and everything with respect to the employees. So a very simple plain trigger I am going to create over here. So create trigger archive on delete. This is the name which I have given. Now, when it will come into a picture, so after delete. So I have already written after delete. Okay. So after delete on employees, for each row, insert into this employee archive, the new table which I have created. And what is the value? So old employee ID, old employee name, old employee salary, old date of joining and old department. So this is the new trigger which I am going to attach with respect to my employees table. As you can see, archive on delete, and when it is going to call, it is going to call after a deletion operation. Okay. So here after a deletion operation, now let's try to do one thing. So let's try to delete a employee. Yeah. So delete a employee. So here select star from so let me delete this employee. So here I can try to write delete, basically delete from employees, 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 where emp underscore name is equals to Charlie. So CHARLIE, Charlie. So Charlie is the record which is already available. So now here I can try to execute this one, and this is going to delete the employee. So now if I'll go and check, select star from employees, obviously I will not be able to find out the record. I will not be able to find out any kind of a record. It's been deleted, but it's been archived as well. So if I'm going to check inside my employee archive table, so select star from employee archive table. So automatically it is trying to insert a record. Select so automatically it is going to insert a record inside my archive table. So from employee table, it's been deleted, but yeah, so it's available inside the archive table for me. As simple as that. Yeah. So as simple as that. So this is how, guys, you can try to create any kind of a trigger with your own use cases. The purpose is very simple. Whatever operation that you are going to perform on a table, trigger is going to help you out in terms of auditing those information or checking some sort of a condition before something is going to happen or after something is going to happen. So before update, after update, before delete, after delete, before insert, after insert, all sort of operations you all will be able to perform with respect to a trigger. So hope all of you are able to understand this entire trigger concept. And yeah, so just try to solve some of the questions from an assignment that I have given to you in a very detailed way. That is going to help you out to get a mastery with respect to this particular topic as well. So with that, thank you so much everyone. Take care and see you again in my next lecture. Okay, so welcome back to lecture once again, guys. Now in this lecture, I'll be talking about a transaction. So again, one of the very important topic for all of us, for anyone who would like to work into a SQL, and not just in SQL, I would say, but yeah. So anyone who is going to use a database. So obviously for them, it's a very important one. So if you're trying to build some application, obviously you have to take care of all of these things, which I'm going to discuss in my today's lecture. So let me share my screen and let's start talking about transactions. Now to do that, I have to create a database. Let's suppose I'm going to create a database, create a database, tra. Okay. So this is the database I'm going to create and then use tra. Fine. So this is a transaction database I'm going to create, and now inside that, so I'm going to insert a couple of table. Yeah. So one table is a account table, one table is a user table, one table is a order table, one table is a inventory table, and another table is a wallet table I'm going to insert. Now these tables are basically not connected to each other, so there is no modal you will be able to find out, or data modeling you will be able to find out in between. Okay, so just execute it. All these tables are basically a independent table. Yeah. And now, so let's try to insert couple of data. Let's not talk about that because it's a very easy one, right? So we all are able to understand. So here I'm able to insert the data inside my account table, user table, inventory table, and a wallet table. Yeah, some sort of a data I'm able to insert. Now I'm going to use it, obviously. Yeah, I'm going to use it. But before using this, I have to do something more. So what is that something more? So basically, we have to check one thing, that select auto commit. So whether these things are on or off. So here, if you are going to execute this select auto commit, it is showing you 0. It simply means that that auto commit is off. If it is not off, right? If it is not off, so in that situation, so you have to execute set auto commit is equals to 0. The reason is very simple. So I'm going to show you our transactions, right? Transactions means so whatever operation that we are going to do, it should basically like accept it or it should not accept it across the instances. That is something which I'm going to discuss. So here auto commit plays a very important role. So if your auto commit is 1, so in that case it is going to consider like every execution as a final execution, and it will be replicated across all the sessions, but I don't want that. So that's the reason. So you have to keep auto commit is equals to off. Mine is already 0. It simply means that my auto commit is off by the way. Okay. Another thing that you have to like do over here is that this is one of the session of a SQL which is running. So this entire SQL interface. So this is one of the session which you are running. So maybe you can try to run some other session as well. Yeah. So you can try to run a multiple session. And apart from this, what you can do is maybe you can try to access a SQL from a command prompt. That is also possible. So if you're using a Windows machine, right? If you're using a Windows machine, so what you can do is you can try to go to this directory, C drive, program file, MySQL server 8 and bin. So inside this directory, you have installed basically a MySQL. So just try to do a CD. Now, once you are here, right? Once you are here, so you can try to start a MySQL, by the way. So you can try to write a command called as MySQL and then -user, user is equals to root, and then p is equals to password. Now, once you are going to hit enter, it is going to ask you for the password, and just try to enter a correct password. If everything is fine, so in that case, it is going to give you this MySQL window basically, right? System CLS, so that I can clean the entire things. So yeah, you will be able to see basically MySQL. So this is the another instance which you can try to open up. The reason is very simple. So we will try to do a cross verification. So whatever we are going to learn, so we'll try to recheck that whether it's happening or not. Keeping that in mind, so we need this another session. So now let's go back to this one, SQL Workbench, and let's start doing some sort of a operation over here. Yeah, operation over here.
So here what I will do, I'll try to insert some of the record inside my accounts table. So first of all, let me show you what is there inside the account table. Select start from ACCOUNTS accounts. Now here, okay. So we have two record inside the account table. One is a Rahul Sharma and balance for Rahul Sharma is 5,000 rupees, and one is a Priya Mehta. So here balance is basically 7,000 rupees. So these are the two record which is available inside my account table, right? And I'll be doing a lot of operations with respect to that. Yeah. So let's go ahead and let's try to do it. So here I'll try to insert a record maybe inside the account table, and then we will try to check that whether it's updating across all the sessions or not. All the sessions are able to see same thing or not. So here I can try to like a call insert insert into and then accounts, and I have to do insertion for ID, then name, and then BALA balance. Yeah, balance values. So what are the values which I'm going to insert? So like 3 is a ID. I'm going to give Sneha Gupta. So let's try to give that as one of the records. And then let's suppose balance is equals to 1,000 rupees. Okay, fine. So this is the record which I'm trying to insert. Let's try to execute it. Yeah, let's try to execute it. So table tra account does not, it's a accounts. Okay, so now it will work. Okay. So it is able to insert the record. That's completely fine. Now I'm going to go and check. Select star from accounts. And if I'm going to do that, so yes, Sneha Gupta and then balance is equals to 1,000 rupees, which has been inserted. Yeah, which has been inserted over here. Now, so as my auto commit is equals to 0, auto commit set to 0. Now, what will happen? Let's try to understand that part as well. So here I can try to select a table. So use tra and then select a star from accounts. Yeah. Now see, so here you are able to find out only two records, right? This is my another session, right? This is my another session. So here you are able to find out only two records. And if you will check here, so here we have three records. So we have like a newly inserted record which is available, which I can see in this particular session. But same thing I'm not able to see. Same thing I'm not able to see in my other session. So which is a complete separate session which I have opened up. It simply means that it has not done a final commit, means it has not updated a record finally, so that every instance will be able to access, or every connection will be able to access a same information. Now this is what happens. This is called as transaction, right? So basically what we are supposed to do so that these things will be replicated or these things will be reflected everywhere. So here I can try to call a commit. There is a command called as commit. So if you are going to call commit, so whatever operation it has done so far, it is going to make it permanent. And from any session, if you are going to check, you will be able to find out the same result. So here commit if I am doing, and then if I am going to check select account, obviously it was showing and it will show over here, right? The matter of fact is that whether it is going to showcase here or not. So now even here it is available. So Sneha Gupta is now available, which was not available. So after doing a commit, so commit means make it available across all the session basically. Yeah, make it available across all the session. So fine, we are able to do a commit over here. Same thing goes for update. So let's suppose if I'm doing a update accounts, basically set balance, balance, balance is equals to what? So current balance minus 100 rupees is just deducted, where ID is equals to 3. So wherever ID is equals to 3 means Neha Gupta. So just try to deduct 100 rupees. Okay. So I can try to execute it, and you will be able to see the changes here. You will be able to see the changes. So initially it was Sneha Gupta was having 1,000 rupees in her account, and now it's only 900 rupees. Now if I'll go and check from here, you will not be able to see any changes. Still Sneha Gupta is having 1,000 rupees. Means I have done the execution, but commit I have not done. If I'm not doing a commit, it simply means that I'm not able to basically update it across all the session. Only in a current session data set is updated. So COMMIT commit, and here, so now if I'll go and check from other session as well, it is going to reflect Sneha Gupta 900 rupees. Yeah. So after commit, so yes, I'm able to do that. Now, so there is a commit that we are able to understand. There is something called as a rollback. Rollback means, so whatever operation that you have done, just remove it, right? Roll back to the previous state, or go to the previous state, basically. The one problem that you will be able to find out, that if you have done already the commit, right? So then you will not be able to do a rollback. So that is not possible. You will not be able to perform the rollback. Yeah. So partial rollback is possible. So to do a partial rollback, so you have to create a checkpoints, basically. So rollback checkpoints you have to create, and that is possible. But yeah, so full rollback is not possible in any circumstances. Okay, so let's do it. Let's try to understand. So let's suppose here I'm going to call exact same thing, right? Let's call the update, and maybe I can try to call update balance plus 700. Let's suppose 700 rupees. I'm going to add it, right? 700 rupees. I'm going to add it. Fine. Where ID is equals to 3. I'm going to execute it. That's completely fine. Executed. Now, if I'm going to check what is there inside the account table, so obviously it is going to show me the updated one. Yeah. So previously there was a 900 rupees in Sneha Gupta account, and now it became 1600 rupees because I have added 700 rupees more in that account. Yeah. Okay. Now, so from here, I can see the changes. Now, same thing, if I'll go here, I won't be able to see the changes. I still have a 900 rupees. Yeah, I still have a 900 rupees over here. Okay, that's cool. Now what we can do, so we have to roll it back, right? So whatever operation that I have done, so I have to just roll it back over here. So here, to do a rollback, ROLLBACK, just like you were calling a commit. So in the similar manner, just try to call a rollback over here, execute it, and it is able to roll back. Now let's go and check. So now it became 900 rupees, even inside the same session. And in other sessions, so obviously it was showing me 900, it will show me even 900 now, because there is no changes which has happened, right? So rollback means you can try to roll back to the previous state, as simple as that. Yeah, as simple as that, you can try to roll it back to the previous state. So whatever operation that you have done, it is going to technically nullify the operations, as simple as that. Yeah. Okay, now so here maybe we can try to do a couple of more thing, but yeah, looks great. Okay, so we have basically database and then table. So we have basically a users table. Inside users table, we have a column name, ID, name, and email ID. Okay, so we have already created a users table. Now let's try to let me show you like a lock scenario. There is something called as lock scenario. So let me show you that part. Select star from users where where ID is equals to 1 for update. Now this is something called as lock scenario. So here we are trying to lock this record or lock this particular row for a update, as simple as that. Yeah, so this is called as locking situation. So if I'm going to execute it, fine. So let's start from this one for update, and Rahul@India. And now let's try to update it. So update users, set email, excuse me, set email ID is equals to rahul.xyg@india.com. Yeah. Where ID is equals to 1. Okay. So here I'm going to like click on update. Now if I'll go and check my user table, yeah. So select star from users. So yes, this Rahul Sharma, basically the email ID has been updated over here as we can see, and same thing we can try to go and check from here that whether this email ID has been updated or not. So this one is not updated, right? So this one is still not updated because I have not done the commit so far. So if I'm going to do a commit, obviously it is going to allow me to update it. Now, so if you will come this side, right? So select a star from a user, that's completely fine. Now, so when you are trying to do this, right? So let's suppose I'm trying to perform this one, and let's try to execute a same operation. Yeah, same operation even from here. I'm just trying to show you one scenario, guys, over here, nothing much. So let's try to call update, but in a different way. So on ID1 itself. So here I would like to, from this session, so I would like to update this as a email ID. Fine, email ID. Now, so as you can see, I'm trying to perform the update operation. Yeah, I'm trying to perform the update operation, and it's not executing itself. It is in a hung state, right? It is technically in a hung state. It is not able to execute it. And here, the reason is very simple, because I have logged it. Logged it means, so unless and until I'm not going to release it, release this one, no one will be able to make any kind of a update. No one means literally no one will be able to make any kind of a update. Now this is called as lock situation. Yeah. So for update, I'm trying to lock the situation. So that is that I was able to do it for based on this one, this particular one. Now here, if I'm going to do a commit, COMMIT, commit. Yeah. So commit or rollback if I'm going to perform. So let's suppose I'm performing commit. Now query one okay, one row affected. Now only this will be able to execute it, otherwise it is not going to execute it. So this is called as lock scenario. And yes, we do lock a lot of things. For example, if one person is trying to purchase something, and I just have a couple of things inside my inventory, so I'm not going to allow other people to do the same thing, same transaction at a time, right? So maybe I can try to create a lock-in over there. Now that lock-in is happening just because of this one. So just because of this kind of a situation, so we are trying to perform the locking operation. It's very simple, right? Very simple. So this is one thing. Now the another thing which I would like to show you, that let's suppose I'm trying to update this record. Yeah, I'm trying to, let me copy this. So I'm going to use the same thing. So update user, set email ID. Let me set email ID as something random. Email ID starting with the number I have created, where ID is equals to 1. Okay, so I'm trying to perform the update operation. Now, so I can try to create a rollback, and I can try to create a checkpoint over here. Means I can try to give a name of the point, that okay fine, so whenever I'm going to call the rollback, just try to roll it back till this particular point. So here, if I'm going to do something like rollback ABC, so ABC is just a point I have given basically. So ABC is just a point I have given over here. Now, based on ABC, it will be able to understand that, okay, so I have to roll back to this point. So roll back to. So roll back to ABC. So this is just a pointer which I'm trying to create, guys. Nothing much. Yeah, just a pointer, just a reference I'm trying to create. Now update user, set email ID, this one. So let's try to execute this and then try to create a rollback pointer over here. Sorry, rollback to. So my bad. There is something called as save point. Save point X ABC. So save point ABC I'm going to create. My bad. Yeah. So save point I'm going to create. Now, so based on this save point, it will be able to understand that, okay, so whatever operation that I have done after commit and before this one, so that comes under this criteria. Yeah, that comes under the save point. So now let's go and check my user table. So obviously, if I'm going to check my user table, it should show me the current information, the updated one. So it is showing me this information, right? It is showing me this information. Now, if I'm going to call a rollback, yeah, I'm going to call a rollback to ABC. So whatever operation that I have done till this point, just try to roll it back. Now, if I'm going to show you my user table, so it should invert the entire things, by the way. So update user, and then select a user and then roll back to ABC. Now again, if I'm going to see the user, it will change. It will change. Ideally, it should change. And maybe just call a commit after this. So now let me show you this one. Okay. So with save point. Okay, save point it has created, as you can see over here, right? Save point is created. Now, if I'm going to see the user, so this is the new email ID which is reflecting correctly. Now let's call a rollback. So it should be able to roll back to the save point, right? So wherever I have created like a save point with this. So here, roll back to ABC, it has been called. And now I can call maybe a commit over here, and then I can try to show you the final users. So it is showing me there is some ambiguity. It will show me basically. One, two, three, four. Go till save point. Okay, maybe I'm executing multiple times and that's a major issue. So 4 and then this. Now click on update. Click on save point. So this is the save point. Now select a user. So yeah, the current one I'm able to see it, 4SF SDFFD. This is the email ID. And then try to call a rollback over here. Roll back to ABC. Now let's try to see the user. So do a commit and then try to call the user. Okay, so maybe this this will work. This always works basically. So there is a save point I'm trying to create, and then I'm trying to roll it back to the save point. So this is going to work, but yeah, so maybe I'm doing some little mistake with respect to file execution. But yeah, that's completely fine. That's okay. So hope all of us are able to understand our transactions, guys. And now we know that what is the responsibility of the commit, what is the responsibility of the rollback, what it is going to do, how we can try to open up our multiple sessions in between, and then we can try to check. Even in MySQL Workbench, I have opened up a multiple instances. That's completely fine. So it's up to you how many session you would like to open. So whatever update that you are going to do in one session, so that should not be reflected in the other session. And to do that, you have to perform this operation: select auto commit, and it should be like a 0. It should not be 1. If it is 1, in that case, you can try to call this one: set auto commit is equal to 0. So it will not allow to do a auto commit unless and until you are not coming and forcefully doing a commit operation. So with that, thank you so much, everyone. Take care and see you again in my next lecture. Okay, so welcome back once again, guys. Now in this lecture, I'll be talking about a transaction safe operation. So first of all, we have to understand that what is the meaning of this transaction safe operation and how it is going to work and how it is going to behave. So guys, in MySQL, you will be able to find out a different kind of an engine which is going to help you out in terms of storing the information, in terms of performing all the operations that we do in general. Yeah. So those operations, so there are engines, like I said, which exist, and that engines are responsible for doing any kind of operation inside the database. So those engines are DB, or maybe a MyISAM based engine, or maybe a temporary tables. Yeah, maybe a temporary tables. So what is the difference between this DB and MyISAM? So there are a lot of differences you will be able to find out. So here the major difference that you are going to find out that basically this DB is a transaction safe. Transaction safe means you will be able to do a rollback, you will be able to do a commit operation, all sort of operation you will be able to do it if you are using this particular engine, InnoDB engine, if you are going to use it. And yeah, so row level locking you will be able to perform. Foreign keys you will be able to create over here. Maybe relationship between two tables you can try to create over here. A crash recovery you will be able to do it, or maybe you can try to use it for a production grade application where InnoDB based engine you are going to use it. Now, so when it comes to MyISAM, so basically there is no transaction safe you will be able to find out. Means rollback, commit, all those concepts are doesn't exist, or you can say you will not be able to perform it. Row level locking you will not be able to do. You will be able to do table level locking. So I believe in my previous lecture I had already talked about a row level locking. So that is not available. That is available just in a InnoDB engine. So it give us a sense that we were using a InnoDB based engine over there, right? And even I can try to go and even I can try to check somewhere inside my admin. So server. Yeah, somewhere it is going to show you. So when I was going through this entire thing, so I was able to find out that it was using a DB. So yeah, DB data and all those things you will be able to find out. So there is, like I said, so MyISAM based database or engine you can try to use, and even over there you will be able to perform a multiple operation. But the only problem that you are going to find out over there is it's not transaction safe. Yeah, it's not transaction safe at all. So here let's try to do a couple of experiment, and with the help of experiment let's try to find out that how we can try to create a safe table, or how I will be able to create the unsafe table. So to create a safe table, so let's suppose I'm going to use tra database itself. Yeah, so tra database I'm going to use. And if I have to create a safe table means I have to use a InnoDB engine. Yeah, InnoDB engine in terms of doing a data processing. So here I can try to write create table, and let's suppose I am going to give a name as a safe table. So this is just a table name which I have given, and here so ID is equals to integer, primary key I'm going to consider it, and then value is equals to varchar basically, and varchar with maybe like a capacity of 100. And then you have to basically write something called as engine. So here you can try to define that which engine you would like to use. Basically you would like to use a InnoDB, or you would like to use a MyISAM. So here I can try to define that. Okay, so just go ahead and try to use capital I InnoDB, right? So I can try to go ahead and I can try to say that, okay, just try to use a DB. So by default, it will be a safe table. So whatever operation that you are going to perform, you will be able to find out that yes, it is helping me out in terms of a rollback. It is helping me out in terms of doing a commit operation, all sort of operations. Yeah. So this is how I will be able to create a safe table, as simple as that. So I will be able to create a safe table over here. Now, so if I have to create a unsafe table, so everything is going to be same. It's not going to change. So I just going to change the unsafe table name. And here, so what you can try to do is that you can try to select a engine. So engine, engine, and engine is equals to MyISAM. So if you are going to write MyISAM, so in that situation, so MyISAM, so in that situation, it is going to create a unsafe table. So engine, yeah. So if you are going to create a table, so it is going to create a unsafe table if you are going to allocate this particular engine. And that is a provision which is already available. That is a provision which is already available and which you can try to use it. Now, let's go ahead and let's try to use it. Means I can try to use my own engine. I can try to choose my own engine that, okay, fine, which one I'm supposed to do and which one I'm not supposed to do. Yeah, which one I'm supposed to do and which one I'm not supposed to do. So here, if I'm going to perform some sort of insertion operation, let's suppose, so safe table, if I'm going to perform some sort of operations. Okay, so let's go ahead and let's try to perform it. So here I'm able to insert the record, and then let's try to do select star from safe underscore TALBE. Name is a little bit odd. So here I'm trying to call, and yeah, I'm able to see the value. Now same thing if I'll go and if I'll try to check from my other instances, there is nothing, right? There is nothing. So it simply means that it is looking for a commit operation. Unless and until I'm not going to do a commit operation, it is not going to commit it. Now let's try to do a exact same thing, right? Let's try to do exact same thing into an unsafe table. So only the table name is going to change. Yeah, a table name is going to change. So let's do a same thing inside the unsafe table, and let's try to execute it, and then let's try to do a select operation with respect to unsafe table. Yeah. So with respect to unsafe table. Okay, so I'm able to see the record, and here if I'm going to check my unsafe table, so let's see, select a star from unsafe table from my other instances. Now here you will be able to see that it is able to insert the record. In case of safe table, it was not able to insert the record for all the sessions, right? It was showing me just in my current session, so from where I was trying to insert it. That's a difference. So if I have changed the engine, so if I'm using a MyISAM engine, so in that case it is able to insert it even without a commit operation. I have not done commit so far, right? I have not done commit so far, but still it is able to insert the record. It simply means that there is some issue, right? There is some issue, and in an unsafe mode, so whatever anyone is going to do, so it will make it available among all the instances or among all the sessions which has been opened up. But in case of a safe table, it is not going to be the case unless and until I'm not writing a commit over here. Once I'm going to write a commit, so then it is like it is going to perform all of these operations. Yeah, then it is going to perform the operations. So here what I can do, COMMIT commit, and then only for a safe table, it is going to show me a data in all the sessions. In this session, yes, it was available. It was not available in other session. So now it is showing me the data into my safe table in other session, right? Unless until I'm not done the session commit, so it was not showing me that data. It simply means that if table is unsafe, so in that case, it is not going to, right, wait for a commit operation. Simple. Now, so any table that you are going to create, so as we are creating so many different tables, not just one, so any table that we are creating, so we can try to check that which engine it is using by default. For example, we have created the accounts table, right? Accounts table. So what was the engine that it was using? So you can try to call a command called as show table status, show table status, where name is equals to, you can try to give a name accounts. So for this table, just try to show me the status. Now if I'm going to execute it, it is going to show me that account table engine wise, it is trying to use which engine? It is trying to use a InnoDB engine. So by default, whatever table that you are going to create, it is going to use a InnoDB engine. But forcefully you can try to call this MyISAM as well, and yes, it is going to work for you. A version 10, row format dynamic, average row length this one, a data length is this one, maximum data length this, right? This. So this is just showing me all the information with respect to this particular table. Table nature, by the way. Yeah. So account table is basically consist of InnoDB. This is the engine which it is trying to use. Similarly, I can try to check it for my safe table. So if I want, so here, safe table. Simple. I can try to execute it, and then I'll get to know it's also using InnoDB, right? And if I'll talk about my unsafe table, so my unsafe table is using what? So my unsafe table is using MyISAM. Simple. Yeah, simple. So this is the difference you will be able to find out, guys, between a safe table, unsafe table. It's just a name which I have given, but yeah, so the engine is going to play the main role. By default, if there is an engine is equal to InnoDB, in that case, it will become a safe table, which it does, by the way. Yeah, which it does. And if engine is MyISAM, in that case, it is the unsafe table. So with that, thank you so much, everyone. Take care and see you again in my next lecture. Okay, so welcome back once again, guys. Now in this lecture, I'll be talking about user roles and permissions. So in MySQL or in any other SQL, you can try to create a user, and then you can try to give a different kind of a permissions, different kind of a roles and responsibilities. And I believe it happens everywhere, right? So whatever system, whatever solution that you are working on, so obviously we are going to give a different kind of a privileges to a different people. For example, for a finance department, they will be having just an access to a finance records or finance table, I would say. If there is a admin, super admin, so obviously they will be having all the accesses. So this happens everywhere, and again, is going to happen even inside a MySQL. So we are going to see, we are going to understand that how we can try to do the implementation of this as an admin. So if I'm an admin and if I have to create a user, if I have to grant a different kind of a roles and responsibilities, so how I can do that. Let me show you this in a complete practical manner. So without wasting much of time. So here, what we can do, so we can try to create a user. So anytime if we want to create a new user, I can try to create a new user. And apart from that, so you can try to click on this admin, and then you can try to click on users and privileges, and you will be able to even check basically. You will be able to check that, okay, so what is the like a user which is been created already, or what is the root, each and everything you will be able to check it from here. Now, so let me create it one by one. So to create a user, so command is very simple, create user, right? Create user, and then you can try to give a user name, by the way. So create user is a command, and you have to have a admin privilege, by the way. So here I can try to click that test underscore user. So this is the username which I'm going to give at the rate localhost. So in my localhost, I'm trying to create it. So that's the reason I'm writing a localhost. And if you're trying to create it in my some of the server, so you can try to give that URL, server URL. Now IDEN identified by. So identified by, and then you are going to set a password, by the way. So PASS. Password 1234. So this is the password which I'm going to keep, let's suppose. So this is the user and I have created, and this is the password, by the way. So in this way, it will be able to create this particular user from a command. So 0 row affected, and it is going to create this particular user. Now, if I'll go to admin, and then if I'm going to check user and privileges, so you will be able to find out a test user even over here. Let me close it. Let me open it up once again. And test user is a user that I'm able to find out. Yeah. So if I want, I can try to expire its password and many more things. I can do it. Right. So account limit, I can try to set administrative role privilege. I can try to set from here that you can do this, you can do this, you can do this, you can do this. So I can do anything with this user I want. Even from a UI side, I can try to do it, or even from a command side, I can do it. So if I'm comfortable with the UI, so I would like to maintain maybe I would like to give an access just to monitor as an admin, and then he will be able to monitor the process. I can try to select. I can try to select, and I can try to apply it. And if I'm going to call revoke all the privileges, it will revoke all the privileges from this particular user. As simple as that. Yeah. So now what I can do is I can try to go to one of the instances. Maybe I can try to log in through this particular user. So test user is a user ID, and then password is basically password 1234. I can do that. So CMD, and here, so I'll just try to go to MySQL. So MySQL is available inside the program file, MySQL, and MySQL. Just a minute, let me check. MySQL program file. Okay, so it should be program files, and then MySQL server 8.0, and then bin. Okay. So here I can try to go first of all, and then from here, so I can try to call MySQL and user. So user is basically a user that I've created just now, so which is a test user. So I can try to give a test underscore user, and then -p, it will ask me for the password. Password is what? So password is the password which I have given. So pass 1 2 3 4. So PASS 1 2 3 4. Okay. So now I'm able to log in into this MySQL system CLS. So just clean it and show databases. Yeah, show databases. So see guys, here, so this user is able to see only two database. Yeah, this user is able to see only two database. Now at the same point of a time, if I'm going to like show databases, if I'm going to call here, so it is showing me a hell lot of database over here, right? It is showing me a lot of database over here. The only thing is that a privilege, right? A privilege. So the user which I have created just now, it is not having a privilege. I have revoked all the privileges, and I can try to control all of these privileges from where? I can try to control all of these privileges from here itself, or maybe with the help of command, I can try to assign the privileges. So let's try to do it. But yeah, successfully we are able to create an user. We can try to even delete the user. That's completely fine. So let's suppose I would like to give a privilege to this user for a database TRA. Yeah, TRA database that I have created. So for this TRA database, I would like to give a privilege. So as of now, if this user is going to say that use TRA, it will not be able to use it. As you can see, it is giving me error and 42,000 error, access denied for the user, this one. So it is not allowing to get an access of this TRA database. Yeah, I would like to assign an access of TRA database to this particular user. So how I can do that? So I can try to call grant select on, and then I can try to give a database name TRA, and then dot star, means inside TRA all the table you will be able to access, or maybe if I would like to give an access to a specific table, I can do that as well. To what? So to test underscore user. So to test underscore user, just at the rate localhost, or if you are trying to work on server, then server URL. So here it will try to give access to this TRA, and inside that whatever table which is available. So let's execute, and execution successful. Now if I'll go and execute this one, use TRA, it is able to do that. And show tables, if I'm going to write, I'm able to access it from the same user, right? Which was not having an access. So now it is having an access. So I've granted the access from here. I can try to use even a UI, right? I can try to even use a UI, and with the help of UI, so I can try to give a same kind of a privilege. That's completely fine. But here I'm just trying to show you with respect to the command. That's it. Now, so there is a new role which if I want, I can try to create a new role. So how I can create a new role? Let me show you. So create a role, and maybe this role is analyst, ANALYST. So there is a new role which I have created called as analyst. Now, so inside this new roles and responsibility, so I would like to basically give some sort of a privilege. Yeah, so give some sort of a privilege. So here I can try to grant SELECT, select. So anyone who is analyst, so to anyone, if I'm going to give a role is equals to analyst, they will be able to select, they will be able to insert on basically what? So on TRA, and then all the table. So on a database label, on a table label, I will be having all the control. So grant, select and insert on this TRA database, inside that whatever table is available. To whom? So to analyst. So to analyst role. So to anyone, ANALYST, analyst. So it is trying to say that anyone who is having an analyst role, right? Anyone who is having an analyst role, they will be able to do what? Select, insert on only this database and table. I can try to even mention static, means all the table. I can try to mention a specific table name, so that they will not be able to access any other table. So now here is a grant. So I have created the role, and to this role I have granted these two privileges. Yeah, only for this database, no other database at all. So that person will not be able to see any other database at all. And then how I will be able to grant the access? So grant basically this analyst role, ANALYST, analyst role, to whom? To basically this test user. So to test user. So I can try to grant even in this way. So I have granted only a select option, select one, right? Even now, so people will not be able to do. So this test user will not be able to do a insert operation, but I have created the role. I have just bundled it up, right? Select and insert both, and then grant analyst 2. So to basically a report test user. So grant analyst 2, basically this user. Now analyst role I have given to this particular user. So if I have given an analyst role, if I have given the analyst role, so analyst role is holding two responsibilities, select and insert. So two operation user will be able to do it, but still not a delete operation. Yeah. So insert and select operation, but not a delete and operate operation. This user will be able to perform. You can try to test it out, and obviously it will not be able to perform it. All these operations which I have done, so you can try to go ahead over here, and then you can try to even cross check from here. So admin, user and privileges, and then like test user, account limit, administrative privilege. You can go and check schema privilege. So transaction, select, and then insert. Yeah. So schema privilege. Now, so you can try to like, give other privileges as well. Select, insert, delete, execute, show, view, DDL, right? So create, alter, reference, index. So from here itself, without writing a single line of a code, you will be able to give a privilege. That's completely fine. Yeah, you will be able to give a privilege. It's completely fine. So either you can try to control it from here, right? Or maybe you can try to write a query. Both is going to do the exact same thing. It is not going to do any other kind of an operation. Yeah, fine. Now, so here, if I would like to see that what is the current role that this user is having. So SELECT, select current ROLE, current role. I think this is the function which exists. Yeah, so current role assignment is none. So maybe I can try to set a current role assignment. So set default role analyst. So the role which I have already created to test user. Test user @localhost local host. Okay, to the local host. So I can try to set a default role if I want. Unless not granted, a test user local host, set a default role analyst ANALYST. Okay, fine, worked. Okay, so this is how you will be able to give a role. Now, if I have to revoke the role, so I can try to revoke it also. So revoke what? Revoke, let's suppose REVOKE, revoke insert on tra database and its respective table from ANALYST. So if I have done this, right? So if I'm doing this operation, so if I'm trying to revoke it, so whatever privilege this analyst role people was having, it will be revoked automatically. So I'm trying to revoke what? Revoke insertion for the analyst role. So whoever is having this analyst role, just revoke this insert operation on this database and the respective table. So it will be able to revoke it. Yeah, it will be able to revoke it. Now, so if I would like to drop it, if I would like to drop this role, so I can try to even call drop role, and drop role what? So drop role basically this analyst role. So this is the analyst role which I had created. So I can try to call a drop operation on top of this one. Okay. Now, apart from this, right, so role drop is completely fine. So here I can try to even check that what and all privilege which has been given to one of the user. So grant, right? So grant to whom, for whom? Test user, basically test user that I have created at local host. So show me the grant, right? For this particular user. So show grant for this test underscore localhost. Show grant, it's S. Okay. So grants, and yeah, it is trying to show me all the grants. So grant uses on this to test user, and then grant select on this particular user. So these are the grant which is been given to this particular user. So I'm able to see that those grants which has been given to this particular user. Yeah. So in this way, guys, you will be able to create a user. First of all, you will be able to give a roles and responsibilities. You can try to create a separate role, and then you can try to assign, you can try to drop the role, you can try to maybe revoke the permission from here, and whatever you are able to do it from here, exact same thing you will be able to do it even from your UI side. So both the places is like a possible, and from both the places you will be able to perform the exact same operation. So go ahead, create as many users as want by default. So this is been done by your database admin. Yeah. So your database admin is going to play with this, and then they are going to perform these kind of operation on a regular basis. Yeah. So they will try to like, give a role, remove a role, give a different kind of responsibilities and all those things. So fine with that. Thank you so much, guys. Take care and see you again in my next lecture. Okay, so welcome to lecture once again, guys. Now in this lecture, I'll be talking about how you can access MySQL from a Node application or Node.js, how you will be able to access it. So basically this Node.js has been used for backend designing. So where you try to design a lot of APIs and the entire core backend for any kind of a application, web application, or maybe a mobile application. Now, so obviously SQL will be the integrated part of it. Maybe you are going to use a SQL, maybe you are going to use a MySQL, but obviously you are going to use some sort of a databases. Now, so I'll not be talking much about all those XYZ things, but here, so I'll try to show you that how you will be able to connect your MySQL with a node, how you will be able to access it, so that going forward in a future, we will be able to use it in a full scale manner. So let's try to understand that part. So here, what we can do is that we can try to open up a VS Code. And after opening up a VS Code, just try to create one of the folder in any places you want. So here, I'm going to create a folder, let's suppose. Got stuck. Okay. So node underscore MySQL. Fine. This is the folder which I have created. Now, so inside this folder, so we'll try to do a couple of setups so that my node should be up and running. It should be up and working. And then I'm going to show you that how we can connect with the MySQL application. Yeah. So here, what we can do, so we can try to first of all go to something called as nodejs.org to do a setup for the very first time, because many of you have not done this kind of a setup in your local system. So here, just try to go to this node.org and then try to click on this install node.js. Yeah. So once you are going to click on install node.js, you can try to select your version. So you can try to select any of the LTS for Windows, and then maybe you can directly go ahead with the MSI installer. I think that will be much better because it is going to give you the executable file instead of going ahead with the Docker. So just try to click on this Windows installer, the option that you will be able to get. So save it and then try to install it. Yeah. So try to install it. It's not a big file, so you will be able to install it quickly, right? You all will be able to install it quickly. So, okay, I'm able to download it. Now double click. And then let's start installing it. And this is just a one-time game. You don't have to do it again and again. So don't worry about it. So next, and then install. It will take a couple of minutes for us. Yeah. So okay, so okay, I can just try to click on OK, and then the setup unable to automatically close all the requested application. Okay, not an issue. So I have opened up a couple of application. Okay, click on finish. Now I can try to close my VS Code and then try to open up my VS Code once again. That will be great, so that it will be able to load each and every new installation. Okay, so node MySQL, and here, so what I can go, I can do, so I can try to go and I can try to cross check that whether node is installed or not. So maybe I can try to call over here node and then a version. So node version, and node version is 22.17. So it simply means that node is installed in my system and my VS Code is able to access it. So if this is the case, right? If this is the case, then you are good to go. You are good to move ahead. And then if you are using a Linux machine or you are using a Mac machine, same thing you can try to do. Just go to node.org and then from there, so you can try to do the installation, direct installation, by the way. Okay. Now, so in this project folder, let's suppose node underscore MySQL is my folder. So what I can do, I can try to call npm. So basically npm is a deposit command for node. So npm init basically and -y. Now, once I'm going to do npm -y, so it is going to create a package.json. So a simple skeleton it is going to create over here, nothing much. Now, so once this is done, right? Once this is done, so I have to install a MySQL connector inside npm or inside a node. So I have to basically install a MySQL connector. So how I will be able to install a MySQL connector? So I can simply call npm and then install install and install what? So MySQL 2. So this is something which I am going to write, and automatically what it will do, so it will try to install my package, right? So it is going to install my package called as MySQL 2 over here. So once this package is available, now I am good to go with respect to the coding part. Yeah, so I'm going to good to go, because unless and until this package is not available, npm install MySQL 2 is not available, you will not be able to use MySQL. Now, so here what I can do, I can try to create a new file. So index.js, index.js, you can give any name to this file, that's completely fine. So index.js I am going to create. Now here I'm going to keep my SQL connector code basically. Yeah, SQL connector code, which is very easy, a very standard one. And let me show you that part. So here I'm trying to call constant MySQL require MySQL 2. So basically I'm looking for this particular package. Yeah, I'm looking for this particular package. So it requires this particular package. And then here, so I'm trying to create my connection string basically, or you can say a connection method I'm trying to create. So host is localhost, user is basically root, password is a password I'm going to give. So my password was admin at the admin 1234 56 at the rate. So this was the password. So I'm just trying to give a password over here, and database. So maybe a TRA database I would like to access. Yeah. So TRA database I would like to access, which I have created just now. So this is going to create a connection, by the way. Now I'm trying to call this connection.connect, as you can see, and connection.query. Yeah. So connection.query, and here I can try to pass my query, and based on my query it is going to give me the response. It's a very standard one, it's a very simple one, and again you will be doing the exact same thing. Let's suppose my database is not available in localhost, it's available on some server. So what I have to do, so I just have to change my host, username and password and my database. That's it. This is the only thing that we have to change. Apart from that, there is nothing that we are supposed to change. Now Control S, and then here, so if I have to execute this file, so where I'm running what, select now, only this much I'm trying to run as of now. Yeah, I'll try to like do some sort of a, like selection even from the databases, which I will show you. But yeah, so as of now I'm just trying to select this much. Now here, so if I'm going to execute this, how I can execute this one? So node and then node so node basically index.js. So this is something that I am trying to run, and it is trying to throw me an error. Why? Node MySQL, sorry, I think, okay, index.js. Fine. So here you can see that connected to MySQL ID is 62, current time is equals to this much. It is trying to showcase, means it is running successfully each and everything. Now, so I'm running this query, that's completely fine. Maybe I can try to run some other queries as well. And here, so when I'm trying to run this query, right, so whatever result it is going to give here, so I'm trying to basically showcase all of this result in this particular place. Yeah, so I'm trying to showcase all of this result in this particular place. So maybe I can try to do one more thing. I can try to select some of the data from the databases, and then I'm going to show you a record. So let's do that, guys. It's again very much easy. So here we are just trying to show you the time. Let's write a couple of queries, and inside those queries, so what I will be doing, so I will be basically like showing you that how to select a table, how to fetch all the data, or maybe how to even write the condition. So technical thing is that I can do each and everything, which I can do it with the help of MySQL Workbench. Everything can be done. Everything is possible even from here, even just by using this node. So to do that, right? So do that. What we can do, we can try to like create similar kind of a query. So connection dot query, basically query. And I can try to mention my query over here. So maybe I'm trying to like do this. So select SELECT, select a star from transaction dot, we have a accounts table, right? If you remember, we have a accounts table. So select everything from this accounts table, right? And then it is going to give you a response. So maybe an error or maybe a results, it is going to give it to you. Okay, that's cool. So here what we can do is that okay, so error or result, it is going to give it to you. And here I can try to write it down that if error, if there is a error, then do what? So then basically throw error. Fine. And otherwise do one thing. So console dot log and do what? So basically user record from, okay, or maybe I can write account record from account table, account records from accounts table intra database. So this is the simple string, and then results. Yeah, so it is going to show me these things inside my console, as simple as that. Yeah, as simple as that. Okay, Control S, and then let's try to execute it. So here we are able to fetch a record, right? Here we are able to fetch the record that ID1, name Rahul Sarma, balance is this much, ID2. So all of this record we are able to fetch from our databases. So here I'm writing a query. So here I can write even a condition. So if I would like to like write a condition that where ID is equals to only 1. So just fetch that record. So where ID is equals to 1, not an issue. So here it is trying to fetch a record where ID is equals to 1. So whatever condition which I would like to put up, I can try to put up over here. The rest of the code is going to be exact same. It is not going to change at all, right? After doing a setup, obviously, and in a easiest possible manner, you will be able to call your MySQL and you will be able to execute it. So with that, thank you so much, everyone. Take care and see you again in my next lecture. Hope all of you are learning, you are enjoying. And yes, assignments. So I'm giving you assignment in almost all the major modules. Not all the major modules, almost all the modules I have given the assignment. Solve it. That is going to give you, believe me, a real understanding, a real knowledge. Maybe better than knowledge you will be able to get that you are usually getting from these lectures, by the way, or maybe from my lecture, maybe from someone else's lecture. So do it and then try to move ahead in your life. With that, thank you so much, everyone. Take care and see you again. Okay, so welcome back once again, guys. Now, in my previous lecture, I was talking about MySQL connected with the Node.js. Now, let's try to talk about the same thing with respect to a Python. Yeah. So how with the help of Python, I will be able to do the exact same thing which I have shown you with respect to a Node.js. It's very, very easy. So let's try to open up a new instance of VS Code. And let's go over here and try to create a new folder. So here, maybe inside this code, Python underscore MySQL. Okay, so fine. Let's try to go inside this particular folder. I can try to use a Jupyter notebook. That's also fine. And I can try to use maybe a .py file. That's also fine. So maybe I can try to create a Jupyter notebook. So here, MySQL underscore python.ipynb. ipynb. Yeah. So IPython notebook, I'm able to create. Select kernel. So you can try to select any of the environment. And once you are able to do that, so we have to install something over here. So we have to install a connector, a kind of a driver. Yeah. So pip install MySQL connector Python. Now just install this much, and this is the only installation which is required. Apart from that, nothing is required to connect your Python with the MySQL. So simple, pip install MySQL connector and Python, and then what we have to do. So just try to do a import 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 basically MySQL dot connector connector, yeah, connector, fine. So just try to do the import of this one, and once you are able to do the import, right, once you are able to do the installation, the above one, and then once you are able to do the import, you are good to go. Yeah. So now here you have to write that MySQL dot connector dot connect, yeah, and inside that, so you can try to write the exact same thing that you have written inside a node.js, yeah. So here you can try to write your host. So my host is, let's suppose, local host, local host, local host. So this is going to my host, then user. So my super admin user was basically a root user which I have been using, so I can write that. Password basically, so password is same, admin 12345 again at the rate. This is my password, yours will be different. And then database. So database wise, I would like to access this tra database, by the way. So now, so just try to execute it. And here, so just try to store this one inside some of the variables. So maybe inside the connection variable, I'm storing this one. Okay. Now, so I have to basically check that connection is fine or not. It is able to establish a connection with my database or not. So connection dot cursor cursor I can try to call, and yeah, so it looks like I'm able to establish the connection. So just try to store it inside a variable called as cursor cursor. Okay. So just try to store it inside some of the variable. Now, so above part is done. I don't have to touch that part. I can back to back come over here and then execute my query. For example, so this is the connection variable, and cursor is calling this one. So I can try to call directly cursor cursor dot execute execute, and execute what? So let's suppose execute select a star from okay, select a star from basically transaction table, and then inside this table I have a transaction database. Inside that I have a accounts table. So transaction database and then accounts table. So select a star from this one. Okay, great. Now just execute it. So it will be executed, and then once it will be executed, so you have to fetch a record from this cursor. Yeah, cursor. So you can try to write cursor dot fetch all, yeah, fetch all, and then execute. So this is the record it is able to fetch. So here just create the connection, create the cursor over here. Cursor means pointer. Just try to create, and with respect to that pointer, keep on executing whatever query you want, and then keep on fetching it. Yeah, keep on fetching it. So it is going to give you the list of the tuples. Basically, in case of Python, it is going to give you list of the tuples. As simple as that. So if I have to apply maybe some sort of a condition over here, so where id is equals to 1, so not an issue. So again, cursor dot fetch all. Yeah, so I'm able to fetch those records. So you can execute anything or everything just in this way. Yeah, just in this way. So from Python itself, you will be able to query your SQL server. Yeah, SQL server, even if it is available on like some cloud platform. So this is the only thing which is going to change: host, username, password, and DB. That's it. Apart from that, nothing is going to change. Now, if I have to close the cursor, so maybe I can try to call cursor dot close. So it will close the pointer, by the way. And then if I have to name it's a cursor. So it will try to close the cursor, and then if I have to close the connection, so maybe connection dot close. So it will try to close the connection. Means the connection which I have opened up over here with this details, and the cursor which I have created with the connection. So I'm going to just close it one by one. That's it. So it's very easy peasy kind of a stuff, guys, to connect your Python and your like MySQL
or any other SQL system or even any other NoSQL system, it's very easy. It's like just a single line of a template you have to call, and then you will be able to do it. So with that, guys, thank you so much, everyone. Take care. Hope you're learning a lot, and see you again in my next lecture. Okay, so welcome back once again, guys. Now in this lecture, so I will be talking about how with the help of Python query, so you will be able to do some sort of a data insertion while reading a data from a CSV or maybe some of the different files. So that is something that we are going to discuss it, guys. So let me share my screen, and I believe we have already done a Python configuration. So it's going to be same. It's not going to change. First of all, you have to install basically a Python MySQL connector, and then you can try to create a connection. Then you can try to create a cursor, and then the way you try to execute anything inside a SQL workbench. So in the similar manner, you will be able to execute each and everything. So let's do it. I'm going to create a new file. So here, MySQL data underscore load.ipynb. Okay. Now I'm going to copy a couple of things. So here I'm going to copy first of all this connector. So connector is already installed in my system, by the way, but yeah. So if you have not installed, you have to install this connector. That's our first part. Then you have to import a MySQL connector. That's a second part, because without this import, you will not be able to do anything. And the third part is basically establish a connection. So this is my localhost root. I have already given my password, and then my database. So here I can try to change my database name. I don't want to insert everything into the same database, by the way. So here what I can do is I can try to maybe keep test123 kind of a database. So this is the database. But before that, so I have to go and I have to create a database over here. So create a database, create database, and test123. Yeah. So this is the database. Just go ahead and try to create it. So database is created. Now inside this database, so I'll be creating a table, and then I will be like inserting a record. So as simple as that. Okay, so one by one, so we will start inserting a record. So once this particular part is already done, so here what I can do is I can try to create maybe a file, and from a file, so I will be reading a data, and then I will be inserting a record inside this one. So here employee.employee dot a CSV file I'm going to create, a comma separated file I'm going to create, and I'm going to keep a small data set over here. Right. So any kind of a data that you have in any of your locations, so you can try to process it in the exact similar manner. So things are not going to change, and it's a very easy one. So I don't think that any one of you is going to face any kind of a challenges while doing these kind of operations over here. Okay. So connection is established. Now what I can do is that I can try to call first of all a table creation. So I have a data available inside my CSV with ID, name, salary, date of joining, and a department. So to do that, so I have to create a table in a very first place. So here is something which I'm going to do. So first of all, just try to create a pointer, which is a cursor. I'm going to name it as, and this is going to be connection dot cursor cursor. So execute this one. Now with the help of this cursor, I will be executing each and everything. So here, first of all, cursor.execute, and I will try to create a table. I'll try to create a table. So cursor.execute, and inside that, as you can see, as a string, I have given this entire command, a create table if not exist employee, right? Create table, and where I have to create this employee table. So inside my test123 database, right? This is the database which I have created. So test123.employees, and inside this, I would like to create a column called as ID, name, salary, date of joining, department, and all those things. So now cursor.execute, and it is going to execute it. I can go and I can try to cross check over here. So I can try to say that use a test123 so that it will start using a database for me. And then I can try to say that, or maybe I can even try to check over here. So 1, 2, 3, and there is a table called as employee. It is able to create. Inside that we have a column called as ID, name, salary, date of joining, and a department. So successfully I'm able to execute this command, and I can see a result inside MySQL workbench. Okay, that's cool. Now, So what is next? So the next part is that we have to insert a record. So whatever record which is available inside my basically employee.csv, so I have to read this record in a Pythonic way, and then I have to eventually call a SQL command. Basically cursor.execute I'm going to call, and with the help of that I will be able to insert all of these records. So I'm going to write a script, and at any point of a time, without even writing a query again and again, I just have to execute this script and I will be able to dump entire data inside my MySQL. Okay, so here I can write with open. First of all, I have to read my file. So with open, and what file I would like to open? So employee, employee employee.csv. So this is the file I would like to read in a very first place. Yeah, in a first place. And then there is a parameter called as new line. So new line, I'm going to keep it as nothing, and then as a file. So this is going to help me out in terms of reading a file. So maybe I can try to show you that result. So csv.reader reader, and here, so I can try to pass my file. So here new line is a invalid keyword argument for open. Okay, it should be new line, NEWLINE, new line. Okay, so name CSV is not defined, and that's a problem that we are facing. So what we can do, we can try to do the import, because we are trying to read a CSV file. So we can try to do the import. So import basically CSV. Now it should not complain. So now I am able to read this particular file, as you can see, after doing a import of CSV. So CSV is like a module or a package which is already available inside a Python. You will be able to read any kind of a comma separated value file. Now here, so I can try to store it inside a reader, right? Reader. And then what I have to do? So basically I'm trying to read this CSV file, and inside this CSV file, so the very first like a row that I have is a column name. I don't want to treat this as a data. This is not a data, right? This is just a header which is available inside this particular file. So I have to skip this particular part. I don't want to read this one. So to do that, I can try to call next. Next is a function. So in a very first place, cursor will be available, or pointer will be available over here. Just see my mouse, right? It will be available over here. When I'm going to do next, it will come over here into a next line. So here I'm going to say that reader cursor is available at a very first place. Just try to shift it to the second place so that it will not be able to read our data from a very first row, very first record. So here I'm going to write a reader. So next of a reader, so that it will be able to skip a header. So let me write down the comment, skip the header part. Yeah, skip the header part. Okay, now so one by one I have to read a record from a reader, because there are multiple line which is available. So I can use a loop. So for like a row in reader, so one by one start reading it, and first line anyhow I'm trying to skip it. So just try to read line by line, line by line, line by line, line by line, right? And then I'm going to even perform a null check. Yeah, I'm going to perform a null check over here. So that I will be able to handle a null. Yeah, handle a null value at any point of a time. So let's write a code for a null check. So here we have a multiple column. So we have a salary column. So maybe I can try to do a null check for a salary, because as you can see over here that there is no salary which is available for a Sarah Khan. Yeah. So there is no salary which is available over here. So maybe I'll have to treat this one. I have to handle this one in a Pythonic way. But before that, just to give you some sort of idea that how file or how the data looks like inside a Python, let me print this row. So here you will be able to see that when I'm trying to print a row, right? So one by one, it is trying to bring the record. Yeah, it is trying to bring the record. Now, so if I'll talk about just this first record, if I'll try to talk about, so here we have a row 0, so where we have ID. So we have a row 1 where we have a name. We have a row 2 where we have a salary. We have basically a row 3 where we have a date, and then date of joining. And we have a row 4, so where we have a department. Yep. So this is what this row is representing. Now I have to handle this null case for a salary. I can try to handle it for all the things. That's completely fine. But yeah, so for salary, I have to handle this row check. So what I can do is that I can write a condition over here that if row 2, because at row 2 we have a salary, right? Row 2 we have a salary. So if row 2 is not equal to, right, not equal to a blank, so in that case, try to return me a row, try to return me row 2. Yeah, this is what I have written over here. So if row 2 is not blank, then return me this row 2. Else try to return me none over here. As simple as that. Okay. So that will become basically a salary. That will become basically a value for a salary. This is LAROI salary. Okay. So that will become a value for a salary. So this is the place where I'm trying to handle the things. Then I can try to call cursor, cursor, cursor.execute, cursor.execute. Now what I'm going to execute inside this one. So a very simple insert record I'm going to execute. So here, let's try to build a query. Yeah, let's try to build a query. So here I will be writing my insert statement. So insert into test123.employees employees, because this is the table that we have created. Yeah. So inside this table, I'm trying to perform the insert operation. So insertion wise, what and all value I'm going to insert. So value for ID, value for a name column, value for a SALARY salary column, value for a date of joining column, and value for a department column, DEPT, department column I'm going to insert. Now, what are the values? So VALUES, what are the values I'm going to insert? So let's try to create a placeholder over here. So percentile of S for one, then percentile of S for the another one, then percentile of S for the another one, then percentile of S, then percentile of S. So this is just a placeholder which I'm trying to create, nothing much, as you can see, right? So this is just a placeholder which I have created. Okay, so once my placeholder creation is done, once this particular part is done, then what is next which I can try to perform? Maybe I can remove this triple quote just to make it like a little bit clean, although it is not going to harm you, so don't worry about it. Then comma, right? So I have to pass all of these values for our respective places. So one by one, I'm trying to read a data from a CSV file. So row 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. Yeah. So here what we can do. So here we can try to define that. Okay. So first placeholder, just try to insert whatever you are able to get in row 0. Then in second, row 1. And then basically row 2. And then row 3. Just try to insert it. And then row 4. So yeah, all is sorted now. So one by one. So row 0 is equals to the first value, then row 1 is equal to second value, and so on. So it will keep on reading a data, and then it will keep on inserting the record. So this is a code by which you will be able to read a data one by one. You will be able to skip a very first record, because that record is a column name inside my file. And one by one, read it out, handle null values inside a salary, right? Inside a salary. And then one by one, you will be able to insert a record inside your database. So just execute this part, and okay, so it is giving me an error. So let me fix this particular part. So salary, sorry, I have written in a wrong way. So if row 2 is not equal to null, else null. Okay. Now there is a error. So incorrect decimal value for a column salary at row 1. Okay, let me fix it. Okay, so it's giving me an issue because I have used a salary and still I'm using a row 2. So let's replace this row 2 with a salary, because salary is the name which I have given. SALARY. Now execute and duplicate entry 1 for a key employee primary. Okay, fine. So it was already inserted, I believe. So let's do one thing. Let's try to call before this one.
let's try to call a truncate so that I will be like able to delete all the records. So cur cursor.exe execute. There was an error last time, right? And it has inserted one of the record and then it got the error. So that's the reason. So it is giving me this issue. So I can try to execute basically a truncate table, truncate truncate table test123 dot emp employee. Yeah. So that it will be able to truncate the record test123 employees, by the way. So employees. So it is going to truncate the table. So whatever data is available inside my table, so it will be gone. Just wait for some time and here. So if I'll go and check, select a star from employees inside my database 123. So okay, deadlock found, trying to get a lock with a, so as of now it's trying to perform this operation. So that's the reason it is telling me deadlock was found. Now I think deadlock is removed. Now let's try to execute it. Okay, so now there is 0 row return. Yeah, there is a 0 row return. Okay, so truncated the table. Now execute this one. And yeah, so it is able to hopefully insert all the record. It is able to execute one by one, all of these things. I can go and I can try to check back inside my employee table. So let me check. Now here you will be able to find out that I have just executed everything, but still there is no record which is available inside my employees table. Why? What is the reason? So I have executed this, but I have not called a commit. So unless and until you are not going to commit, so it is not going to finalize the entire process. So here I can try to call connection.commit commit. commit. So just call connection.commit, and then after doing this connection.commit, now go and check your table. So still it is not giving me a record. Okay, duplicate entry, primary key, same issue. I can try to truncate it. So let me truncate. Truncate is taking a little bit of time. Okay, it's okay, still executing. Fine, we'll wait for it. Okay, so taking a lot of time, guys. And there must be a deadlock over here. No, there is no deadlock. Okay, so restart the kernel. So once I'm restarting, so obviously I have to execute everything from a beginning. Okay, so I have executed this create table statement once again, but we are safe because I have written if not exists. So it will try to check if it exists. It will not try to create one, and it will not even give me a error, by the way. Okay, so still it's running, it's taking too much of time. So since last 3 months, 3 minutes, I'm like executing this part. So maybe it's time to fix this issue and try to find out root cause. So here when I have done so process list, so somewhere here, so there is a metadata lock which I can see, right? So what I can do is that I can try to execute a truncate from here itself, which is going to clean my table. So truncate table employees. So here truncate table employees, execute it.
and then again show process list. So I believe there is no deadlock so far. Okay, there is no log so far. There are so many process which is up and running, so that's again a major concern, that's again a major issue with my system. But yeah, so it's not going to give you a same kind of a issue in your system while you are going to execute it. Now I'll go to my VS Code and restart the kernel, remove this part. I don't want to use this truncate from here. I have already done that. So first of all, try to connect and then create the connection, then create a cursor. Table is already created. Then what we have to do, so we have to just run this particular code, and within a fraction of a second, everything is done, and then connection.commit. So commit is also done. So there was a deadlock, and because of that deadlock, it was giving me the issue. So now if I'll go and check, so the process list, there is nothing which is pending. And if I'm going to check select star from my employees, so it should show me the record. So yeah, happily I'm able to get the record, and wherever we had a blank, so obviously I'm able to insert it as a null record over here. As simple as that. So in a simplest possible manner, guys, I'm able to insert a record inside my table while reading a data from a CSV file, which is an external file, right? I'm able to automate this process. And in a beginning itself, I have even shown you that how you will be able to do a bulk import just by using a UI, a MySQL UI. So we know all the processes, we know all the way of doing things. So that's not a big deal at all for any one of us. Now here, so I'm trying to use cursor.execute. Now this is going to execute it one by one, one by one, one by one. Let's suppose I would like to insert multiple record in one go. So how I will be able to insert a multiple records in one go? Let's try to understand. So it's going to be the extension of same code. So let me copy this part here. And here, so till this line, it is going to be same. There is no changes. And I'm going to create a variable called as rows underscore to underscore insert, rows to insert. So this is going to be a blank list. And what I will do, I'll just try to remove it from here, and maybe I'll keep it here for now. And inside this, what I can do, I can try to call this rows to insert dot append. Yeah, I'll keep on appending all the record which I will get. So which record? I'll keep on appending this particular record. I'll keep on appending this particular record inside this empty list. So in this way, whatever records are available, now those records will be available inside rows to insert. And I will be using a rows to insert, and directly I will be able to insert this entire data. So execute this, and here if I'll go and I'll try to check what are the data which is available inside rows to insert. So there will be a multiple data. There is a list, and inside list we have a tuples, right? We have a tuples. So now all of this data I have to insert in one go, because last time it was inserting a record, but one by one, one by one, one by one, because it's inside the for loop, right? So one by one, it will keep on inserting the record. But this time I have prepared one big record, right? And this record is holding all the other records for me. So here, instead of calling a cursor.execute, so there is a function called as execute execute many. Execute many will try to insert all the record in one go. And rest of the command is going to be same. There is no change at all. I will just try to remove this part. And then what I will do, I'll try to call rows to insert. Yeah, rows to insert over here. Now this is going to give me some problem. The problem is very simple. So I have made my employee ID as a primary key. It should be unique. So these keys are already available inside my database, and it is going to give me an issue. So while inserting, it's not available into an auto increment mode. So what I can do, I can try to call a truncate once again, so that it will be able to truncate all the record. Now once truncated, now I can try to call this one. And in no time, it is going to insert it. So here I can try to call connection.commit basically. So connection.commit, and within a fraction of a second, it is able to insert. Now if I'll try to show you employee table. So again, we have a record over here. Yeah, again, we have a record over here. So as simple as that. So I can try to insert one single record. I can try to insert a multiple record as per my wish. At the end of the day, I have to just prepare a data set which I can try to map. Yeah, which I will be able to map. Apart from that, nothing is required, means literally nothing is required. Now, once everything is done, you should always call cursor
So because if you are going to like check the process, so process list, so processes will be still open, right? Processes will be still open and it's sleeping, but it's open. So process at 36 port number, because that's a localhost port number. So sorry, processes at this particular port number is still up and running for test 1, 2, 3. So maybe I can try to call cursor dot close. So first of all, close your cursor and then connection dot close. So close the connection. So now connection is closed, cursor is closed, and now if I'll go and check my process list, so obviously it's gone. Yeah, obviously it will be gone. So this is how you will be able to do end-to-end processing of the data. And I believe we all are able to do this end-to-end data processing just by reading a data. And I can do it with the Python. I can do it with any other programming language as well, because SQL or MySQL is going to provide you this connector for all the languages, almost all the famous and popular languages. You will be able to find out this entire same thing. Even for a Node.js, even for a Java, you will be able to do it. And yeah, so sometime we find doing this programmatically very much intuitive as compared to doing it from a MySQL workbench, because we keep on writing a lot of automation script, right? So obviously with the help of programming, we can do this one. So with this, guys, thank you so much. Take care and see you again in my next lecture. Okay, so welcome back to lecture once again, guys. Now in this lecture, I'll be talking about dump and restore. So let's try to understand what is a MySQL dump and what is a restore. So here you will be able to take a backup of your entire SQL databases, your table, your data set, whatever you want. You will be able to create a complete backup of this one. And then you will be able to even store it. You will be even able to migrate it. So step-by-step manner, we'll try to understand this entire scenario. So here, first of all, what I'm going to show you is that how you will be able to dump the entire database. For example, so inside this MySQL, so I have a lot of databases, right? Let me save this one. So here, Python with MySQL, this is the file name. Okay. Now, so let's try to create a fresh file over here. And inside this, so I have a lot of databases inside my system, even inside this transaction. So I had a lot of like a table which is available inside the TRA database. I have a lot of tables which was available. Now here, so what I wanted to do is that I would like to take a backup of this TRA database. Yeah, so a complete backup I would like to take. Let's try to understand how we can take it and what and all information I will be able to receive. To do that, first of all, you have to go to your program file, and inside that you will be having a MySQL, and inside that there will be a MySQL Server 8, and inside that there will be a bin. Inside that you will be able to find out MySQL dump somewhere. Yeah, so this is a MySQL dump exe which is available, or application which is available over here. So I have to use this application. Now to do that, let's copy and let's try to open up my command prompt. And in all the other system, you will be able to do it in the exact similar manner. Yeah, so let's go inside the command prompt. Or let's do one thing. So let's launch a command prompt, but run as an administrator. So give admin privilege to this one. And here, so once you are inside the command prompt, so just try to do cd and this particular file location. So where my dump will be available. So this particular file location. Okay. So CLS, fine. So I'm inside this particular file location where my dump command is available, or my dump application is available. So here I can try to invoke basically what? So MySQL dump, I can try to invoke MySQL dump.exe. I can try to invoke, or maybe I can write just MySQL dump over here. And then user is basically a root, and then it is going to ask me for the password obviously, and which database I would like to dump completely. So I would like to dump basically a TRA database. Yeah, TRA database. So I'm going to write it down, TRA. So this is the database which I would like to create a dump. In which file? So you have to provide a file basically. So my SQL underscore TRA underscore, I can try to create backup.sql file. So you can try to give any file name, that's completely fine. So this is the file name I have given over here, and hit enter. Now once I'm going to hit enter, it should ask me for the password. So I'm going to enter my password admin123456 @ now. So once I have done this, right? Once I have done this, so it will end up creating this particular file. In which location? In a current location. So I can try to provide even a location for this file. In whatever location I want, it will end up creating that one. But yeah, so as of now, I have just given a file name. I have not given any kind of a location. So inside this location, it is going to create this particular file. Now go to that location. So go to that location and here, so MySQL tra backup, it has created. So .sql file is been created. Now let's try to observe that what is available inside this particular file. So maybe I can try to open it up inside Notepad. And here, so if you will come and check my Notepad, so MySQL dump distributed this, it has created for host, localhost, database tra, server version this one. And then there are a lot of things. So table structure for account. So there was a table called as account table, and it has created a complete table structure. So create table, account, ID, name, primary key. Engine was InnoDB, default character set this one, and then all this information, right? All this information I'm able to get it. Now, even for like dumping data for table accounts. So here it is trying to show me data, right? Whatever data was available. So all this data is showing me as a insert command. So insert into accounts values is equal to this. Then there is a inventory table, and even for an inventory table, so it is showing me all the data set. And then there is basically a order table. So there is a order table creation command, and then we have a data set. So you will be able to find out that it has created a complete backup of each and every table and whatever data which was available inside this table, a complete one. If your like data size is very high, so obviously it is going to keep each and everything over here, right? It is going to keep it over here. But this is basically a complete 100% backup of my entire database tra, right? Entire database tra, for which I am able to create 100% of the backup. Yeah. So this is how things happens, guys. So at any point of a time, you will be able to take a complete backup of your database, which is very easy, right? So I have written simple MySQL dump, and then I have just called my user, and then I have just called my database, and I have defined that, okay, so in this file, try to take a backup. So it is able to take a complete backup of this one, which is pretty much amazing for all of us. Okay, so one step is done. I'm able to create the complete backup, and let's suppose I would like to use this backup, and I would like to create a new database, and inside this database I would like to replicate everything without any kind of effort. Means table and data, each and everything I would like to replicate. For example, so I would like to create maybe a CREAT, create database, a database tra backup database. Yeah, so this is the backup database I would like to create. Now after creating this backup database, inside this database, so database is created, as we can see. So tra backup is created, but there is nothing inside this one, right? There is no table which is available over here. So I have just created this database, but I would like to replicate it, and this time I would like to replicate it from this particular backup. I don't want to do a hard work. Basically whatever was available, just replicate it. Yeah, just replicate it. Or generally what happens is that we try to migrate a database from one server to another server, or one environment to other environment. So we just try to take a backup the way I have taken the backup, and then just try to migrate it. So how we can do that? Let me show you that part as well. So here, to take or to recreate each and everything, I can try to call MySQL. Yeah, MySQL over here. User is going to be root. I'm an admin user, and then password it is going to ask for, and then tra_backup. So whatever database which I have created. So tra backup is a database which I have created. Now inside that I have to replicate each and everything. So here, and tra backup is a database. Now this time I am going to give this one. So the triangle was different, and this time triangle is different. So I'm going to basically dump each and everything from where. So from basically MySQL_tra. So from this file, so whatever data is available inside this file, whatever things are available inside this file, Just do it for this one. Just try to recreate it for this one. So now if I'm going to hit enter, so it is going to ask me for the password. So admin 123456 @ your password must be different, and everything looks fine. There is no error which I have received in a fraction of a second. Everything is done. Now if I'll go and I can try to refresh it, now inside this tra backup, I can see the table, right? I can see all the table just within a fraction of a second. I'm able to replicate all the table. I can try to even like use tra backup, and then I can try to call select star from accounts, right? So select star from account. So use backup first of all, and then select star from account, and ACCOUNTS. Table definition has changed. Please retry the transaction. So there is a account table, and all this column it is able to like give it to me. ACCOUNTS accounts. Table definition has changed. Please retry the transaction. Okay, so let me check what is the issue. So it should not give me an issue, by the way, because table it is able to create. So select start from account should work. I'm using this tra backup, and inside this tra backup, so I'm looking into the account one, and this generally gives issue at this kind of a issue especially. So when there is a resource which is engaged in between. So let me check. So here everything is finished. Maybe I can try to log in from here. SQL U root and then hyphen password and admin 123456 @ and use tra underscore bscup tra backup and select star from accounts. So yeah, here I'm able to see the data. So here clearly I'm able to see the data. Now it is not showing me a data here. So in other process it is not showing me the data. Commit 0 row affected. Still it's not showing me the data. So for this particular instance, it is not showing me the data. But here in a CLI, so I can see that there is a data dump which it has already created for this tra backup. It will work anyhow. So yeah, so it's actually working. Yeah, so it's actually working. There is no issue at all. So fine. So we are able to basically create a backup, and we are able to even restore a complete database from a backup. So both of this process is done. So we are able to do this operation successfully. Yeah, we are able to do this operation successfully. We can do now multiple things on top of this one. So here, let me call exit and CLS. Okay. So let's suppose if I have to dump just a specific table. So I'm not looking for like a complete database dump, but I'm looking for just a specific table. So how I will be able to create the specific table dump? So again, MySQL dump MySQL dump, and then user is basically root, and it is going to ask for the password, and then you can try to give a database name. So inside, so there is a tra database dot accounts. ACCOUNTS accounts. So there is an account table inside a tra database, and this time I would like to take a backup just for this account. So tra underscore accounts underscore backup dot SQL file it is going to create. So admin 3456 @ yeah. Unknown database tra accounts while selecting the database. Okay, fine. So there is some spelling mistake. ACCOUNTS. It should not give me an issue, by the way.
So yeah, tra, and then inside that we have a table ACCOUNTS. Okay. There is a little bit of statement mistake. So tra dot, so tra hyphen, so database hyphen accounts. Now admin admin 12345 at the rate. Now it's done. So it is able to create a backup of just this particular table. So if I'll go into the current directory, I will be able to see a backup just for basically this accounts, right? Just for this accounts, I'm able to get the complete backup over here. So here successfully I'm able to create a backup for a table, and we know that how we can try to restore it. So we can try to restore it again in a very, very simple manner. So backup for the table is done. Now I can try to even take a backup, or I can try to even take the data with the help of some of the condition. For example, so I'm not looking for all the data. So maybe I'm looking for just a couple of records based on my condition. So here I can write a MySQL dump, let's suppose, and from this accounts, right? And I can write a condition over here that dash dash where what are the column inside the account table. So where ID. Okay, so I can write some condition on ID. So here I can try to write that, okay, go to this database, go to this table. So where I can write a condition over here that where equal to ID is equals to 1. ID is equals to 1. So now it is going to take a backup obviously, but it will try to check that whether ID is equals to 1 or not. If ID is equals to 1, then it is going to take a backup. Now hit enter. So admin 123456 at the rate. There is a issue WHERE, so looks fine to me, is equals to ID. You have an error in your SQL syntax. Check the manual that correspond to the MySQL. So it's not a big issue, by the way. Tra account 123, something like this I can try to create. ID where is equals to ID is equals to 1. Maybe I can try keeping it as a string. Okay, so still there is an issue. Let me fix it. Okay, so let me clean it and let me fix this one. I think it's a space issue because the space gives you an issue, and ID is equals to 1. It's not a string, right? It's an integer. So okay, hit enter. Admin 123456 at the rate. Okay, now it's done. Yeah, so based on this condition, it is able to take the backup. I can go and I can try to cross check. So here backup account, and now if I look into the data, so here you will be able to see a data. So as you can see over here, maybe I can try to open it up inside the notebook. So here you will be able to see a data backup just for ID is equals to 1, right? So this is the data backup which it has created just for ID is equals to 1. So based on my own condition, so I'm trying to create a backup. That is also possible, and I can try to write a query. So in this way, I will be able to formulate any kind of a query. So it's not like a very tough task to do. So it's a very, very easy task to perform. I can even try to take a backup without any kind of a data. For example, let me change this one. Without underscore data underscore accounts. Yeah. So this is a SQL file, and if I'm looking for a backup without any kind of a data, there should not be any kind of a data. So what I can do over here is that I can try to write in this place. I can try to write hyphen hyphen no hyphen data. So if I'm going to write it down, hyphen hyphen no data. So in this case, it will try to take a backup of this. It will go inside tra, it will go inside accounts, and will try to take a backup of this, but without any kind of a data. So hit enter. Now, yeah, so it's done.
Now, if you will go and cross check inside the file, you will be able to find out that it has taken a backup, but there is no data inside that particular backup. So I can go here and then I can try to check. Yeah, so without data, you will not be able to find out any data. You will be able to find out just a table schema. That's it. Account table schema, you will be able to find out over here, as you can see. Yeah, so only table schema you will be able to find out, as simple as that. So without data also, we are able to take a backup. You can try to take a backup just of a data as well. That is also possible. So just a data, no schema at all. So here I can write only data. Only data. Yeah, and then here I just have to change my statement, my bad. So here just I have to change my statement. So here I have to change my statement. So there is something called as hyphen no hyphen create and then hyphen info. So now this no create info means don't try to create a table, don't try to take a backup of table schema, just try to take a backup of what? So just try to take a backup of my entire data which is available inside the particular table. So hit enter, admin at the rate, and now if I'll go and check, so it has taken a backup only data account, and here so there is no table schema you will be able to find out. So you will be able to see only a data, right? Only Rahul, Priya Mehta and Sneha Gupta. So this is the only data that you will be able to find out. So that is also possible, right? That is also possible. So every kind of a like if and but you will be able to find out, and every kind of operation in terms of like creating a backup of the data, you will be able to get it. Even you can try to dump a data as a zip file. You can try to dump the data as a like a compressed file. You can try to skip a routine over here that you have created inside the database. Any kind of permutation combination, you can do it with the help of this entire query that I have discussed. So with that, thank you so much everyone. Take care and see you again in my next lecture. Okay everyone, so welcome back to lecture once again. Now in this lecture guys, I'm going to talk about an optimization. So there are a lot of like optimization that we can do. Some of these technique I'm going to discuss in this particular lecture, and rest of the technique I'm going to mention inside the assignment. So hopefully all of you are going to do it and all of you will be able to learn it, and yeah, you all can implement it in an upcoming future. So let me share my screen and let's start talking about this optimization. Okay, so we have to do some sort of a planning and preparation. So we have to create a database. So here, so create database, MyJDation optimization. Fine. So this is the database I will be creating, and then use this database. So optimization. So just go ahead and use this database. Simple. And inside this database, I'll be creating a table, by the way. So let's create a table called as department over here. A table called as department. A simple table with ID and name. And then let's try to insert some sort of a data with respect to ID and name. So inserted a data. And then let's try to create a table called as employee table. Yeah, so let's try to call a table called as employee table over here. And here, so yeah, so employee table. So where we have like a ID, we have a name, we have a department ID, and then we have a salary, we have a date of joining, and we have a foreign key, which is referring to a ID of department table, this particular table. And I think these are not a new operation for us. So we have like done a lot. It's failing somewhere. Okay, use optimization, then create a department, then insert a record once again. I think I haven't selected a database. And then let's try to create a employee table. Okay, fine. All these tables creations are done. Now, so once this part is done, table creation is done. So maybe we can try to insert some sort of a record inside my employee table. So let's try to insert a name and then department ID and then salary and date of joining, and ID is anyhow it's an auto increment. So automatically it will try to do the work. Fine. So here we have two tables. One is an employee table and one is a
department table. Employee and department tables are basically connected. Now let's see, so how we can try to optimize a query, and like what are the way by which I can optimize the query. So the very first way which I would like to discuss over here is indexing, and I have already discussed about indexing in my index class as well. So if I have to create an index, so I can try to write create index index, and then I can try to give an index name, so maybe idx, and dept department dept underscore id. Now on which table? So employees table with department dept id. So I'm just trying to create the indexes on a department id, so that department wise it will be able to keep the segregation. It will be able to keep the segregation, so that whenever I'm going to fire a query like select star from employees, emplo employees. So whenever I'm firing this query where dpt underscore id is equals to 1. Yeah, dpt id is equals to 1. So let's suppose I'm going to fire this query. So it will be able to give me all the record. That's pretty much obvious, and there is nothing new that we have done. But what I wanted to show you over here is that click on this execution plan. And now here, if you will look into the execution plan, you will be able to find out that it is trying to fetch 4 records. It is trying to take a help of idx department id. Means it is not doing a full scan. It is trying to take a help of this department id. I have given department id is equal to 1. So it is only looking into the indexes with the department id is equals to 1. As simple as that. Yeah, as simple as that. So this is one of the optimization, right? So non-unique key lookup, and this is one of the optimization that we are able to perform. Another kind of optimization, so generally what we do, so we try to perform like a select star. This is index is one of the operations. So select star from employees, right? We try to do this. And here, so what it will do, it will try to fetch all the record. It will try to fetch all the record. Let's suppose I have a millions of records, employees. So let's suppose I have a millions of records. Now in that case, it will take some time to perform all the read operation, because read is going to be the heavy operation. So whenever you are looking for some sort of a record, you should not write like a select star from the complete table. I can try to limit it. So I can say limit 5, so that it will not try to read all the record. It will try to read only 5 record, 10 record or 50 record, because in case of millions of columns, it is millions of records, it is going to give you the issue. Same goes for columns. So here we are writing select star. Instead of doing that, we can try to even write maybe a select name and maybe a salary. Yeah, select name and salary. And I think this is much more optimized as compared to writing select a star from everything. Yeah. So this is again another way of optimizing a query. Now, so there is something called as covering indexes. Yeah, there is something called as covering indexes. Let's try to talk about that. So covering indexes means I'm trying to take 2 columns and then I'm trying to create an indexes on top of that one. So here, let's suppose I have a name and salary, and I can try to create an indexes even on that, which is called as technical term covering indexes. So create 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 index index idx and then index name and salary. For this I'm going to create the indexes from on what? Employees. Yeah, so on employees. And here, so name and salary. So name and salary, so it is going to consider to create that combination. It is going to consider to create the indexes. Okay, let's do it. So here index creation is done. Now if I'm going to fire like a select name salary from employees where name like, right? So just try to match this one and then give me the record. Now let's see, let's suppose if I'm trying to like execute this one, I will be able to get 1 record, but that is not important. Important is this one. So here it is trying to do a index range scan, and based on the index range scan, it is trying to give me the final output. Yeah, it is trying to give me the final output. So it is not going ahead with the full table scan. Wherever it will go with the full table scan, that will be a most costliest operation. So I'm just trying to show you that, okay, maybe with the help of this, I'm trying to prevent it. Yeah, I'm trying to prevent it. Similarly, so if I'm going to like take select star from employees, right? So inside this employees, we have a date of joining. So maybe year wise, we can try to perform the indexing operation. How? Year wise indexing operation I can try to perform. So before that, I would like to show you something. So here I have written select star from employees where year date of join is equals to 2020. Now execute it. Now just go ahead and look into the execution plan. So it is trying to do a full table scan. Now this is one of the costliest operation it will end up doing. Yeah. So it is one of the costliest operation because it is going ahead with the full table scan. How we can try to reduce it? So maybe we can try to reduce it by creating create index, create index, right? So idx and then doj, right? Doj on employees employees table, on employees table basically. So where I am going to extract year from date of joining. So I'm not going to do the indexing on date of joining. I'm going to do it on a year. So doj column, I'm trying to extract a year out of it, and then on top of this I will try to build the indexes. Simple, right? I'll try to build the indexes. Now build the indexes. Index is done. Now let's try to execute this part. Yeah. Now let's go and check. Same thing. I have same query I am executing, right? Now go and check. So here this time it is not looking into all the record. It is looking into what? It is taking a help of doj index which I have created, and it is just trying to look into 4 records. So this is optimized one. The previous one without indexes was not the optimized one. So this is a way by which you will be able to do this entire things. Now there is something called as explain. There is a command called as explain. I have already used it in my past, explain, explain, and any kind of a query you can try to give. So it is going to give you the explanation that what it is going to do. So which index it is going to look into, or what kind of optimization it is going to perform, each and everything it is going to give you. This is what like explain does. For any kind of a query, it is going to give you the explanation. Okay, that's again cool. Now, so let's try to perform some sort of a join operation. So we have already seen the join operation. So here I'm trying to perform a join operation, and I'm trying to perform join operation on a department ID from employee table and ID from a department table already created. And this kind of a join we have already done. I'm writing a filter condition over here, right? So just try to fetch me a data. So where like a salary is greater than 60,000. First of all, let's try to do this. Only execute this part. Yeah. Don't execute the where part. Now here, so I'm able to get the data. I'm able to get all the records. Execution plan wise. So yeah, full table scan, 10 row. And then from here, so it is trying to like get a department table. And then finally it is trying to do a nested loop. And then it is trying to give me the final record. Now here, again, if I'm going to attach my where clause, right? If I'm going to attach my where clause, you will be able to find out the exact same thing, right? Full table scan. It is going ahead with a full table scan. And then it is trying to, do a lookup into your department table, and then it is one by one it is trying to attach. Yeah, so it is trying to attach and eventually I'm able to get the final data set. So data set, so name and department. So the department which join operation which I'm trying to perform over here. Yeah. So here I have applied a salary filter, right? So when I have applied a salary filter over here, so it will try to reduce a row on an early stage. It will always try to reduce a row on an early stage. So again, this is where just by applying a where clause over here, I'm trying to optimize the query. So I'm not looking for everything, just try to look for only this much of things, and rest of the thing is completely fine. I'm not looking for anything else over here. Now there is another way of doing or achieving optimization called as partition. Partition also I have discussed while I was discussing the indexing. So partition is nothing but it is going to create a physical like a file basically. So here I'm trying to create a partition based on year, date of range, and I'm just trying to create a multiple files. So alternate employees and create a partition. So foreign key are not supported in conjunction with partition. Okay, so that's a problem. Foreign keys are not supported in a conjunction with partition. So I have to drop my foreign key, by the way. So just a minute, guys, we are going to fix it. Okay, so let's drop the foreign key. So here I can try to write, because in MySQL 8 plus it is not allowed, so they have deprecated it. So here alter table, and alter table basically employees. So alter table employees basically, and drop foreign key, and my foreign key was dept underscore id. Yeah, so let's drop it. Can't drop dpt id. Check the column key. Okay, sorry, I think it's a dp, not id, right? So id from the department column. So to get the foreign key, I can try to write show create table, so that it can give me a foreign key reference, which I can delete. So create table employees, emp hello yees employees. Fine. So create table, and here, so it is trying to show me primary key, this constraint, this one, foreign key, department id. So this was the constraint. So employee ibfk underscore 1. So this was the foreign key constraint which it has created. I have to copy it. Yeah, so my foreign key name was this. So I have to delete this one. Fine. So foreign key ID, this one. So let's try to delete it. Okay, deleted successfully. Now I can try to call a partition. Still a primary key must include all the column in the table. Partitioning. Okay, let me check that as well. Okay, so simple solution is, let's drop the table. I think that will be much better. So drop table employee, employees, employees. And I'll try to create it. Because of this key, it is giving me an issue. So I'll just try to call drop table employees and unknown table optimization dot employee. Okay. There is a table employees, employees. Okay, great. So we have dropped the table. Now let's try to create a table from the scratch. And while creating a table itself, I'm going to define the partition. That okay. So this, and primary key is ID and date of joining. And then I'm trying to create a partition. So whenever I'm going to insert a record, it will end up inserting a record based on the partition. Very simple. So it will end up inserting the record based on the partition. So for example, if I'm going to insert a record, let's suppose I'm inserting this record. Yeah, once again. So it will try to use a partition, and then it will start inserting a record. So it has inserted this 10 records inside this one. Okay. Now I can try to perform some sort of a operations. Maybe I can try to say that try to give me a record between this date to this date. Now let's try to execute this one, because based on this I have done the partition. Now you will come and check. If you are going to come and check, so it is trying to do a full table scan. It is showing me full table scan, but still it is trying to look into 4 records, 4 rows. The only reason is that it is looking into only that portion of the table which is holding a record based on 2020 partition. Yeah, 2020 partition. So again, in this way, I'm able to optimize it. So indexing is one of the way, limit is one of the way, partitioning is one of the way by which you will be able to optimize your query. There is something called as catching. So you can try to do a catching as well. You can try to come with the efficient join operation. So there are multiple ways by which you all will be able to optimize your entire query. And obviously that comes from the experience, right? So more like optimization you will work upon, more like a query you will write, you will be able to get you will get efficient in terms of writing a full scale optimized query. So with that, thank you so much everyone. Take care and see you again in my next lecture. Okay, so welcome to lecture once again everyone. Now in this lecture I'll be talking about a small project with respect to a SQL called as inventory management. Now, so inventory management is a crucial part or integrated part of any supply chain system. You all will be able to find out if you don't know, and if you have already worked, so obviously you must be aware about it. We are not going to see the scale, the kind of a scale that we see in a real life with a big product, but yeah, so we are going to do it on a small scale, so that as a learner, I will be able to understand, and going forward, I will be able to do some sort of an implementation with respect to the same thing. Now, so let me share my screen, and I would like to show you the ER diagram. So entity relations diagram that I have created for all of you. So here inside this diagram, you will be able to find out a central part, which is nothing but a product table. Now, everything we are going to derive from the product table. For example, we have a product ID, product name, category ID, supplier ID, unit price, unit in stocks, unit in order, reorder, label, and a discontinued for a particular product. And around this product, so we have a product supplier, right? So someone is going to supply a product. Someone is going to maintain or categorize a product. And we have basically someone is going to purchase the product, and someone is going to capture the entire sales basically, right? So what kind of a sales which has happened basically. So this entire project is going to revolve around this 5 table, and here so you will be able to find out one-to-many kind of a relationship. So here you will be able to see that we have a category table and we have a product table. Now if you will look closely between a category and a product table, so there is a one-to-many relation, means one category can have a multiple product. This is what it means. So one categories can have a multiple product. Similarly, so one supplier can supply a many product. This is what it means. One supplier can supply a multiple product. Now here, if you will go and check, so one product, right? One product can have a multiple sales. That's also possible. And again, over here, so one product can have a multiple purchases. So this is the relationship between product and purchase table. This is the relationship between product and a sales table. And now, if you will look over here, so one supplier can have a many purchases. Depends, right? Depends. So this is the complete ER diagram which I have created, and this is going to give me a visual understanding that, okay, what we are going to do, what we are going to achieve after this entire project that we are going to do it. Now, so inside this project, I have to attach couple of more things. So I have to attach maybe a trigger. I have to attach views inside this project, so that whenever someone will come, right, and they will be looking for some sort of a report, so they will be able to fetch those report from a view table. So we are going to create all of those things, but before that we have to create a table, and we have to keep some sort of information or some sort of a data inside a table. So based on this entire ER diagram, right, based on this entire ER diagram, so let's go ahead and let's try to create a table one by one. So I'm going to take a new sheet over here, Control S, and then I'm going to name it as a inventory underscore inventory management. Okay. Now here, so first of all, what we are supposed to do, so we are supposed to technically create a multiple table. So the very first table that we have to create is a category table. So, okay, let's try to do it. And again, so we have done this kind of operation multiple times. So I'm not going to write a code from the scratch, because we know how to create a table. We know how to insert the data inside a table. So here, create table categories. And before that, yeah, so before that, so we have to create a database. So here, let's try to create a database, by the way, guys. So create database inventory. Okay. So this is the database I'm going to create, and I will be using this database. So use inventory. Okay. So fine, I'm going to use this particular database. So here I'm trying to create a category table, and I believe we all understand this entire part, because this is the region. So we have taken so many chapters, right? So we have gone through so many chapters. So category ID, auto increment, primary key, fine. And again, so here I'm trying to put engine is equal to InnoDB, but by the way, anyhow, your engine is going to be InnoDB. So we don't have to worry about this one. Now, the second table I'm going to create over here is a supplier table. Yeah, so supplier table. So there will be a supplier ID in an auto increment way, then supplier name, supplier contact name, supplier phone number, supplier email and supplier address will be available. Okay, so let's go ahead and create this one. So here, if you will come once again, so this category and this supplier is done. Yeah, this category and this supplier is done. Okay, now, so this category and this supplier is a complete independent table. There is no relationship we have in between, because I'm using I'm not using a foreign key relation over here. Okay, so here we have basically like a categories and we have basically supplier over here. Now let's try to create a product table. So product table wise, let's go ahead and try to create a product ID, then product name, then category ID, then supplier ID. So this category ID and supplier ID will come from this one and this one, table number 1, table number 2 that we have created. So category ID and the supplier ID, then unit price for the product, unit in stock, unit on order, reorder label, discontinued, so boolean true or false. Yeah, and then we are trying to establish a connection that, okay, so we have a category ID from which is referring to a category ID from the category table, and we have a supplier ID which is referring to a supplier ID into a supplier table. Fine. So this is a product table we are able to create. Okay, that's also good. So we are able to create the product table. Now, once this product table is done, right? Once this product table is done, then the remaining part is basically a sales table and a purchase table. So sales table, which is going to capture the sales information. So here create a sales table, and sales ID we have, product ID we have, quantity we have, sales date, and product ID is referring to a product ID from the product table. Yeah, product ID is referring to a product ID from the product table. Okay, that's again amazing. So let me create this one, product table. So product table has been created. Fine. Now there is a last table, which is a purchase table we are going to create. So here again, purchase ID and then product ID, supplier ID, which is like a connected to a product table and the supplier table respectively. Then purchase date, and that's it. Let's try to create it. Okay. So all this 5 table are done. Now, if I'm going to refresh and if I'm going to check this table, so categories, product, purchase, sales and supplier, this is done. Now I can try to even go to database and I can try to call a reverse engineering and call next, and select a inventory, the database that we have created, and then next, and then next, and then execute, and then next, finish. Yeah. So here you will be able to find out the same ER diagram, which has been like, calculated, or which has been populated out of basically the table that we have created. Yeah. So this entire diagram is getting populated from the real table that we have created so far, And this is how this entire things are like, attached to each other, as we can see. Yep. So from product table, so we have almost all the 4 table are connected somehow. And then from a supplier table, so yeah, supplier to a product table and purchase table is connected. From a purchase table to supplier and the product is connected, and so on. This is something that we have discussed even over here, right? Even over here. So we have discussed the exact same thing, even in this ER diagram. So I'm talking about the exact same thing, by the way. Okay, that's amazing. So we are successfully able to create a model, a data model. This is something called as data modeling. So whenever you will be like doing something in a Power BI or maybe a Tableau, so even over there, we do a lot of data modeling, right? We do a lot of like data modeling even over there. So data modeling is nothing new. Always we try to do it. And even in case of a SQL, we try to do a data modeling, or even when we try to design a new product. For example, if I'm designing a Euron system, and we have a lot of things in a Euron system, right? So even though we are going to design maybe a job system, so obviously we try to design the complete schema, starting from a user login, a flow, navigations, job showcasing, changing the status, many things, right? Many things. So this is our very first part that we all used to do. And here, with the help of this ER diagram, so I'm able to write a simple create table statement, and I'm able to do it. Very simple. Yeah, I'm able to do it. So anyone who has given you the ER diagram, so based on the ER diagram, I think we all will be able to understand that what is the relation and what is the communication or connection in between. Okay, so ER is done. So now once ER is done, what we can do is we can try to go ahead with the trigger. Yeah, we can go ahead with a trigger. So there is a requirement which is given to me that you have to create a triggers. I believe we have already studied a triggers. So trigger is nothing but on some event, if you have to do something, then you call trigger, right? On some event, if you have to do something, you just try to call a trigger. So here we are going to create a couple of triggers, right? Couple of triggers for a stock management. So we have basically a product table, and inside this product table, so we have unit in stock. Yeah, we have unit in stock. Now to do this stock management, so we are going to do a triggers that whenever stock is going up, whenever going down, stock should never like show negative, many things, right? Many things. So for that, we are going to create a triggers, and we are going to create a triggers based on our existing understanding. So I have already taught you, and if you have not gone through a trigger class, please go ahead and join a trigger class, because over there I have written a trigger from the scratch. Simple. Yeah, scratch. Now here, so I'm trying to create a trigger after sale insert. I'm trying to create a trigger called as after sale insert, and then here, so create a trigger with this name. Now after insert on a sales. So once we are going to insert some information into a sales, so after that, just try to call this trigger. Now what this trigger will do, so it will try to update a product. So what it will do with the product, so it will try to update the product. So set unit in stock is equals to unit in stock minus new quantity. So for example, I'll try to explain you that, right? I'll try to explain you that part. Just a minute. Yeah. So see, we have a sales table. Yeah, we have a sales table. And inside this sales table, right? Inside this sales table, you will be able to see a quantity. So let's suppose if I'm trying to sell a product, and I have sold maybe like 5 quantity was available, and I sold 2 quantity. Yeah, I sold 2 quantity. So if I sold 2 quantity, right? If I sold 2 quantity, so what I'm trying to do, so I'm trying to update some of the other table automatically. Now, which table I'm trying to update? So basically, if if there is a record which has been updated inside the sales, right? After insertion into the sales record. So here, try to update a product and the unit in stock, because inside this product, right? So inside this product, we have unit in stock. So obviously if something is been sold, right? If something is been sold, so after that unit in stock is not going to be same. It is going to reduce, right? So we are reducing it. So unit in stock is equals to new quantity. So whatever quantity which has been sold, where product ID is equals to new product ID. So based on this condition, I'm trying to update the product table. Simple, right? I'm trying to update the product table. So this is one of the trigger which will be invoked automatically. So this is one of the trigger which will be called automatically. So execute, and then with a product table. So I'm going to attach this particular, with a sales table, I'm going to attach, right? So after sales insert, so with the sales table, we are going to initialize the trigger. Okay, that's done. Now, so the second trigger which I would like to create, which should invoke itself automatically, because this is the nature of trigger, right? Trigger invokes automatically. So here, create triggers after purchase insert. So after insertion on a purchase, so if some record has been updated inside the purchase, right? So here, update the product. So unit in stock is equals to unit in stock plus a new quantity. So if something is been inserted into a purchase, so in that case, your unit into a stock is equals to unit in a stock plus a new quantity. Simple. So we have to update once again. So here we have a purchase. Yeah, we have a purchase. So if we have purchased something, it simply means that I'm trying to increase stock in my inventory, right? I'm trying to increase stock in my inventory. So I'll try to do what? I'll try to add a new quantity. Simple. So quantity will be added and quantity will be removed. Simple. And based on that, so I'm trying to update my tables. Now, so the another one is, right? Another one is this one. Another one is basically this one. So here I'm trying to create a trigger before sale insert. So before inserting into the sales table, so before insert on a sales, for each row, if, right, this is the condition which has been written, that if select unit in stock from the product where product ID is a new product ID, right? So if this is a true, means if this is a true, so select unit in stock from the product where product ID is equal to new ID and signal SQL status is equal to 4500, then simply try to say that not enough stock for this particular sale which is available. So whatever like stock that you are looking for, I don't have that particular stock, maybe lesser than that, or maybe I have a 0 stock. Simple. So in this manner, it will be able to trigger before sale insert, right? Before sale insert, it will try to trigger this one. If this is the case, yeah. So now let's create this particular trigger as well. So once this trigger is created, now let's go ahead and let's try to do what? So let's try to do basically another operation. So there is another operation, a last operation, right? So there is another operation which I would like to perform over here called as view operation. So I would like to create a view, so where anyone and everyone will be able to see the sales report, by the way. Yeah. So anyone and everyone will be able to see the sales report. So, so that, you know, anyone can access our view table and they will be able to see the sales report in a easiest possible manner. Let's go ahead, create it. So let's go and create a view inside this database. Okay. So view wise, here we have a monthly sales report, right? Monthly sales report is a view. And here, so what we are trying to do, so we are trying to select a sales date as a sales month. We are trying to extract basically like a month out of it. We are trying to select a product ID. We are trying to select a product name, by the way. We are trying to select a quantity, right? And we are trying to select a quantity into a unit price. So that I can calculate the total sales amount. So these are the things which I'm going to give you as a report. If you're looking for something more, obviously I can give you that report, but yeah. So ideally I'm going to give you a sales month. I'm going to give you a product ID. I'm going to give you a product name. I'm going to give you a total quantity sold. I'm going to give you a total amount, right? For which you have sold. And that is going to give you like a complete overview, a complete idea that, okay, so this is the sales which we have done. From the sales table, we are joining a product table, right? We are trying to join the product table. So till this point, so we are trying to perform the join operation. We have done the join operation so many times, so I'm not writing it from the scratch. And then group by a sales month and product ID, right? And a product name, and order by a sales month into descending order, total sales amount into a descending order. So this is the operation we are going to perform, which is going to give me a finally view. So execute, refresh, and yeah, I will be able to get a sales view. So as a sales month, product ID, product name, total quantity, and a total sales amount. So anyone and everyone who is going to query my view, they will be able to get the final report out of it. And this is the final objective that we had. Okay, so now start inserting a sample data. So one by one in all the tables. So I have already prepared some sample data. We are going to insert it. So let's try to insert this data into all of this table. Yeah. So data insertion is done. Now what I will do is that I will try to query my view. So select star from monthly sales report, and let's see whether we are able to see some sales report or not. So yeah, we are able to see some sales report. So we are able to sell basically how much. So we are able to sell. So we are able to sell product ID 1, product ID 2, and sales month on a 6 month as per the data set which we have. So total quantity was 5, total sales amount was this one. So this was something that we were looking for, and finally we are able to get this particular part. So monthly sales report we are able to generate out of this one, which is like pretty much easy, right? Which is pretty much easy. And in between, so whenever I'm going to perform any kind of operation, so trigger will be involved automatically. So if I would like to insert some sort of a record, if I'm going to insert some sort of record into like a purchase table, or maybe a product table, or maybe a sales table, so automatically it is going to invoke the trigger. So this was the overall project, or maybe overall things that we were looking for from this inventory one, right? inventory one. So where obviously we are trying to use a create table statement, we are trying to use views over here, we are trying to use a trigger. And once I'm going to combine each and everything, eventually I'm able to create this entire database. Simple and solid and a beautiful database. We are able to create it out of this one, right? Get out of this one. Now, so maybe the next step can be that I can try to convert, or I can try to access this entire things, right, through my UI interface, through a Python or something, some interface. I can try to access it, and then one by one I can do the transaction. That is pretty much like a possibility that we have, and that I'm going to show you in a immediate next lecture. So where what I will do, I'll try to create a proper beautiful UI, and I will be able to check all of these records just with the help of UI. I will be able to check even like a report. I will be able to insert even a record inside all of these tables, right? All of these tables. So with that, thank you so much, everyone. Take care, and see you again in my upcoming chapter. Okay, so in my previous lecture, guys, I was talking about the inventory management inventory management project, and in that project, so we were able to create a ER diagram. Then we were able to create triggers. We were able to create a schema. Obviously, on top of that, we have created the triggers, and then we have created the view. All these things was done. Now, so just to access those things and make things like a bit easier for all of you, so I have decided to give you a complete UI interface, so that with the help of UI interface, you will be able to perform each and everything. And again, I have shown you the same thing even with respect to a Python, that with the help of Python or with the help of Node.js, you will be able to access any of these databases. And in real time, some applications is going to consume your database. It's not like you will be hitting your database directly. There will be very few people who will be doing that, right? And who will be even having the access of that. But yeah, so most of you will not be like doing that. So most of you are going to connect with the database. You are going to fetch the data, and on top of it, you are going to build some sort of a application. So let's talk about such kind of a application. So here, let me execute this application first of all. So streamlit run app.py file. And what this application is going to do. So this application is going to help you out in terms of checking the monthly sales report, in terms of updating the suppliers, in terms of deleting our sales, in terms of viewing the suppliers, in terms of viewing our categories, everything it is going to give it to you. So every kind of a CORD operation, and whatever we have like done so far, right? Whatever we have done so far. So with respect to each and everything, it is going to help you out just from the UI. So without even touching, right? So without even touching your entire like database from the UI itself, you will be able to perform each and every operation on top of all of these tables. This is how this entire thing has been created. Now, Python is one of the easiest one to perform these kind of operation. Now, I'll try to give you the explanation of this entire query, and I'll even show you that how you will be able to do a setup and how you are going to execute it. But first of all, let's try to understand this part. So here I'm trying to use a streamlit. I'm trying to use it for a UI, and I'm trying to use a MySQL connector. I believe we have already used it, pandas, to create a data frame. Now there are a couple of variables I have created. So here host is localhost, running, everything is running in my local system, and DB user is a root. This is my password, by the way, and this is a DB name. Now, so here we have written the function. So where it is going to return basically MySQL connection.connect. So it is going to return basically a connection, as simple as that, so that I will be able to connect, and then I will be able to do whatever I want. And this is something that I've done in past. Yeah. So in past from the very scratch. Now there is a function so which can help me out in terms of running a query. So query, and then we can try to pass a parameter. So how query will be run? So get connection. So first of all, it will try to create the connection. Now, once it will be able to create the connection, right? So here I'm trying to use a pandas.read SQL and query connection and the parameter we are going to pass. And then it will be able to run the query, and eventually it is going to return the data frame. Now, so here we have a run command basically. So first of all, try to create the connection, then after connection cursor, and then after cursor execute the query with the parameter, as simple as that, and then connection.commit, as simple as that. Then what we have done, so on a sidebar, right, on a sidebar, this is the streamlint. This is basically a streamlint. Yeah. So streamlint title inventory management. So if you will go and check, so streamlint title inventory management, this is a sidebar that I have given over here. And these are the operation which I have mentioned. If you would like to mention a couple of more operation, you can try to mention it. Feel free to do it. So view category, add category, update category, delete category, view supplier, add supplier. So all of these operations we are going to code one by one, one by one, one by one. That's the reason this file become lengthy. Otherwise, operations wise, this is very, very simple, very, very easy, right? And we have already done such kind of operation in our past. Now categories. So menu is equal to view categories. If someone is going to select, so what it will do, it will try to fire this query, select star from categories. Simple, right? And then it is going to give me the, or show me the data. Now, if someone is going to call add category, if you're going to select add category, so what it will do, so it is going to basically perform insert into a categories name and description. Value was name and description. Simple. If you're going to call add category, this command will be executed. Yeah, this command will be executed, as simple as that. Now, if you are going to click on update category, so which command will be executed? So this command, update category, set name is equal to this, description is equal to this, where description, where category ID is equals to this. So this is the query which will be executed. So everywhere you will be able to find out, right? First of all, this will list down the categories, and then one by one, you can try to update the categories. So this code looks lengthy sometime, but actually it's not. The only operation that we are trying to perform is over here. That's it. And then one query in this particular place. Yeah, one query in this particular place. A rest of is just things that we are trying to do to showcase our data. Now delete category. So here delete from the category where category ID is equals to this one. As simple as that. Then supplier. So view supplier, select star from supplier and add supplier. So insert into a supplier and supplier information. Everything we are going to add. Now, whatever information we are adding, so everything is coming from where? So everything is coming from the Streamlint UI. So whatever you are going to enter, it will try to see it here. Now update supplier. So, okay. So whatever information you are going to update, so you are going to mention it from here, and then eventually it is going to update it by running this particular command. Simple. Now delete supplier and then view product, basically add product. So whatever information you are going to pass, it is going to call the insert operation. So everywhere you will not be able to find out anything which is beyond the discussion that we have done. So whether it's a insert, whether it's a update, or whether it's a delete with respect to anything and everything, right? With respect to anything and everything. So we are making sure that everything should be easy. Everything should be basic, clean and clear, right? Clean and clear. So this is my Streamlint app, guys, right? This is my Streamlint app. And once I'm going to execute it, right? Once I'm going to execute it, so to execute it, what I have to do? So CLS stremlit streamlint run app.py file, and it will start running it. It will start running it. So by default, it is showing me the category that we have a category ID, we have a name, we have a description. If I would like to download, I can try to download it as a sheet, Excel sheet. I can try to download it. Now, so add category. So if I have to add some of the categories, so maybe as of now, we have electronic and furniture. Okay. So here, kitchen item. So add category, and category is been added. You can even go over here and then you can try to check basically that whether it's been added or not. So maybe select a star from CATA categories, and you will be able to see that new category is been added. CATA GORIES CATE. Yeah. So third category, kitchen items has been added, as you can see over here. So it's doing everything in a real time. Now, so let's suppose if I would like to update the category. So which category I would like to update? Kitchen, furniture, or electronics. I can try to update it. Let's suppose I would like to delete the category. So I can try to call, I will be able to see the category over here, and then I will be able to delete the category. View supplier. So yeah, these are the suppliers. I can view it, I can try to download it, and then add supplier. So maybe I can try to add over here, right? So maybe Sudhanshu, like a contact name, Sudhanshu Kumar, some phone number, some like a email ID, gmail.com, and then XYG as a address. Yeah. So I can try to add a new supplier. I can try to view a supplier. So as you can see, a new supplier has been added over here. So seamlessly, you must be able to feel that we are able to perform every kind of operation, right? Every kind of operation and monthly sales report. Yeah, monthly sales report. I can see the monthly sales report over here. If I would like to plot some sort of a graph, some sort of a chart, I can do that as well going forward. But not now, not now. Yeah. So this is amazing things that we are able to create, where with the help of this entire like UI itself, we are able to navigate and we are able to do each and everything inside my SQL table. Yeah, SQL table. I can try to even deploy it, right? So I can try to deploy it on a render. I can try to deploy it on a Streamlit, which I have shown in multiple projects even in past. So I can go ahead and I can try to deploy it anywhere I want. But yeah, that's completely fine. Its deployment is not a big deal at all. The big deal is like we are able to access everything just with the help of UI, and everything is working as per the expected one. So view sales, I'm able to view the sales. And as I will keep on adding the data, as transaction will happen, so obviously this table will grow bigger and bigger and bigger, right? This table will grow bigger and bigger. And from one single interface, one single UI interface, I will be able to observe, I will be able to see everything that I want. So hope all of you are able to understand it, and code is already given to you. It's not difficult to understand. It's a very, very easy one to understand, right? Requirement.txt file is also given to you. So you can just try to install whatever is there inside the requirement.txt. It's nothing much. SQL connector, Streamlit and pandas is available. So just try to do pip install requirement -r requirement.txt and then execute this project. It is going to work. It is going to work. But before that, you have to do this one. Yeah, you have to do this one. So once this will be done, then only you will be able to work on that project. You will be able to execute this UI. And one more thing, so while executing, please change your password and a database name if you have a different database name, and a username if you have a different username. So it is not going to work. Yeah. So this is the things that you should take care of in a very first place. So with that, guys, thank you so much. Take care, and see you again in my next lecture. Okay, so welcome back to lecture once again, guys. Now in this lecture, I'll be talking about one very important project. I believe we all as a developer try to build that kind of a project, and that is a project which is related to login, right? So we all try to build sign up pages. We all try to build login pages. And this is where this is something that we are going to see over here. So I'm going to use MySQL as a database, because and it's majorly a database project. We are trying to wrap up just a UI part over here with a React and again backend part with the Node. But technically it's a SQL project that I'm going to discuss, where I'm going to show you all kind of operation with respect to a SQL databases, what kind of things that we try to create, what kind of a procedure we try to create, what kind of a table that we try to create. Around that we are going to discuss a lot, and then eventually we are going to bundle it up with the UI interface and a backend, so that in the smoothest possible way, without touching any DB, I will be able to do all the transaction. So let's get started. Now here you will be able to see a sign in, right? So here we have a sign in and there is a sign up page. Now once I'm going to like do a sign in over here. So for example, let's suppose if I'm going to do a sign in with the Euron. So Euron @Euron.1, right? And here role is equal to, let's suppose, admin, password is 123456, 123456, and then create an account. So registered successfully, account is created, and then I can try to go over here and I can try to give a username. So maybe I can try to give a username is equals to Euron and then 123456 and then sign in, and then I will be able to get into the dashboard. Yeah, I will be able to get into a dashboard. I will be able to see the profile. Now this is something that we are going to create, right? This is something that we are going to create. Not from the UI side, because as a SQL developer, as I said, that this is majorly a SQL project. But yeah, so even as a UI UX, or maybe as a like a developer, you can try to adopt this entire project and then you can try to replicate it. Code is already available inside your dashboard. End-to-end code will be available for a front end, for a back end, as well as for a SQL system. Yeah. So let's go ahead and let's try to understand from a SQL side of it. So this is the diagram for a complete data modeling. What we are going to create it, or what we are going to create. So here you will be able to find out majorly 5 tables that I have created. There is a user table, and almost all this kind of a table we try to create whenever we try to perform an operation, even in a real time, right? Even in a real time. So same thing is going to happen. So here we have a user table, as we can see, right? So we have a user table, we have a role table, we have a role permission table, and we have a permission table, and we have a logging log table, right? Now, what these tables are going to perform, let's try to understand one by one, that which one is going to do what at the end of the day. Yeah. So which one is going to perform what at the end of the day. So here, if I'll talk about a user table, so as its name suggests, obviously user table is going to keep all the information with respect to the user. So where we are going to capture a user ID, we are going to take a username, we are going to take an email ID, we are going to take a password, hash password. So we are not going to store a password as a string over here. So because we are trying to create something for the production grade. So we are not going to store the password directly over here. Is active user, created at, updated at, right? So this is going to be the user table. Now let's come to the roles table, right? So here every user can have a different kind of a permission, right? So let's suppose if I'm going to log out, sign up here, and then we have 3 roles over here. One is a admin role, one is a moderator role, and one is a user role. So admin means full access. They can try to manipulate, insert, update, delete, whatever they want. Moderator means limited admin access, and user means so regular user with the basic access. Yeah. So these are the 3 kind of access that roles we have created. So here inside a role, we are going to maintain those things. So role ID, name of the role, description, and created at. So this is something that we are going to maintain inside a role table. Now coming to the next table, which is a permission table, right? So permission table. So obviously we are going to provide permission to our roles, that what admin will be able to do, what moderator will be able to do, or what a normal user will be able to do. So all this permission we are going to mention over here inside the permission table, right? So permission ID and name and description and created at. So all this permission we are going to mention there. And here, right? So here basically we are going to mention role wise permission. So raw permission we are going to mention it over here, and then role wise permission we are that this role is having this permission, this role is having this permission, something like that we are going to mention. And then we have basically a logging log. So what this logging log will do, one of the most important table you will be able to find out, that whatever activity that we are going to do, so whether we are going to do a logging or whether we are going to do a sign up, any activity, everything will be logged over here, right? Everything should be logged inside this particular table so that anyone can come and anyone can try to investigate. Now these are the table that we need to create. First of all, yeah, these are the table that we need to create one by one to achieve a complete logging system. And again, similar kind of a logging system, you can just go out there and then you can try to replicate it. So let's do it one by one, by the way. Yeah, so let's do it. So here I have already created a auth system database. What I will do is that I will try to drop this auth system database. So drop database auth system. Yeah. And then just try to drop it. So my auth system database is gone, as you can see, right? It's completely gone. Now what I will do, I'll just try to create all of these things one by one fashion, so that we all will be able to learn and we all will be able to know about things, right? Okay. So let's start creating it. So first of all, I will try to create a database, if not exist, auth system. Okay. So fine, created. Now, so if I'm going to refresh it once again, my auth system is back. Yeah, my auth system is back over here. Now I have to use auth system. So I can write use auth auth _system auth system. So fine, I'll start using a auth system. Okay, that's great once again. Now, so let's start creating a table, as there is no table inside the auth system that we have. So first of all, I'm going to create a role table, right? So I'm going to create which table? I'm going to create basically a role table, let's suppose. Yeah, role table I'm going to create. So inside role table, we have a ID, we have a role name, we have a description, and we have a created at. So timestamp default, current timestamp. Fine. Name not null and unique, and then ID should be auto incremented way primary key. Fine. So let's try to create a role table inside this auth system database. Okay, execute, and then role table is available now. Now let's try to create a second table called as permission table. So here we have a permission table. So where we are going to mention all the permissions. So here is a permission table. Again, permission ID in an auto increment primary key way. Name of the permission, not null, and it should be unique. Then created at, same thing. So we are not doing much. That's the reason. So we have taken the entire SQL class, right? So where we have learned to create all of these things seamlessly. And we have done that so many times, not just one time. Now there is a role permission which we are going to create. So role permission table. So permission table is done. Role table is done. Now role permission table. Yeah. Role permission table. So here this role permission table is connected with ID coming from permission, and then it is again like a permission ID basically. So permission ID coming from the permission, and then role ID coming from the role. So with this, it is trying to map each and every one. So here same thing. So inside this role permission, we have a role ID, we have a permission ID, we have a created at, three things. And then we have a primary key, both role ID and permission ID. So both I'm trying to make it unique. I'm trying to make it primary key. And then I'm trying to attach like a role ID with a roles table ID. Yeah. And then permission ID with the permission table ID. So fine. Now execute it. Now execute it. Yeah. So now permission table, role permission table is also created. Now the main table is basically a user table. Fine, a user table. So let's try to create a user table. So again, it's like all this information, user ID, name, email ID, password, everything is available, and user is referring to a particular role from a role table. Yeah. So user referring to the particular role. Now there is a logging log table we are going to create. So let's try to create a log table. So where everything we are going to log it. So like a log ID, user ID, timestamp, success, IP address, user agent, and then like a user ID, right? So we are going to keep it everything inside my log table, which is one of the most important table. Apart from that, so let's try to create a indexing. So let's try to create a indexing on a multiple data. So here I'm going to create a indexing on a username, email ID, like a login log user ID, and login log login time, so that anyone will be able to fetch information without any kind of a hassle. Anyone will be able to fetch this information easily, right? Even if the information is going to be too huge, but still people should be able to access all of this information seamlessly. And that is the reason. So I'm trying to create the indexes, because it is going to help me out in terms of optimization. Okay, fine. So indexes is done. Yeah. So indexes are done. Now I'm going to refresh it, and then I'm going to like check, and on a login log, I have created the indexes. So there must be an indexes on top of this login log. So user ID index is there. Let me execute this. So this index is also here. This index is also here. And this index is also here. Yeah. So all the indexes are created automatically. Fine. So that it is going to help me out in terms of optimization. This is what we have studied even in a past. That indexes means it will try to like create a tree, and then that tree is going to help me out in terms of navigating throughout the data set. Okay. Now this is done, right? Now this is done. So we are able to create the complete authentication table, and whatever is required with respect to authentication table, we are able to create it. Okay. Now let's try to feed some sort of a data. Yeah, let's try to feed some sort of data. So inside this role table, I would like to like insert name and description. So name wise admin, description wise this one. So inside this role table, so admin, user, and moderator. There are three things I would like to insert. Okay, done. Now, so inside this permission table, right? Permission table, I would like to insert many things. Read user, create user, update user, delete user, read logs, manage logs, access admins. Yeah. So these are the things which I'm going to create it inside the permission. Generally, this is something that we try to create. Yeah. So these are the input or feed that I'm trying to make it inside the admin. Yeah. Now, so permission table, we have a data, right? Permission table, we have a data, and then role table, we have a data. So here, permission table, we have a data, and role table, we have a data. Now, so inside this role permission, right? Inside this role permission, if I'm going to give, right? Inside this role permission, if I'm going to give a role ID and permission ID, then in that case, I will be able to complete this flow: permission, role permission, and a role. I will be able to complete this flow. Yeah, I will be able to complete this flow. So let's go ahead and let's try to insert some sort of information inside the role permission. But what kind of things which I'm going to insert inside the role permission? Let's try to talk about that first. So here, let's suppose if I'm going to do, right, select star from permission, select star yeah. So basically we have a permission ID, as you can see, right? We have basically a permission ID over here. We have a name, we have a description. Now, if I'm going to show you a role table, right? Permission is fine. So there is something called as roles table, right? So there is something called as roles table. So select a star from this roles table. Now, if I'm going to show you this, so I have ID 1, 2, 3. So I have admin, user, and moderator. Now I can say that admin will be having all the permissions. So read user, create user, update user. So admin will be having all the permission. Now, as per this ER diagram, so role, if role is admin, means role ID, admin ID is equals to 1. It should have all the permission, means it should have all the permission ID. Yeah, it should have all the permission ID, by the way. Now here, if you will come back and check how many permission IDs do we have. So we have in total 7 kind of a permission, right? We have in total 7 kind of a permission. So I can simply say that okay, so role like admin, if I'll talk about just admin, so admin should have all the permission, means all the 7 permission. So what is the role ID for a admin? So role ID for a admin is equals to 1. Yeah, ID is equals to 1. So I can try to insert a data, right? I can try to insert a data where admin can get all the access. So inside the role permission, I'm entering role ID and permission ID. So for role ID 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, I'm giving all the permission ID, all the permission ID, all the permission ID, all the permission ID, right? I'm trying to give all the permission ID over here. Very simple. So now if I'm going to select star from role permission, right? So here role ID 1, permission ID this one. So it is having like role ID 1, permission is, so admin is having all the permission. Now what is the second? What is the second role that we have? So what is the second role that we have? Second role is basically a user. So what kind of a permission user will be able to get, by the way? So read user, no, only create user. Yeah, let's suppose I would like to give just a create user permission, right? I would like to give a create user permission. So what I can do, so I can try to insert the record. Yeah, I can try to insert the record and I can try to say that, okay, so just try to give this role ID, means this is the user. So this role ID is equal to permission is equals to 1. Simple, right? Or select a star from roles. Yeah. So user second, and then try to give which permission, So only read user. So user can only read user, or maybe I can try to give a create user, right? So I can try to give even an update user. So whatever I want, I can try to give that to any user. That's completely fine. As of now, I'm just giving only 1. Yeah, I'm just giving only 1. Now for a moderator, so we can try to give a couple of access. So for a role ID means moderator, I'm giving permission number 1, permission number 2, permission number 3, permission number 5. Okay. So that's done. So this is basically a data seeding, which I'm trying to perform. So data seeding is done. So I'm able to seed the data, and inside this role table, inside this permission table, and inside this role permission table, I have some sort of a information. So if I'm going to show you role permission, so like a moderator is having all this 1, 2, 3, 5 access. User is having only one access, and admin is having all the accesses. Yeah, admin is having basically all the accesses. So even in real time, this is how we try to create it. Yeah, even in real time, this is how we try to create it. Okay, that's good. That's okay. Now what we are going to do. So now we are going to work on the procedure, by the way. So let's try to do and let's try to work on the procedure. So here, we all know that why do we create a procedure? A process, like things are very simple. So meaning of creating procedure, I believe we have already discussed so many times, and so many procedure we have created so far. So meaning of creating procedure is very simple, right? So it will try to record some sort of a things. It will try to do some sort of a things, maybe insert, maybe update, some of the things it will try to do based on any kind of a event or based on any kind of a condition that we are going to call in a runtime. So here, the very first procedure which I am going to write it, right? That whenever user will try to log in, so whenever any user will try to log in, right? So anyone from this user side will try to log in, the procedure try to record the logging attempt. Means inside the log table, it will try to keep all the information that, okay, this user has tried to log in at this point of a time. So for that, I'm going to write the procedure, and this is nothing very different. So whatever I have discussed in my classes, it's coming from the same side of it. Yeah, it's coming from the exact same side of it. You will not be able to find out anything different over here in terms of like a procedure. Yeah. So let's go ahead and let's try to do it. Let's try to do it. So first of all, I'm going to create a procedure. Let me do it. Yeah. So I'm going to basically create a procedure, so which is going to help you out in terms of like a logging. So whenever user will try to log in, it will try to, right? So as you can see, so create procedure, sp log login, right? So sp log login and in user ID, in success, in IP address, in user agent. So this is the input which will go, and what it will do, so it will try to insert into a logging log table, user ID, success, IP address, user agent, value is coming from this input. So once user will try to log in, all these things will go inside the logging log table that I have already created. This logging log table which I have already created. So everything will go inside this particular table. Yeah. This particular table. Select last inserted ID as a login ID. So this is something that it is going to do in terms of a procedure. Okay, execute it and create a procedure. Now, here, so you can try to check store procedure. So yeah, whenever user will try to like log in, it is going to invoke itself. So you can try to even check it from here, right? You can try to check it from here. Okay, fine. That's great. So we are able to create one procedure, so which is going to help me out. Whenever user is going to log in, it will try to log it. Now, what is the second procedure that I can try to create? Yeah. So what is the second procedure? So here, the second procedure which I can try to create over here, that whenever someone is going to give you a user ID, or whenever you are going to input a user ID, it should fetch all the permission which has been assigned to that user ID. Yeah, which is like, let's suppose I'm trying to give one or maybe any user ID that I have registered. So for that user ID, either user is going to be admin, either user is going to be like a, a simple user, or maybe a moderator. We have three kind of a provision. We have three kind of provision in total. So user can be admin, user can be moderator, user can be normal user. Yeah. So whenever someone is going to enter the user ID, so it should be able to fetch all the permission associated with that particular user. So that is the procedure that we are going to create. Let's do it. Yeah, let's do it. So here, like I said, so whenever someone is going to, so we have a procedure for that. Create procedure, sp get user permission. So input is going to be user ID, right? Input is going to be user ID for this procedure, and select distinct like a ID, like a name and the description from a permission table P. So permission ID, permission name, permission description. Join with a role permission and join with the user ID, where user ID is equals to active and user ID is equals to ID that we are getting from the permission table. Now, so user and then ID that we are getting from the permission table. Yeah. So this procedure is going to fetch all the information with respect to a particular user ID, that okay, this user ID is having what kind of a permission at the end of the day. As simple as that. Yeah, as simple as that. So whenever you are going to call that which user is having what permission, it is going to give you that part. And I believe we all know how to call the procedure. Simple, use the call, right? Simple, use the call. Now, the another procedure, right? Another procedure I'm going to create. So which is going to help me out in terms of basically creating the user account. So with the help of procedure, I'm going to achieve each and everything, by the way. Yeah, with the help of procedure, I'm going to achieve each and everything. So here, the third procedure is going to create a user. A third function is going to create a user for me. So here, create user. So if user is going to enter user ID, username, email ID, password, hashing, and then a role if user is going to select. So if this is going as an input, right? So this is going as an input. So in that case, it is going to insert the information inside the table, and then it is going to create the user. Simple, formal. Yeah. So now let's try to execute it. So these are the three procedures, guys, which I have created. One for audit logging, one for returning the permission, and one for basically this user creation. Yeah. SP create user creation. Now at any point of a time, I can try to call any of this procedure and I will be able to create the user. For example, if I have to test it, so SP create user, right? Create user. So username, let's suppose username is equal to SUDH. I am going to give user mail ID SSKUMR9876@gmail.com. I am going to give password has, so something like this. I am going to give a role ID. So role ID is equals to 1. I am going to give. Now execute. Yeah, execute. So user ID executed. Now, if I'll go and check my user table, so this user must be available inside my user table. I will be able to find out this user inside my user table. So let's go ahead and check. So select star from users, and yeah, it is able to give me this one. Yeah, it is able to give me this one. So ID, username, email ID, password, role ID is 1. So technically it's like a admin I'm talking about, is active, yes, and then created at, updated at, as simple as that. So this is the user it has created. So this is one of the function procedure I have created which can try to create the user. Permission. So here if I'm going to give a user ID, so I can check which permission user ID 1 have. So user ID 1 have basically all of these permission. User ID have 1 have, right? User ID 1 have. So this is one of the function, and then there will be a log. So user ID 1, success, so true. IP address, anything I can try to mention, maybe something like this, user agent, so like a test, execute. So yeah, I'm able to like a log something inside the logging log table. Yeah, logging log table, I'm able to log in. So again, here I can try to do select star from login underscore log, logging log. Fine. Yeah. So this is the log that I'm able to find out. So this is the log which I'm able to make it inside the logging log. So now we can see that this table was already pre-built, right? So this table, inside that I have already created the data. I have already inserted the data. Now inside the user, I'm able to insert the record, and then I'm able to give the permission, and then I'm able to log in inside the log table. And to do that, so I have opted a way, I have opted a procedure of what? So basically I have opted a procedure of a, sorry, I have basically opted for a way of a procedure, so that I have created the function, a small function. I'm just calling those functions, and with the help of those functions, I'm able to do it. I don't have to like run the query all the time, like insert, update, all those kind of things. I don't have to run it. I'm just running the procedure, and with the help of procedure, I'm able to achieve it. Technically, I will be calling that procedure even on my like front end, back end side. And if I'm able to call it, then it's well and good, right? It's well and good. So hope all of you are able to understand this, guys, that how this entire project has been done. And finally, with the help of just a procedure, I'm wrapping up everything which is required for me. I'm able to wrap it up. So with that, thank you so much. Take care. And in my next lecture, so I'm going to show you the front end and back end part. But again, front end and back end part is not a part of your learning. Your part of learning is basically the SQL, right? This particular SQL, because that is the core that you are trying to learn. Front end, back end, anyhow, you will not be able to understand because maybe you are not aware about the React and Node. So it will be difficult for you to understand it. But yeah, from my side, I'm going to execute it. I'm going to give you the explanation, overall explanation, because core explanation wise, SQL wise, this is the only thing that we have. So I'll show you how to run the entire system, how to run the entire app. That is something which I'm going to show you, so that you will be able to see your a table live up and running. And yeah, so from a UI side, so you will be able to perform each and every kind of an operation. So with that, thank you so much, everyone. Take care, and see you again in my next lecture. Okay, so welcome back, everyone, guys. Now in this lecture, I'll be talking about a login project, and I'm going to talk about login project from UI side basically. But as a SQL developer, you are not supposed to understand this UI side. It's going to be a black box kind of view. But yeah, so end-to-end implementation I'm going to show you, so that you will be able to get a flavor. You will be able to get a feeling that, okay, fine. So this is how we have done something inside the SQL, and we are eventually able to use it. Similarly, I have shown you other project as well, right? So here the main motto is to give you a complete view that, okay, so we are doing something inside a SQL. It's not like we are just writing a query over there, but in real, how we can try to use it. This is something I'm going to show you in one of the way. And there are like a millions of way, because every application is going to use some sort of a SQL, some sort of query in a backend. So let me share my screen, and here is a project setup. You don't have to do anything. Just try to open up that project setup which I have shared inside your dashboard, and you will be able to see a couple of files over here, a pre-built file. So there is something called as backend. So where I'm trying to keep everything which is going to call my database, which is going to interact with my database, which is going to call all the procedures, because here I'm trying to follow a procedural approach, functional approach, right? So where someone can call the function and things will be done. Yeah. So procedural approach. So I have already created a 3 procedure, right? I have already created the 3 procedures. So get a user permission, create a user, and login, right? So for that, I have already created the procedure, and the procedure simply means that I can try to call anything as a function and I will be able to use it. Yeah. Okay. So here you will be able to find out a backend, you will be able to find out a DB, and you will be able to find out a front end. So front end is been written in a React, and then backend is been written inside a Node, and then DB means a simple SQL file. So inside a DB, you will be able to find out the exact same file that I have shown you even inside a MySQL workbench. There is no changes at all that you will be able to find out. For example, if I'll talk about a schema.sql, so you will be able to find out all the tables. So role table, permission table, role permission table, user table, and login table, and then it's indexes, right? For the faster query processing, we are creating the indexes. Now there is a seed, so where we are trying to insert the default data for role permission and role permission, basically these 3 tables. And then there is a store procedure, the 3 store procedure that we have created. So for a login, for a user permission, and for creating a user. So this is the 3 function that we have created, 3 procedure that we have created. So everything you will be able to find out inside the SQL table. Now how you are going to execute it? So that's the first question. So first of all, Node must be installed inside your system. And when I have taken the Node class, even inside your SQL, so I've already told you, right, that you have to go to node.org. Doesn't matter which system you have. So you have to go to Google, and then node.org. And from here, so you have to basically download, right? So you have to basically, let me call download. So download Node.js, and just from here, so you can try to download the Windows MSI installer, or if you are using some other system, Mac OS, Linux, or AIX, you can try to go ahead with the respective system. That's completely fine. So this should be installed, and then you are supposed to verify it inside your console. So maybe you can try to write node v, and then it is going to show you that, okay, fine, this is the version which has been installed. Now, if this is done, it simply means that we are ready for the next step. So how we are going to execute this project, first of all. So we can try to execute this project if node is already installed, right? If node is already installed, then it's well and good. And let's start executing this project. But before that, from a backend, right? So from a backend, just try to go inside the config.env, and here, so I have given my own password. Yeah. So admin 123450 @ Try to change this password. So this password, try to change it. If you are using a different user, try to change the user. Localhost is going to be same and this port number is going to be same. So try to change this password that is available inside the backend, because my backend services is connecting with my SQL system. Yeah, is connected with my SQL system. Apart from that, you don't have to change anything. You don't have to do anything, by the way. Yeah. Okay. So here what we have to do is we have to run the backend first. Now what backend will do eventually? So backend is going to, even as a SQL guy, so let me explain you that what backend is going to do. So basically I have written a backend by using a node. So let me draw something. So by using a node, we have written a backend. Node, we have written basically a backend. Now, so whenever you are going to click, right? Whenever you are going to click from a client side, whenever you are going to click means you are going to input some sort of a ID and password, or maybe you will try to click on create, do a sign in or do a sign up, right? So whenever you are going to, this is what I'm calling as a click. So it is going to call your backend, right? And then backend is going to call our respective operations, that what we are supposed to do on this kind of a click. So if required, so it will try to go and search maybe a SQL table if it is required. So maybe search, or maybe it is going to insert, maybe it is going to like a update, or it is going to basically fetch. So this is what backend is going to do, and it is going to return that to the click, or I can say on a overall basis front end. It is going to return to the front end, so that you will be able to see each and everything in a front end. So backend wise, I'm using Node. So, and then front end wise, so I'm using a React. Both is a JavaScript. So both is written in a JavaScript. So with the help of JavaScript, I will be able to use it. And then like a database wise, DB wise, so we are using MySQL. Yeah, no changes in that databases wise, so that my backend can interact, my backend code can interact with the MySQL. And if you remember, so we were able to interact with the Python, and we were even able to like interact with the help of Node. So same thing, right? Same thing. There is no changes at all. So here, first of all, what you have to do is you have to you have to basically start your backend. To do that, just go inside a backend folder. So cd backend, backend backend, and then from here, just try to do npm dev. Yeah, npm dev. Sorry. So npm run dev. Sorry, my bad. So npm run dev. So from a backend, npm run dev, and it is giving me unhandled error. Connection database connected successfully. Node event 496 unhandled. Address already in use. Okay, so I'm already executing it somewhere, and that is the reason. So it is giving me an error. Not an issue. I'm going to terminate it. Okay, so terminated it, and let me run it once again. Yeah, so now it has started running at 5000 port. So this backend is up and running at 5000 port, and I can, these are the APIs. So these are the API for auth. This is the user API. So API means it's an endpoint, means at this point, there is some function which is available, which I can try to call, which I can try to execute. So once your backend is up and running, leave it and then try to open up a new terminal. Yeah, new terminal, try to open it up. Now just try to do CD, right? So just try to do CD front end basically. And then inside a front end folder, just try to like do one thing. So you can try to call npm install, so that it will be able to install all the dependencies. So whatever dependencies is been done, and then you can try to call npm start. So once you are going to call npm start, now it is going to give you the UI. So this kind of a UI you all will be able to get at this particular location. So let me open up this UI. Yeah. So this is the UI you all will be able to get at this particular location. Now via this UI. So this is basically my client, right? This is basically my client. Now with the help of my client, I can try to do a sign up. I can try to do a sign in over here. I can try to select the user, whatever I want, means like I can do it. Simple, right? I can do it. So first of all, let's try to do a sign up over here. So choose a username. So here I can try to choose a username is equals to Euron1, let's suppose. Yeah. So Euron1 is a username. and then email ID. So Euron at the rate Euron.1. Now user wise, so I would like to create an admin user, right? Password wise, I can try to create 1 2 3 4 5 6, and then confirm password wise 1 2 3 4 5 6. Okay, create account. Now if everything is fine, then it is going to show you registered successfully. Okay, registered successfully. Fine. So registered successfully. Now I can go ahead and I can try to do a sign in. So to do a sign in, I can try to use the same password. So Euron 1 is a ID, and then password 1 2 3 4 5 6. Fine. Now do a sign in. So here I'm able to get into a auth system dashboard, and it's telling me that user is Euron1, role it is not able to showcase. That's completely fine. Email ID is this, member since this one. Yeah. So this is the auth dashboard, means once user will be able to log in, I'm able to show something over here after login. So maybe I can give some access inside this particular page or anything, right? For example, inside a Euron, once you will be able to log in, you can access LMS, where you can access courses and content and material and everything. So we have written a similar kind of things even over there. So once you will log in, if you are not logged in, then something different will be visible. After the login, something different will be, something else you all will be able to access basically. So fine, this is something that we have done. Okay, now let's go ahead and let's try to go and check the database. Yeah, let's check the database. So here, first of all, I'm going to check a user database. So here, if you are going to check the user database, so we are converting password in a hash, as you can see. So password in a hash we are trying to convert, and then we are going to store it. So here from a node itself, inside a node we are calling a function. So eventually that function is going to convert my password into a hash code, and then I'm able to insert it inside the database. It's not as a string. So again, in a real time we do the same thing. So this is something that we have done. And then logging log. So here again, logging log, I'm able to find out. So Windows NT, this Chrome ID, this is the a IP address, each and everything I'm able to log in. Yeah, each and everything I'm able to log in, as simple as that. So audit log I'm able to maintain, and then user table I'm able to maintain. Rest of the tables are basically a pre-built table, right? Pre-built table. So now anyone can come over here, right? Anyone can come over here, and then anyone can try to access it. Anyone can try to register it. Anyone can try to access it. And then on top of this, anyone can build anything that they want. If I'm going to log out, so again over here, right? If I'm going to log out, so this activity is changed. Each active is 1, right? Now let's try to re-execute, and in some time, so yeah, it should change. Okay, it will change in some time. So this is the login things that we are able to create it, guys. Now, no need to stress on the front end and the back end. So it's completely fine. You are the SQL guy, so you are not supposed to worry about the front end and the back end. But yes, how we are going to create SQL things, how we are able to create each and everything, that is something that you should be worried about, right? Because this is something that you are going to do. And as a software engineer, yes, obviously you should know about the front end, you should know about the back end, which is, I believe, very, very easy for any software engineer. Any one of us can understand like a front end and back end in a very just way, and how we are calling a function, how we are calling a method in a very, very easy way. So try to execute this project, guys, in your system. Enjoy it. If you are facing any kind of issue, do let me know. I'm here to help you out. And with that, thank you so much, everyone. Take care and see you again in my next lecture. Okay, so welcome everyone to the lecture, and in this lecture, guys, I'm going to talk about one of the most important concept called as windowing function, and I'm going to discuss a couple of things from a windowing function itself, which is going to help you out in terms of doing a ranking of the row, in terms of doing calculating running a total, or in terms of computing a moving average or percentile, or even in terms of calculating a lag or lead. So I'll be talking about a windowing function by taking some of the very simple examples, some of the very simple data set. And in interview, people are going to ask you a lot of questions from this windowing function, where this rank sum over like a running sum and this lag or this lead comes into a picture. So let's try to understand with the help of a practical example. I'll try to make sure that all this knowledge must be clear to all of you. So here, I believe my screen is visible. First of all, I'm going to create a database. So create a database, test2, let's suppose I'm going to create, and then I'm going to use this test2. So use basically test2. Okay. So database creation is done. Now, once this part is done, what I can do is I can try to create a table inside a database. So I'm going to create a very simple table, which you all can understand, employee table. So we have a ID, we have a name, we have a department, and we have a salary. Yeah. So these 4 items we have inside this table executed. Now inside that, let's try to insert some of the data. Now this much data is more than enough to understand this entire fundamentals. So here, if you will go and if you will check, if you will do like a select a star from employee. So select a star from employees, basically, you will be able to see data. So here, let me show you this data, by the way. So here we have like a department wise, we have 2 departments. Just remember, we have 2 departments. So one is a HR department, one is a sales department. Salary is given to me for each and every one. So mostly I will be dealing with department and a salary, and based on that, I will be doing a lot of different kind of a operation over here. So let's try to do this kind of operations over here. So first of all, what we can do, so we can try to rank employees by salary within the department. So here, as I said, we have 2 departments, right? We have 2 departments. One is a HR department, one is a sales department. So how we can try to rank the employees, means rank 1, rank 2, rank 3, and so on. We can try to give it to the employees in a respective department, means inside a HR department, right? What I'm trying to say over here is that inside a HR department, right? Inside a HR department, how we can try to rank a employee. So inside a HR department, how we can try to rank a employee. And then inside a sales department, how we can try to rank a employee. Now, when this kind of a situation comes, this is where you can try to use a windowing function. Now, what it does, so basically it try to create a partition. So you can try to think in this way, that we have 2 department, HR department and sales department, right? So inside HR department, so we have this, and then we have this. 3 records we have, record number 1, 2, and 5. So record number 1, 2, and 5. And then inside the sales department, we have the record number 3, 4, 6, and 7. So record 3, 4, 6, and 7. So what it will do, it will try to create one data set with record number 1 to 5. It will try to create another data set with record number 3, 4, 6, and 7. And it will try to treat this one separately, and it is going to treat this one separately. And finally, it is going to combine the result and give it to you. This is where windowing function comes into a picture. So here, if I'll try to talk about ranking an employee in a respective department, inside a HR department, so we are going to rank the employee, and inside the sales department, if I have to rank the employee, it's very easy. Let's see how it is going to happen. So let's see. So here, we have to rank an employee inside a HR department, and we have to rank an employee inside a sales department separately. Yeah. So here select what? So select ID. So ID is a column which is given to me. So select ID, then name, and then DEPARTMENT department, and then salary. Yeah. SALARY salary. So all 4 things I'm going to create. And what I'm supposed to do with this? So basically I'm supposed to rank, right? I am supposed to rank. So I can try to call a function called as rank over here, and then rank over what? So 2 segregation, HR table, and then just think in this way that we are segregating. We are trying to break this table into 2 parts. One is a HR, one is a table where we have just a HR data, and one is a table where we have just a sales data. So over, and then we can try to start. Then we can try to start inside this one, and we can try to create a partition. Yeah. So partition means we are trying to create like a 2 separate table over here. So PARTATION, partition by what? Partition by DEPARTMENT. So just try to create 2 partition. 2 partition means try to create 2 set of the table over here. So one for maybe a HR and one for basically a sales. Try to create 2 set of the table. So one table I'm dividing into 2, and here this is the partition which I'm trying to write, partition by department. So one table will contain only a HR department, one table will contain just a sales department. So partition it, right? Partition it, and then, right? And then here, so partition by department, and then inside every partition, right? Inside HR table, inside sales table, order the data, order by what? So order by salary in DESC descending order. Yeah. So as in descending order, outside as salary underscore rank, right? From where? So from employees employees. So this is something that we have to do. So partition PARTITION. So not TA. So TITION, partition by, yeah. So partition by department, order by salary, not in descending, just a descending. Yeah. So order by salary into a descending. Now this is going to return me what? So if I'm going to execute it, this is going to return me this one. Now let's try to check, or let's try to focus on the result. So here it is trying to give me this HR table, and here salary rank. So inside this HR department, I have rank 113. Why 3? I'll talk about that. Just wait for a minute. And here, so I'm able to get 1133. Yeah, 1133. I'm able to get this one. So inside a sales department. So as you can see clearly, we have two separate table, like just visualize it. Yeah. And because we have created a partition on the department. So here we have a HR table and here we have a sales table, and this is giving me 113 and 1133. Now, why it is giving me 3? Why rank is not equal to 2, right? What is the reason why rank is not equal to 2? So when I'm going to use a rank function, so when I'm going to use this rank function, by the way, this rank function, what it does internally, yeah, what it does internally, let me explain you that. And then only you will be able to understand that why we are getting 3. See, let's focus on HR table. Yeah, HR table. So Bob and Eve, both is having a same salary, right? Both is having same salary. So technically rank is going to be same. 1 I have given to, let's suppose, Bob. So 1 I have to give to this one. But ideally it should be 2, right? But yeah, so I have to give 1 because both is having same kind of a salary and I don't have any kind of a separation over here. So 1 and 1. So technically this rank function will automatically try to skip that 2 part, because 2 was supposed to be occupied, but it's not, because someone has received 1. So it is going to give the next one 3. Similarly, so 1 and then 1, both is having the same one, right? So 1 and 1, and then it's like technically it should be 1 and 2, but yeah, it has given 1 because both is having the same salary. So now the next one is going to be 3. Yeah. So now both is having the same salary. Now next one is going to be 3. Now next one, if salary is going to be different, right? Then next one will be having 1, 2, 3, 4, 5th, not 4, by the way. Yeah, not 4. So internally it is going to count in 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 way. Internally it is going to count in that way. But when it try to showcase you this one, so it will try to show you in this way. Now let me show you. If you are looking for a sequential ranking, so instead of using a rank, there is something called as dense rank you can try to use. So you can try to use what? You can try to use a dense rank basically. So if you are going to use a dense rank instead of rank, so it is not going to skip, or it is going to show you the next number. So 1, 1, 2, 1, 1, 2, 2. Yeah, it is not showing me 3 basically. But rank by default, so if some rank is like a same and I have skipped some number, it will try to take the next number. In case of rank, in case of dense rank, it will take like a 1, 1 and then 2 and then 3, then 4 and then so on. This is what you will be able to find out in terms of differences in terms of a rank. So hope rank is clear to all of us, and even dense rank is clear to all of us. What is the difference between dense rank and why it is giving me 113? Even that part is clear, and how this ranking is going to happen, how this windowing function is working technically, I believe we all are able to understand it. Yeah. Now there is something called as, so copy the same thing. Yeah. Copy the same thing again. And here, so instead of dense rank, right? Instead of dense rank, what I can do, I can try to use maybe a row number. Yeah. Row, ROW, row number. Fine. Instead of rank and dense rank, I'm using a row number. Now let's try to understand what will happen. So here it is going to give me what? 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. So it is going to give you a unique row number per department. Unique row number per department. Unique row number per department. So first of all, it is going to do the partition based on the department. So HR table is different. HR table is different and sales table is different. Now in this HR table or a sales table, it is giving me a row number. Yes, it is giving me a row number. You can change this one. You can try to change maybe like a row underscore ROW, row underscore NUMBER number. Yeah, you can try to change it as a row number, or row num. Spelling should not be same. It's a reserved keyword. So row number. So it is just trying to divide, means partition, and then inside that it is trying to give you number, number, number. Inside this partition, so it is trying to give you number, number, number. That's it. Yeah, that's it. So this is how this things row number is going to work. This is how this dense rank is going to work, and this is how this rank is going to work. Now in next video, next chapter, so I'm going to talk about a sum and a over. So how sum is going to work and how over is going to work on top of the same data set. Yeah. So with that, till then, thank you so much. Take care and see you again in my next lecture. Okay, so welcome to lecture everyone. Now in this lecture, I'll be talking about another windowing function. So which is basically a sum over a running total. So let's try to understand how we can do it. So here, what we can do is that we can try to create a table. So first of all, let me use a database. So test3 is a database which I will be using. And inside this database, test3. So use test3. I think I have this database, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, so test 1, 2, 3. Okay, so let's use test 1, 2, 3. Fine. So test 1, 2, 3, and now inside this I'm going to create a table. So let's suppose I'm going to create a sales table. Yeah, so where we have basically ID, sales date, reason, and the amount. And then we have a sales value over here. Sales value over here. What has happened? Okay, so we have a sales value, so we are going to insert it. Now, so table creation and everything is done. Now let's do one thing. So just try to do select star from sales. So let's start from sales. Now here, so this is the sales that we are able to get. Now just look closely into this data set. We have a region north and south. Yeah. And we have a amount which is given to me. Sales date is something which is given to me, but the major area of interest for our windowing function will be region and the amount. So let's suppose if someone is asking me a question that try to give me a running total over all the row, means that we have an amount given to me, right? We have an amount given to me. Now meaning of running total is very simple. If amount is given to me, so here it should be 100. So here it should be 100 plus 200, technically 300. Then here it should be 300 plus 150 is equals to 450. Then 450 plus 300, 750, something like that, right? Something like that. So this is something called as like a running total over all the records. So someone is going to ask me a question that give me a running total. Yeah, give me a running total. Or maybe someone can ask me a question that give me a running total by its reason. Give me a running total just with the previous record. So there can be multiple situations which may arise, and we can try to do that. We can try to do that in the easiest possible way. And these are some of the favorite questions for any interviewer. So let me do it, right? Let me do it. So here we can try to do maybe like select, SELECT, select sale underscore date, which is a very first column, reason, which is a second column, and amount, which is a third column. Fine. And then we can try to do a summation. Summation of what? Summation of amount. Summation of amount we are going to call, but we have to call summation of amount over to something so that it will be able to do a windowing operation. So summation of amount over to something we have to do. So here we can say that okay, do one thing. So try to order this entire data, right? Try to order. So order by, so try to order this data with sales date, sale underscore date. Try to order this entire data by a sale date. And whenever you are trying to do a summation, so always try to follow this rule, ROWS. So this is the rule which I can try to write. So rows between unbounded preceding. I'll explain you what is the meaning of that, and current row. Now, what is the meaning of unbounded preceding? Unbounded preceding means just start from the very start. Yeah, start from the very start after collapsing this or after ordering this entire thing. So just try to start unbounded preceding, start from the very start, and then a current row. So come till a current row, and then try to perform what? Try to perform this summation of the amount. So this summation of amount I'm trying to perform over to this rule. So first of all, order it. Yeah, first of all, order it by a sales date. So arrange it with the sales date, and then do what? So then start from the very first and then keep on doing till a current row, what? Summation. Current row summation. Yeah. And try to give an alias as a running TOTL. Running TOTL. total. Yeah, running total from sales table, right? Order by sale underscore date. Fine. Now, so what is the issue? It is trying to show me somewhere. So there is some issue. Sum is amount, that looks good. Reason sales date looks good. Running as, okay. So this is the mistake, running TOTL. Running total. Okay. Now, if I'm going to execute it, you will be able to see the answer. Now, just look into the answer by the way. So first of all, what it has done, so it has basically ordered by the sale date, order by the sale date. See, so my entire sale date is been ordered, right? It's been ordered. And then rows between unbounded proceeding, rows between unbounded means start from the start. Basically, this is the meaning of unbounded proceeding and the current row. For example, if I have to generate this one, if I have to generate the running total of this one, means sum for this one, this is the running total sum which I'm generating. So 100, and what is the amount before 100? Nothing. So 100 plus 0 is equals to 100. Fine. Now I will try to generate this one. So how I will be able to generate? So what is the current data? So what is the current row? Current row is basically 300. And what is the unbounded proceeding? Means summation from the very first. So summation from the very first is basically 100. So 100 plus 300 is equal to 400. Now how I will be able to generate the next data? So what is the current row? 200, right? Current row is basically 200. Unbounded proceeding means what is the summation from the first? So 400 plus 200 is equals to 600, right? 600. Now next data. So 400. So 400 is the current row. 400 is a current row. Now what is the unbounded proceeding? So basically like a summation till next last one. 600 plus 400 is equal to 1000. Then 150, right? So current row 150, unbounded proceeding 1000. So 1000 plus 150, this one. In this way you can try to understand. And here, so we are able to get the final data set. And this is something called as basically a running total on the whole record we are trying to perform. Now, someone is going to ask you a question that, okay, you are trying to do the running total, but do one thing. Give me reason wise. We have two reasons, right? We have two reasons, north and south. Yeah. So what we can do, very simple. We can try to apply the partition over there. So partition means it will create internally two tables. Yeah. So here, the only thing which I am going to change is that partition by reason. Yeah, partition REGION. Nothing else is going to change. Everything is going to be same, right? Maybe here I'm going to change the alias running total underscore partition reason, whatever it is, right? Whatever it is. Now, if I'm going to execute it, now see, partition by reason, it's fine. And then like order by sales date, unbounded proceeding, that's fine. And order by REGION and sale date. Yeah. So order by this one. Let me show you the result. Yeah. So see, north. Yes, north. So this is going to be one data set for my entire running sum. And this is going to be my another data set. Now there is no relationship between these two data set because I have done what? I have done the partition. So basically I have to find out the running sum per reason wise. So I have just done the partition. So this two data set, this two table is separate. Even in my last lecture, I was using the partition. I have explained you what is the meaning of the partition. So technically it's a two set of the data, two separate set of data that we are dealing with. And here, so we have a north set of the data and here we have a south set of the data. Both is separate, both is intact. So now here, so running sum 100. Now 200 plus previous 100 is equal to 300, like 150 plus 300 is equal to 450 for one data set. Now for south region, right? So again 300 plus like a 400, 700 plus 100 is equal to 800. So this is treating both the data set in a complete separate manner. Yeah, complete separate manner. Now, if someone is going to ask me a question that you are doing a running sum, that's completely fine. But you should not take maybe like here, 150 plus 300, right, is equal to 450. No, you should not take that. Maybe you should take 150 and the previous one, the previous immediate one. You should take only that. And based on that, you should give me this particular result. Yeah. So how I can do that particular part? That is also possible. So here, row between unbound proceeding, which I am writing. Yeah. So you can try to write instead of unbound. Let me copy this same thing. So instead of writing this unbound, you can try to remove unbound and then you can write one preceding. Yeah, one preceding. Now, what is the meaning of one preceding? Let me execute. So here 100, 100. Okay. Now 200, right? 200. So 200 plus 100 is equal to 300. Okay. That's completely fine. Now, running total, I think, yeah. So fine. Reason and sale. So 150 plus 300 is equals to 450. So it should do it with respect to one preceding. 400 and 300, 700, 700 and 100, 100. So basically it's like when I say one preceding, it simply says that for each row, sum the current and the previous row only. This is the meaning of like this one. If I'm going to increase our data set, so maybe I will be able to see the maybe one data set if I'm going to increase. So it is going to like show me the correct result, a correct output. But yeah, this is what it is trying to do it. Now, so here if someone is going to ask you that running total over a whole partition. Yeah, running total over a whole partition. So how we can do it? Whole partition means we can try to remove all of these things. Let's try to copy. So running sum over the whole partition. So here just try to remove everything. Yeah. So partition by a reason and then rest is going to be exactly same. Running sum over the whole partition I'm able to find out. Whole partition. Yeah. Running sum. So it is like trying to do what? So it is trying to basically do no order inside the over. The same total is shown on the every row of the partition. So everywhere you will be able to see 450, 450, 450. This is something called as running sum over the total partition. So for north, 450, 450, 450, and for south, 800, 800, 800. Yeah, 800, 800. So this is something that it is going to do. So this is how we can try to use basically running sum, by the way, and hope all of you are able to understand. And yeah, so all of you will be able to practice running sum in SQL. Fine. So with that, guys, thank you so much, everyone. Take care and see you again in my next lecture.